Hello! My name is Ellie. I'm here with Cory.
Hello, Ellie. How are
you? I'm great. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah?
You know, it's an early morning, but it's a beautiful day in San Francisco, so I'm happy to be here.
Me too. I'm so excited, you guys. We're going to have a fun fall-themed day today. I can't believe it's fall.
I'm like just trying to embrace it. I am sad and I am mourning the end of summer.
Yes.
But I'm excited for fall.
I'm excited for fall. I know. I feel like you got a nice sweater on today.
Yeah, I'm actually
You're in the mood.
A little warm in this sweater, but I've committed to it and it's on. And
We're doing it.
I'm trying to live the theme. That's something that I try to do. Sometimes it's like dress for whatever it is that I'm doing on live stream.
Dress for the job you want. Dress for the season you want.
Exactly.
You know.
Well, if I was dressing for the season I want, I would be here just in my bathing suit. But
okay.
That's not live stream appropriate.
We can't do that, unfortunately.
We can't do that.
Well, please say hello in the chat. Let us know where you guys are watching from, and feel free to ask questions as we go along. We're going to be working on some fun designs today for a fall music festival. Yep. Working on some poster designs. We'll be in Photoshop and Illustrator, so please feel free to leave your comments and your questions, and we can just dive right in. Do you want to share some of your work before we get started?
Yeah, I'll share. So a little bit about me. I've done a lot of Adobe live streams. So this is a spiel that I don't know how many people who are watching. Funky enough, Lisa, Kieran, Vicky, Hannah. Thanks everyone for joining.
Thank
Patrick.
You.
Alessandra's here. Okay, we've got some OGs as well.
Yes.
So a lot of people have heard my spiel. Ooh, Puerto Rico.
Wow, cool. Puerto Rico, how fun.
What time is it in Puerto Rico? It's like 3 hours ahead, probably?
I don't know.
Maybe?
Yeah.
So a little bit about me. My name's Cory Hall. I'm a graphic designer. I'm based in Portland, Oregon. I've been designing for like 10 years now, which is kind of wild.
Amazing.
Yeah, I started at design school in 2014, and excuse me, I've got a little frog in my throat.
It's okay.
And,
it's morning.
It's morning. I'm still sipping my morning tea. So I started it at design school and also designing in 2014. And so I like include that education in like my design background.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I've worked on a ton of different projects. I really like branding projects. This Q Club branding.
I love that.
Was actually one of my first Adobe live streams.
Really? It's beautiful.
It was so much fun to make. It was
oh my gosh.
With one of my favorite
love the colors.
I don't know. I don't think Julia Masalska is still doing live streaming, but she's still with Adobe.
Julia.
Julia's amazing.
Yes.
So she hosted me for this one.
Okay.
And so, you know, I just work on a lot of branding stuff. I do some stuff for social media back. Remember when like face filters were a thing?
Yes.
I feel like people don't really use face filters anymore.
They were definitely a thing though.
It was really hard making a face filter for Instagram.
Yeah.
Obviously, social media content.
Yes,
I do a lot of like
love
editorial illustrations and designs. Hello from Stanford Ginston Lab. Oh, cool.
Claudette, yeah.
That's like so random. I work at Stanford.
There you go.
That is my full-time job. And so I'm guessing Claudette is at Stanford University. I haven't heard of Ginston Lab before. I work at the GSB, which is the Graduate School of Business. So that's my full-time job. And then I do a fair amount of freelance work.
I love
Adobe
it.
Live, educational live streaming, stuff like that. So yeah, that's a little bit about me. We can kind of just like get right into.
Let's get into it.
I'm
right excited
into designing.
To see what you're working on.
So we are going to be doing some fall music festival poster design, a little bit of branding. We're going to be working in Illustrator and then moving things over into Photoshop. And so my kind of like favorite workflow for designing a poster, any kind of brand stuff, is I like always get distracted by the chat. I'm just like, hi, what's up, everybody?
You don't want to be left out. What's happening?
I know.
What's
I'm like,
on?
I just like, if I could sit here and just like converse with people for the whole time, then I totally would.
Yes.
But I'm going to be starting in Illustrator, and my process is kind of like sort of mock things up in Illustrator, get all the elements where I want them to be, figure out the color palette, and then I move over into Photoshop to kind of like refine out like details, texture. And so we're going to be talking about a lot of different things, but like we'll be working in Photoshop, we'll be playing a little bit with CC libraries, and there's actually part one of a 2-part live stream that I'm doing today. And so we're starting with the posters here, and then at 12 o'clock, I'll be taking the posters over into Adobe Express and just kind of playing around with them there.
Okay,
and so
awesome.
I'm going to spend some time setting up my Creative Cloud library here so that I can use it in between Illustrator and Photoshop, and then I'll take it over into Express at 12. So make sure everyone tunes in for the whole day. We got a lot of live streaming today.
We have so many streams today, and it's going to be so fun. I love that everything like syncs so well now. You can just go between all of the different programs. And
we've got the
it's really
schedule right
helpful.
there. So we'll have a lot of content for you guys today.
Yes, it's gonna be a fun day.
So starting off in Illustrator, it's always really helpful for me to create some kind of mood board and just like get a feel for the style of design that I want, get a feel for the typography, the color palettes. And so, I mean, a big source of mood board inspiration for me is Pinterest, obviously.
Yeah, love Pinterest.
Instagram is a really big one, and so I'll like save things and keep them all kind of like organized in my Instagram.
Yeah.
And then Behance is a really great place to look at full flushed out branding projects. And so if you're looking for inspiration for branding, in particular, there are like entire brand systems that are in people's portfolios in Behance. And so I would definitely recommend checking those out.
Yes, so many talented designers on Behance. It's amazing. Raphael says, hey, Cory, the best.
What's up, Raphael?
Fran from Kansas City. Carol is here. General Kenobi. Thank you guys for joining.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out with us. Let me know if there's anything you want to see, any questions that you have. Like I mentioned, Fall Music Festival branding. And so we've got we've got our poster inspiration here. I did pull out a color palette here. I am feeling a little bit like maybe this is like not quite tonally, color-wise, the right tone for a fall festival. I mean, got some bright, like, springy colors in here.
But it could be like it's transitioning from summer to fall.
Yeah.
You know? And I think like it's kind of fun to do things that are a little bit out of the box or a little bit more unexpected.
Yep.
So I think it could work.
Yeah, I want to like capture the essence of fall while also sort of capturing like energy, a little bit of summer nostalgia, and so like bringing in some of those brighter colors with like maybe just like bringing the tone down just a little bit.
For sure.
So we'll see where we go with it. But I really like a lot of this typography.
It's beautiful.
I like the way that their images are being treated in some of these places. Like we've got this kind of like old like overprint effect. We've got a lot of grain. We've got some textures in here in the backgrounds. This sort of like clip art-y effect is really cool, and so we might play around with that in Photoshop a little bit. I've got like a vague idea of what I want the poster to look like, but we're just gonna kind of see where we go today.
Let it see where it takes us.
So I also started looking at or just thinking about different like festival names.
Yes.
And then beginning to mock them up in different fonts and just kind of see how they feel tonally, how they sound. So I'd be curious for people in the chat, I don't know, Emberfest, Crimson, Amber, Foliage Festival, Fallback Festival, Harvest Fest.
All good.
They're all like, they feel like...
I feel like naming things is so hard.
Yes.
So great job.
Yes. Well,
you have a good variety here.
Listen. Did I ask ChatGPT for a little bit of help on this?
No one needs to know.
Maybe, but no one needs to know.
No one needs to know.
No one needs to know.
Who could know?
Yeah.
I kind of like Ember because I like that like feeling of like warm, like I think of like bonfires, coals, all of that, cozy,
warm, welcoming.
But these are beautiful. So yeah, chat, let us know which one you guys like.
Yeah, I mean, if we've got any favorites in here, and then I started kind of mocking them up, and so my process is sort of like pick a typeface that I feel works well, and these are all typefaces that I pulled from Adobe Fonts, and so if anyone is new to Adobe Fonts, it's just an awesome place to go and look for fonts, fonts.adobe.com. For some reason, I was literally just saying this, but for some reason my thing does sign me out every once in a while. So let's just boop, 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 back in there.
Raphael says Fallback Fest for me. And then Armando says hello from Dominican Republic. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks for joining us.
Yes.
Fallback Fest, I had a lot of fun with.
That is really fun. And I like the play. Yeah, the play on the word fall is very fun.
Yeah, I mean, and it's kind of like, it's in fall that the clocks change. And
yes,
we call it
we
falling
fall back
back
and then we spring forward.
So I think like, I don't know.
That makes sense. It
That's
makes sense. Patrick says, I was liking some throwbacks, Crimson Fest on the right.
Yeah.
And then Matthew says, Amber Crimson Fallback Extravaganza Palooza.
Okay, so that's going to be a little too long for a poster, but I appreciate the idea.
And Patrick says, I'm looking for inspiration for a Halloween poster and vintage letters. So you are in the right place.
Yeah, well, and Patrick, so like I was saying, Adobe Fonts is a great place to go check that out. There's this section of fonts where there's font packs.
Yes.
And so they're all kind of thematic, and I'm pretty sure I saw in here recently a new kind of like spooky or fall themed
Even that like heritage craft that was just there, that feels a little spooky to me.
Yeah.
Or like fall-ish.
Yeah, I mean, we've got so many. I mean, like brand poster, science fair, I mean, hungry diner menu pack. Like there's just a lot of nicely curated packs.
Yes.
And if we go, hold on, I want to go back to the one that you mentioned. Oh, well, Monster Pack.
Oh,
okay.
That is,
so
how fun.
Patrick, so if you go to Font Packs and Adobe Fonts, Monster Pack is in there, and look at that. You can bump up the text size and just like take a really good look at them. I don't think I'm going to do a spooky one today. I did do one. God, it was probably a year ago, a live stream with Voodoo Val. And if anyone hasn't seen Voodoo Val.
Also love Voodoo Val. She is so talented.
She's the best. But we did kind of like a more like spooky themed one. So anyway, this is a great place to go. Check out fonts. Then you can add them to your Creative Cloud. And they will populate on over into whatever design programs you're working in.
So easy to add them. Yeah, Patrick says, perfect. Thank you, thank you.
Just typing keywords in Adobe Font works fine too. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's so many different ways to like go about it.
Yes.
So I've kind of started laying out some information for the festival. You know, Fall Festival in October feels cool.
Yep.
Good timing.
Yep.
There is a music venue in Oregon that I'm actually going to for the first time in 2 weeks.
Fun.
It's called the Gorge Amphitheater, and it's the Gorge Amphitheater in George Washington, which is like...
Oh my gosh.
Cuckoo.
Yeah.
I'm like, they did it actually, and I think it's in Washington State, not Oregon. Washington. So it's Gorge Amphitheater in George Washington, Washington.
That is...
Which is just like
It's too long.
It's too good. But I'm like, wow, like who did this? So anyway, I'm going to set the music festival at the Gorge Amphitheater. October 16th to 18th, it'll be beautiful there at that time of year.
Oh my gosh,
the leaves will be changing, the river will be down below, so we're gonna have some pretty nice fall vibes. And then we've also got, I've started kind of a lineup. So the concert that I'm going to is Hosier.
Yes. Very fall.
Very fall.
Very fall.
Kind of moody. Yes. Soft rock.
Love it.
The
vibes are there.
The vibes are definitely there. I wasn't like a huge fan of Hosier until my sister introduced me, reintroduced me to him, and she's the one who got me to get these tickets. And so I'm like, okay, I'm in. I love him.
It's gonna be great. I feel like he's really talented.
He's super talented. Yeah. He's got an amazing voice. He's
beautiful voice.
A pretty cool advocate too for like liberation from like oppression in the Catholic Church, and like he's a bit advocate for like queer people. And so I'm just like, okay, Hosier. Yeah. You got me.
I think that'll be so fun. I'm jealous.
And so then I also just went to a Krungbin. I don't know if anyone is familiar with this band.
No. But now I'm going to look them up.
They're very like vibey.
Okay.
They're kind of slow, lots of instrumentals. I'm going to a Remy Wolf concert soon.
Amazing.
So love Remy Wolf.
Yeah.
So anyway, if there are suggestions for lineup for this concert, I would also love to hear them. I'm going for just like chill vibes. We've got Hosier. I don't know. Billie Eilish.
She's also vibey for fall. Very like warm weather, or I mean cool weather, like cozy.
You kind of want to like be in your sweater.
Yes.
You're kind of like a little moody maybe because the seasons are changing. It's getting dark earlier.
Seasonal depression there.
Your seasonal depression is really ramping up, especially in Oregon.
Yes.
So.
The comment disappeared, so I can't remember who said it, but someone asked if Adobe fonts are the same as system fonts.
No. So system fonts, and I'm going to like answer this to the best of my ability, but system fonts are the fonts that come with your computer.
Yeah.
And so those are kind of like the pre-loaded fonts that everyone kind of gets by default. And then Adobe fonts are fonts that Adobe has licensed from various font foundries or created themselves to be used freely if you have an Adobe subscription, Creative Cloud subscription. And so that's what's cool about Adobe fonts is that all of the fonts that are on here are 100% free to use in any situation, on any merchandise, on any website.
Yeah.
Like literally you can modify them, you can do, I mean, you as long as you're not like redistributing them, which I don't even know how you could do that because they just like sync automatically.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just like hundreds, if not thousands, of fonts.
And they're good fonts too. Like they have a great variety, and anything you could want pretty much is there.
Yeah, which is absolutely amazing. Yeah. So yes, not the same as system fonts. Very useful tool though if you're not using Adobe Fonts. I'm like, what are you doing?
Yes.
What are you doing? You got to be using them.
Raphael says, I just saw Lana Del Rey in a music fest in Paris last week.
Oh.
Amazing.
That is, I'm actually extremely jealous of that.
Yes, me too. And she is very fall as well.
I mean, this is like, we can make this music festival as big as we want. So like, Chapel Roan?
Yes.
I don't know. Like, why not?
Why not?
She's having a moment.
She is.
Remy Wolf. So yes, please give me more suggestions and we're just going to kind of add them in. And let's just kind of start playing. So like, I had a couple here that I like. I know people were saying Emberfest sounds nice. I know you liked Emberfest.
I like Emberfest.
Amber. I like Ember better than Amber. I don't know. This lockup isn't like particularly speaking to me.
I do like Fallback too. I feel like that makes a lot of sense.
I do too. And this is like almost kind of giving me, I don't know if it's like a Vans off the wall kind of vibe or something.
It is, yeah.
You know, but it's giving like, it has a vibe.
Yeah.
It has a vibe, and I'm not like articulating it very well, but like,
I like it.
It's definitely a cool. It feels like an older poster.
Yeah,
design.
It does.
And so, you know, we've got some like interesting shapes already happening here. And so I'm using, or in this mood board that I created, I picked out examples with different framing devices. And so I was kind of thinking about integrating some of those into here, like having these sort of like maybe a sort of cutout effect.
Yeah, I like that.
I was also talking about this scrapbooking kind of like cutout look. And so I think I'm going to do this sort of like, maybe I can echo this shape even. And it's almost like reminiscent of, I don't know, like a spotlight or like, I don't know. I feel like
a megaphone.
Or a megaphone, like something. So we might even.
Raphael says Pixies, LCD sound system. And then Megan says Noah Khan. How do you say his last name?
Noah Khan, I think.
Khan, right? Okay. I second guessed myself. And then Stevie Nicks.
Okay. Yeah, wait. Yeah. So I'm just going to, Kahan.
2, 3.
CK. Not me doing spelling.
It's okay.
Don't come for me.
It's early.
LCD
so excuse for everything.
Sound system. Okay.
Girl in Red. I don't know some of these people.
I know. I'm gonna like take note of these.
Yeah.
And explore them because they all sound very intriguing to me. I don't know if you've got like song recommendations too. Listen, I'm open to whatever.
Give us suggestions.
Billie Eilish. Okay, so let's just, and I think I'm gonna, well, okay. You know what? This is my thing, is like I could spend forever just like
adjusting all the things. Yeah.
So I don't want to do that. I want to actually be able to spend a good amount of time doing this design. So I'm just gonna go work a little bit quickly.
Okay.
And kind of like in this sort of traditional, I don't know, music festival vibe, we've got the headliners at the top.
Yeah.
And a little bit larger. And then we've got, I don't know, the less headliners. They get a little smaller.
Jack Watson said, wait, who picked Hosier? I love Hosier.
Jack, that was me, and I'm going to a Hosier concert
also
in 2 weeks.
Ugh.
Yeah.
So fun.
I'm excited. It's a camping festival too. So.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, we'll see.
You're not a camping fan?
I'm like probably gonna just sleep in my car.
I love camping.
I do love camping
but it's like a whole thing. It's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, and it's like, I don't know. After being at a concert.
Yeah, you kind of want to go sleep somewhere comfortable after being at a concert, for sure.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it.
I get that.
But it'll be fun. Going with a lot of friends, and it'll
be great.
Do a little bit of this. Peter Cat Recording Co. No. Bring the font size down. There we go.
And shower after a concert, Matthew says. Yeah, that is true. A nice shower after a concert, and then a soft bed.
Yeah, so I have a pretty large vehicle, and so it fits perfectly. A a queen size mattress topper.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm gonna
Yeah.
I'm fully gonna just sleep in my car.
I mean,
and
that's fair. I get that.
mimic the bed that I will
Yeah.
be direly missing. Okay, so we've got our kind of lineup in here. Also, if anyone has more suggestions, we are totally open to them. Acier Bat is cool headline font with different effects. Ooh, I have not heard of that, but let's go check it out.
Let's see.
I hope it's in here. Oh, look at that. It is. Robert knows what's up. What's it got? How you doing, Robert? I feel like I haven't seen you for a while.
That is fun.
This is good.
Fun.
Okay. I like that. It's a little bit more friendly than the font that I'm using too. Mine is like really pretty hard.
Yeah.
And so let's put that in there. I'm just gonna give it a moment to sync. So what I did is I went over to the font, I clicked add font, and so now it should just sync to my computer pretty quickly here.
Luminaires or Fleet Foxes, those are great suggestions too, Megan says.
Boom. Oh, okay, Robert.
Beautiful. I love that.
Great suggestion.
Thank you,
okay.
Robert.
Robert always comes through. I appreciate you, Robert. Who said what? Oh,
Megan said Luminaires or Fleet Foxes.
Those are also great suggestions because Luminaires especially, I feel like,
very
is
fall.
Very fall. Okay. Once again, I could spend forever setting typography. It's like my favorite thing ever. I love type so much. We're gonna add just a little bit of a stroke to this, I think. And so if we're going with this fallback fest sort of branding, it is such a distinct sort of mark already that I don't think it needs to be all of that big. I almost want to put a little bit more emphasis on some of the other elements and like try to capture the vibe of a festival. And I like this kind of like, I don't know, let's just play
Those
around
could
with these
almost
shapes.
even be like people's like cheers, voices, like the, you know.
Yeah. It's like, it's an evocative shape. And that's what I really like about it. So you can kind of like, and if we're going to use them as frames, then that's even better because it's sort of like it's creating an opportunity for people to like insert their own like idea and excitement of the festival into this branding system. So let's make maybe like one more. And we're just going to we're just playing around to see sort of like how these shapes kind of come together. I am liking it. I want it to be balanced because it's so heavy. We're not going to keep them black.
Right.
I'm going to give this a background color too. Oops. Close my library for now, but we'll get back into that. Go into layers. I am like a big proponent of keeping my files super organized. And so I really like to like have my layers for different things, like my background layer. Let's copy and paste that into the background and just keeping things all very organized. Oh, you know what? I should also expand appearance because I have an effect on this. So you can see that I like did a free distort on it to make it sort of like fill up that shape.
Yeah.
And so I'm gonna just expand appearance so that it outlines everything correctly. There we go. And then it goes into the background a little bit too much when I do it in that color, but let's try. It is looking more folly, but I don't know. Is that a little hard to read? It might be.
It might be a little hard to read. Matthew asked, "Did you pick your own color palette or have it generated from other similar images?"
So I picked the color palette. What I did, it's a really good question. There's so many resources out there for creating color palettes. I pulled together this mood board and then I literally just took the eyedropper tool. I created a bunch of these shapes and I took the eyedropper tool and I just started pulling out colors. And that kind of works well for me because sometimes the palette generators, you can change the like settings and get like brighter colors, darker colors, like get different feels.
Right.
But I like having a little bit more control. I'm a little bit of a control freak
for sure
with design, so.
Another question, Raphael says, Billie and Eilish seem to be two different artists.
Yep.
So there should be less space maybe between.
That's a good point. So, and I've just got this on Justify right now.
Sure.
And so that's kind of why it's all a little funky.
Yeah.
And there is like let's just give this Lana Del Rey. We're gonna make a little smaller. And what I will also do is I can also add in like little circles or something.
Circles or something, yeah, something in between.
Because we definitely want it to be clear who all of these people are. Oops. Okay. I'm not going to spend too much time on that. So we've got this emerging. Let's add in a little bit more information. So we're going to do the festival on October 16th through 18th. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to just kind of make a rule. I think this will look cool. That kind of keeps in line with these shapes.
Yeah.
And we're going to go October, and we're going to take this off. Justify, there we go. October 16th through 18th. This is a really great music festival font. I like it. It really is.
I like it.
Okay. And then let's go create another rule here. This is going to be a long one. Gorge and Gorge Amphitheater. Let's maybe bring hey. Come here. There we go. Gorge Amphitheater. Okay, I just like need to fact check. Gorge Amphitheater. Let's see. So they've done other music festivals there before. Paradiso is definitely one.
Yeah.
But I just want to see where it is. Yes, it's okay. It's in Washington.
Okay.
Cool. I just want to get my facts right, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Gorge Amphitheater, Washington. Cool. Okay. So we've got kind of all of our copy in there, which is really important. I'm kind of thinking we've got our good elements laid out, and now is probably a good time to take things over into Photoshop. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start a new Photoshop file. And actually, what are my dimensions of this one? 815 by 1040. Okay. New file. 1040. I'm gonna like my resolution to be nice and high. And we're gonna kind of just start copying and pasting some elements in. I like pasting them in as smart objects so that I have the ability to like edit them if I want to or if I need to. And so if anyone who's watching is not familiar with smart objects, get familiar because they are amazing. I can just kind of like show you a little bit about what it is. You're in Photoshop all the time, so you know about the smart objects.
Well, Arabella does most of our retouching. Okay. So I actually work more in Illustrator than in Photoshop because I do more like decks and mock-ups and things like that.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, a little tiny bit in Photoshop, but.
So smart objects are the best, especially when you paste it over from Illustrator. You can double click the vector smart object, and essentially what it does is it creates a new linked file that you can then go and edit. And so like if I wanted to change the color of this, for instance, to like gray, and then I save it, it changes it in Photoshop. So
amazing, yeah.
Super useful, super great for like sort of like working between two different programs really quickly.
Yes.
And what I forgot that I was going to do that I want to do is create a new Creative Cloud library for this. So we're going to just do fallback fest branding, create, and then we're just going to add some of these colors in so that I have access to them in Photoshop. And so what I just did is created a new Creative Cloud library for this branding system. And I'm going to just start adding certain colors. And so what you do is if you select an object that's in a color, then you can take this little plus mark down here and click add fill color, and it will add those colors to your library.
Yeah.
So then if I go over into Photoshop now, loading. I use these libraries so much, but look it's already in there. Fall Fest branding, colors are in there, like really like way to go.
Makes things so seamless.
So seamless, especially if you're working with a team.
Yes, yeah.
Having everyone sort of working from the same Creative Cloud library is just so helpful for like branding projects, sharing assets. So what I'm gonna also do is take some of these shapes and start adding them as a graphic too.
Jeffrey says, and smart objects keep the original resolution of the asset regardless of the document you've placed them in.
Yes,
which is great too.
Super key.
Yeah.
And so now we've already got the graphics in here. And instead of trying to build these out in Photoshop, which would just like take a lot of time to build, I've kind of got them all ready to go. And I'm just gonna start placing them in here. And then we're gonna like do a little bit of masking too.
Raphael said, we've got money to have some great artists at this festival.
Oh, I know.
We sure do.
Listen, this is a festival of our dreams. I wish this festival was happening. I would be there in a second. It would be so expensive if it was.
Send this to the amphitheater and be like, hey, I have a great idea.
I should. And for what I paid for those Hosier tickets, they owe me a little bit.
They do owe you.
I'm like, okay, I created this music festival for you guys. You should create this festival and then...
Pay me for this design.
Pay me for the design and also give me free tickets. Thank you. Thank you.
And some good merch.
Some good merch.
Really good merch.
Okay, so I'm just like this. I hear you guys. This type is also bothering me. So let's go to type glyphs and see if there's already and of course there is. We love that. So we've got this little
much better.
What is this little doodad called? I like literally don't even know.
I mean,
circle dot thing.
Yeah, that's what I would call it. I don't know. I'm sure it has a really official name.
It's got to have a name. I mean, it's like definitely has a name, but I am just not aware of what that name is.
If anyone knows.
I'm like, just even remembering typographic terms. I did an Adobe Live where I was teaching. It was like a long series of typography. It was like all about like learning the ins and outs of typography, like keyboard shortcuts.
Bullet, maybe?
How to kind of like play with type. And it's still, even after like spending so much time talking about it, I'm still kind of like, what is this thing called?
There's so many different terms, so it's hard to remember. Everyone's saying a bullet.
Okay.
I guess like a bullet point. That makes sense, actually. Like if you make a bullet point list, it's little circles.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, we're going to go. Yeah. Then copy paste this little guy. Mm-hmm. And I'm doing all this work here in Illustrator just so that I can take it over into Photoshop and just kind of have it done for me. I work a lot faster. It sounds like you work a lot in Illustrator too.
Yeah.
I work a lot faster in Illustrator. I'm like better with the keyboard shortcuts.
Yeah, same. I know. I always get disoriented when I go into Photoshop and I have to like re-remember where everything is and the shortcuts and all of that. So it takes a second.
Yeah, it's such a powerful program.
Yeah.
And like we all kind of like use it in different ways.
Yes, yeah.
And so it's like you kind of got to figure a way with it that works for you.
Yeah.
But like it's really easy to kind of get lost in or spend like a lot of time in.
Jeffrey says InDesign is like, what about me?
Okay, listen, I do love InDesign.
I do too. And the thing is that I do a lot of things that actually I probably should do in InDesign. I just do them in Illustrator because that's just always been my process.
Yeah.
But I really should use InDesign more.
Yeah, it's really great for certain things.
Yeah.
You know,
like when I build out decks, like I should use InDesign.
But I mean, honestly, that's what I like about it's like we all use these programs differently and in ways that
everyone
work
has
best
their own
for
process.
us.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, if you work better and faster in Illustrator, as long as it works for you, I'm like, whatever.
Yeah, that is true.
Okay. So that's looking a lot better than it was
Yes.
before. The leading is a little bit off, but like I said, I'm going to spend forever and ever on this, and then we're not going to get anything else done. So
Beautiful.
like, yes. Thank you, Robert, for this font suggestion. I'm like really glad that I have it now. Something that is bothering me a little bit is that I want these, I think it would look better if they were all
The same size.
well, maybe not. Let's just bring it down like a little bit. 41, maybe. Yeah, they just felt like a little ginormous.
Raphael says, sadly, you're not working in Illustrator 2024, so we can't use Gen Shape Fill in this poster.
Oh my gosh, Robert, stop calling
Calling
me
you
out.
out.
Jeez.
Oh my gosh.
Jeez Louise, Robert. I thought we were friends.
Oh, sorry, Raphael.
Oh,
We're
okay.
calling out Robert as Raphael.
Oh, okay, Raphael, I guess we're not friends. Robert would never say that to me.
Oh my gosh.
Robert would never call me out like that. Just saying.
That is so funny. But that's okay. We're going to use stock, and it's going to be fun. Don't worry. You'll see it come together.
Listen.
We don't need Gen Shape Fill for this poster.
Listen, I'm here for it, but like, that's not the goal today, okay? That's not the goal. So, okay. So we've got our font. I'm going to copy and paste this over as a smart object as well. Put it up in here, like so. Get it nice like that. Okay. So we're coming together. And yes, like Ellie mentioned, I'm going to go over into Adobe Stock and just download some images, and then we'll play around with some like treatment options. Wow, time is truly flying.
Oh my goodness, it really is.
I'm like,
where's the time gone?
Where's the time gone? Okay, way too thick of a stroke. Let's do much better.
Gorgeous. Look at that.
Gorgeous. Gorgeous.
Gorgeous. Could also be the name of a festival.
Yeah.
The Gorgeous
Film
Festival at the Gorge.
Yeah, at the Gorge in George Washington. Washington. See, this is where I also get stuck, is I'm kind of like, I'm seeing a grid almost start to take shape.
Yeah.
And I'm
I see it.
do I want it though to do that, or is it like it? I like breaking the grid sometimes.
Right. Yeah.
So I think I'm gonna like break the grid a little bit here and not fall back fast. Okay. Let's take these over. Smart objects. There we go. Boop, 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 boop. Little smaller. Not me having a Sabrina Carpenter song stuck in my head.
We were listening to her new album on the way here.
I was listening to it on my walk over here.
Yeah.
I'm like singing Espresso to myself silently right now, and I'm just like, you need to stop, Cory.
Emily is just joining and asks, what are we working on? Hi, Emily. It's good to see you. So Cory is working on a poster for a fall music festival, and we have a fall-themed day today, so stick around. We're going to have so many different things. We're going to have some portrait work. We're going to have more design. Later, you're going to take this into Express.
Yep.
So we'll have some Express time as well. So stick around. It's going to be a fun day.
Yeah, we've got a lot of stuff going on. So we're working in Photoshop and Illustrator right now. And I sort of built out a fall festival poster concept in Illustrator. And like I was telling Ellie, I work really well in Illustrator. I work really fast. And so that's kind of where we started. And then I'm copying and pasting smart elements over into Photoshop to just kind of like refine and complete our poster. Photoshop is great for like adding textures and adding certain effects that would just like, that Illustrator is just like not the best tool for.
Yeah.
And so that is why we're now moving over into Photoshop. And like Ellie said, we're doing a lot of streaming today. So this is actually kind of like a part one. If I don't finish this poster in this time, then we will have more time later to finish the poster.
It's always nice when that happens.
It's always nice to have more time. I get so like chatty. Okay.
Okay, so Robert says a bullet point is more for lists, but it could be called an inner point, a middle dot, mid dot.
Whoa.
There's lots of names, it sounds like.
Sounds like we've got options.
You know?
Okay, we're just tightening everything up now.
Yeah, text.
Okay, so I
Jeff
think.
says it looks like you have text redacted. I don't know.
Oh, it's because of the really big shapes, maybe.
Oh, that looks like when you would like redact text.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I can see it.
definitely see why you think that. So what
But
we're gonna do?
It's not gonna look like that.
It's not gonna look like
In
that.
a few minutes.
Jin, just give me a couple minutes, okay? Whoever it was that said
He's
that,
like,
Jeff.
make it snappy.
He's like, actually, Cory, it doesn't. It actually looks like something completely different. Which is actually kind of a really cool poster idea.
I mean,
Like a redacted text
Yeah.
poster. I kind of like that. Maybe with your blessing.
with your blessing.
With your blessing, I'll do an Adobe Live in the style of a kind of redacted text style. Okay, background color, check. Got elements in there, check. Now, let's pop on over to Adobe Stock.
Here we go.
So Adobe Stock is great because, again, another Adobe product. You sign in with your Adobe credentials, your, I don't know, login information. There's tons and tons of images to choose from in here. They're like really high resolution. I mean, they're all really high resolution, but there's a
Yeah.
lot of like sort of curated sets, textures, like you can search around based on color, photos, illustrations, vectors, videos, audio, templates, so many. Free.
Everything.
I like things that are free. So
Same.
I go over to the free and I'm gonna go, let's do music festival.
Jeff says, I know you didn't mean to do that. I just thought it was cool. I liked it.
Okay, thanks. Full stop.
And then we have Jeff and Jeffrey. So Jeffrey says, why not just bring the whole Illustrator graphic into Photoshop as a smart object? Why did you do it piece by piece?
Primarily because I'm going to be doing some masking.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to be using these shapes to mask different photographs.
You need them to
and
be separate.
I need them to be separate, exactly.
Yeah.
So that is why. That's a really good question, though, because I did think about doing that, but
Yeah.
especially with the type of masking, and I probably could have done it with like the type and stuff, but I want to be able to like resize these and move them around as masks.
Yeah.
And that just would have been really tricky to do, bringing it in
Makes
to
sense.
Photoshop. Let's just, I don't know. I mean, like this one is a little interesting with the
Little
hands on the DJ booth.
Yeah, soundboard.
This girlie's having a lot of fun. We're gonna like edit these images too, and so I'm not like choosing necessarily based on color,
Yeah.
more on kind of like tone. Like this is a really cool shot.
Mm-hmm.
I almost don't want to show the stage because this is not the gorge, and so I don't want to like misrepresent it, and so having something that's a little bit more abstract I think would be cool. This one's interesting. Okay. And again, these are all in the free section of Adobe Stock, so like use that.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see. Is it going into my downloads? Let's make sure. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah. Okay. So. Hello. Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Huh.
Oh,
Okay.
relief.
That was scary for a moment. I've definitely had like moments where I'm like, the
Yeah.
computer freezes on stream and I'm like, oh no. Okay. Which is my smart object? Let's bring this up. Oops. Okay. So hopefully this kind of answers your question about why we're doing. Why we place them all in as separate smart objects. So we're going to do a little bit of that one. Let's toss this one in here for the big one, set the scene. What I think I'm also going to do is I am going to flip horizontal because of the shape. I think, I don't know. Let's see how that works. Let's see how it looks. Why do I keep doing it in the wrong order? There we go.
It's early.
It is still early.
Still early.
Oh.
Oh, it flipped the whole canvas.
No.
Oh no.
Why?
Wait, why did it do that?
I did image.
Oh.
Yeah, and it was that I flipped the canvas, which is not what I went to do.
No, definitely not.
Let's
transform.
Just do that. There we go. Okay.
Jeff says, that looks cool. Masking objects is cool. Yeah, it's a great tool.
Yeah, masking, I mean, it comes in handy in so many scenarios. And I know I said I wasn't picking these based on color, but like the colors are all kind of working.
The color kind of goes.
The color does kind of go. Okay, my kerning here in this situation is not great, but that's a problem for another day.
Raphael says, can you say the shortcut for masking?
Oh. No.
I actually can't either.
No, I can't say that. I don't remember what it is. Let's see. Layer mask. Okay, I've never used a shortcut before.
I know, I don't think I've ever used the shortcut either.
Okay, so actually, maybe to answer your question, what I am doing is, let me unmask this. So in order to create a mask, I am using a keyboard shortcut, and that's how silly I am because it's now in the back of my head so much that I'm not even aware that I'm doing it. Yeah. But the way to do that is to put whatever shape you want to be the mask underneath whatever image you want to be masked. And so in this case, I've got my black shape here that is going to be the shape of the mask, and I've got my photograph on top of it. So in the layers panel, we've got them ordered accordingly, and if you hit Option and then kind of click the space in between the two layers, that's how you create the mask.
With a little square and arrow.
Yep.
Is showing this will clip to that.
Yeah, so I can break it. So if I press Option and click the space in between those two layers again, then I'll break the mask or release the mask, and then do it again, goes back into the mask. Yeah,
that's so funny though, because I feel like with most keyboard shortcuts, it's muscle memory.
Yes.
And then you're like, wait, what is it? And you have to do it to remember. So.
Yeah, I mean, I am all about the keyboard shortcuts. They save me so much time, but clearly I also kind of forget that I'm using them. It's
just you use them so much.
Yeah. Yeah, I use them so much that I just kind of stop thinking about it. So we've got close-up hands, we've got far out shot of people.
Yeah.
Now I think something like this with showing real people having a great time, drinking their beer, laughing about something.
Dancing.
Young couple dancing at the music festival and spilling beer. Cool. Great.
Descriptive.
So now we're kind of we're showing all different aspects. I want to show every kind of facet of your experience here. And so downloading this one of the people.
And we have just a few minutes left, which is crazy. So if you guys have any last minute questions, feel free to drop them into the chat. And then don't forget that there will be a part 2 of this stream in a couple hours. Yep. So make sure you stick around.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing how quickly time flies when
it goes so fast.
When you're in front of the camera, when you're talking to people. Okay, so we'll see just how much we can get done. But we've got a great poster that's emerging, and so just again what I'm going to do is I put the photo on top of the shape, and I'm going to hit Option, and this is a Mac keyboard shortcut. I don't know what the equivalent to an Option would be on not a Mac.
Can Google it. Jeffrey says, this was awesome. You two are a great team.
Oh, thanks.
Aww.
Thanks for joining us. We're always happy to be here hanging out with you guys.
Yes, Robert says, cool poster.
Yeah, right? I like it.
It's fun.
I like it.
I would go to this festival.
I would too.
Yeah.
I want to.
Let's go.
Let's go. I'm going to petition the Gorge.
It's going to happen. Jeff
says,
thank you for these tips. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, so I think, you know, like what other little things? I think it would be kind of nice to add a, maybe like a stroke or something to this.
Yeah.
Especially, so I'm going to, we're gonna go in here. Oh,
Whoa.
this was obviously from some previous project. Let's see. And I think a black outline would be nice. Oops, there we go. Okay, so we've gone merging with a stroke.
Yes.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I think that
That
works.
looks good.
And especially because we've got this little stroke down here at the bottom. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's maybe do that for each of them. We've gotten the top one. And I'm going to, again, gonna start organizing a little bit. I'm breaking all of my things. This is why we have to stay organized. Which one is this? Okay. Group, top photo. Let's put this in there. Perfect. So now we've got that all contained.
Amazing.
Gonna duplicate this layer. Going to rasterize it. We're gonna bring down the fill opacity and add a slight stroke. That one's it's a harder stroke to see. Well, I guess you can see it right up there,
Yeah.
which is good.
It's there.
Group, middle photo, and then let's duplicate this one. So another shortcut that I use a lot that I don't really think about is Command J to duplicate a layer in Photoshop. Also very helpful.
Nicholas asked if you could copy and paste the stroke between layers.
I guess I could copy and paste, let's see. So I should be able to copy and paste the layer style.
Yeah.
So if I go copy layer style,
yeah,
and then I can paste layer style. There you go. I'm not sure if that's what you meant or not, Nicholas.
I think so. Yeah.
And yeah, instead of going through all of what I just did. Yeah, that was a good suggestion. Okay, so it's definitely coming together. I think what it's missing and what I would like to add to it is some texture to the images.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, we love a grainy image.
Yes.
Probably some kind of texture to the background.
We have about 3 minutes.
We have about 3 minutes, so...
I know.
So, holy moly. I'm like, what are we want to do?
What can we do?
What I do think I'm going to do is I'm going to go into Camera Raw Filter. Excuse me for slipping my tea. And we're going to just like make some slight tweaks to this. Just adding some of that nice.
Yeah, that already makes a big difference.
Yeah. See, like that like little bit of texture is so helpful.
Yeah.
I'm going to create this group. Bottom photo. There we go. Okay, so, and really just a couple more minutes here. So again, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select my photograph. If I go to filter, and I could just do this shortcut, but I'm gonna just walk through it one more time. I'm gonna go over to Camera Raw Filter, and this is just another great way to, oh, look at Carol coming in with
I know, you can select Alt or Option. Probably Alt is Windows, I think, and Option's Mac, I think.
Oh, yeah.
And then slide the effect symbol to a new layer to copy the effect. Wow.
Yep.
Amazing.
And then I see Raphael says add noise. I do sometimes do that.
Yeah.
I honestly kind of prefer editing things in the Camera Raw mode just because it gives me, it's a little bit easier to like make edits to like specific parts of it. And so if I want to
Right.
go in and like edit more than just the noise, but have it all kind of be in the same effect, that's usually what I'll.
Yeah.
I like the amount of control that I have in that way. And if I created a smart object out of these, which they are smart objects,
Yeah.
I could go to, let's just try it out and see, add noise. And I'm kind of like, I'm sort of a believer that the noises like sort of look and come out a little bit different. I might just be like wrong about that, but
I feel like it's like almost like thicker or something.
Yeah.
Like there's like more.
the texture's a little different.
The texture is different.
It fills
Yeah.
in a little different. So
Yeah.
but I hear you. I think that it's like,
Yeah. All right. We are out of time on this one,
Oh
but
my
don't worry
gosh.
because there's part 2 coming up later, and we have so much fall themed content today. Look at that schedule. So definitely make sure that you stick around, and we will see you guys in a few minutes. Thanks
Yep.
for joining.
we'll be right back. Thanks, y'all.
So I thought that it would be kind of fun to do a little bit of a vintage space ad. I usually like to start with an image, right? But in this case, we don't have one, so we're just gonna like start fresh and just kind of generate an image. A space background with stars and large moon with an astronaut floating. I'm gonna select photo as my content type, but I do want to add the film noir effect here. So let's go ahead and generate that. Let's go with this one. I'm just gonna select this and then generative fill because I want to remove it so that I can just have the background. There you go, look at that.
Wow.
Awesome. You have so much control and so much flexibility. So like even though we started off with that other image, like we're kind of like building our own, right? So I'm opening up with one image that I had. So now I'm gonna do a copy merge of this, which is just Command-Shift-C. And I'm gonna go back to my moon here. Essentially what I'm doing is I'm just duplicating each layer and I'm putting it behind that very first front, right? So that everything's in the front. So I actually turn them as I'm doing it, giving that little like rotation. There we go. So here is kind of that image. Oh my gosh, should we do a cat instead? Kitty
Wearing a
in
space helmet.
suit with space helmet.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Wait.
Oh, well,
that's kind of fun.
That's so
Let's see.
cute.
I'm gonna grab my magic wand tool and kind of grab this little section here. So,
You're gonna be like,
cat
whoa.
face. You guys. Oh my, wait, this one. Perfect. Okay, love it. I'm into it. Okay, so now the other fun thing that I've been playing around with is that we can generate textures, you guys, and overlay them onto our work. So I'm gonna go ahead and press new and do the same thing, a little letter. Let's do like a vintage paper stock like textures. Maybe?
Oh yeah.
So there's our texture. So now what I can do is I can select it all, Command A, another copy merge, Command-Shift-C. So when
regular
you're
Command-C.
doing Command-C, it's only taking into account the layer that's being selected. You just want to do like a copy what I see. Like
That's
copy
cool. I didn't
merge.
know that.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Did I teach you something?
Yeah, of course. There's always something to learn, you know?
I know. This is what I love about Adobe Live. And there is our texture. You know what? I kind of do like this overlay just because of the texture. It like brings out so much of it on the sides. So let's go ahead and add some text. Go ahead, shoot for the moon. I've noticed that in vintage ads, usually the like first letter tends to be like larger. Okay, and so then like we just added a little grain there. There we go. See?
There.
So now let's go ahead and just do a little black and white, but bring down the opacity. Ooh, there you go. Look
I
at
like
that.
the black
Oh.
and white.
So here we have like our amazing ad, right? But then we're like, we want to create more. So if we do like this and then like craters, and then I'm just gonna do this for like stars. So let's go ahead and save this. And then let's go to our Adobe Firefly. Close up of moon with crater texture in space and a small earth in the back. Let's go ahead and change it to portrait. But now I'm like gonna give it an actual reference image. And then I'm gonna just go ahead and add that same film noir situation, right? So let's go ahead and generate it. You guys, are you kidding me?
Whoa, that looks really
Gorgeous.
cool.
Perfect.
That looks
Okay, I'm gonna download it, bring that right in. Here's our image, right? But it obviously doesn't look like it's just superimposed. You can just kind of go around. Now I'm gonna click on that layer and subtract transparency mask so that it's not affecting the SSD card. Now I'm gonna generate fill, smoky fog. Let's see. Perfect. That looks like it belongs now.
Oh.
And then let's go ahead and just add our text. Smooth landings, stellar performance. You guys, wow. So we've got our go ahead, shoot for the moon, and we've got smooth landings, you guys.
So yeah, thanks guys for watching. I'll see you later.
Bye.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another Adobe Live. I am joined here today by Arabela. How are you today?
I'm doing so well. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm in streaming mode. If you are joining us from the last stream where I was designing a music festival poster.
I want to go to that festival.
I mean, we're all invited.
Yeah.
Okay, you're
Okay,
invited.
great.
I'll give you a VIP ticket.
I love it.
Listen, it's gonna be amazing. I can't wait. October 16th to 18th. So if you're sticking around in the chat from the last live stream, thank you. We're gonna be hanging out with Arabela for the next hour. Do you want to tell us a little bit about what you're going to be doing on the stream today?
Yeah, of course. It's actually a little bit different from what I normally do when I'm streaming. So I'm going to be retouching some portraits.
Okay.
I thought it'd be fun to continue on with the fall theme.
Yep.
I'll show how I edit maybe a summer theme and then into a fall
Cool.
theme. So I brought up a shoot that is we photographed it in direct sunlight. So it's definitely very
Yep.
summer vibes.
Yes.
And then I have a couple of shoots as well that are kind of lean more towards the fall, so I figured that why not just have fun and play
Amazing.
and color some images.
Well, and so if you aren't familiar with Arabela and Arabela's work, do you want to talk a little bit about do a little plug maybe?
Of course, yeah, I'd love to. So I am one half of Weekend Creative. Ellie was just on with you
Yep.
a moment ago. She's my business partner, and we have a product photography agency called Weekend Creative. I didn't even pull up our website because I am not prepared like that.
Listen, if you're not following them on Instagram, you really should be. You should definitely check out their website.
This is our website. Here we go. There we go. Perfect.
Amazing, beautiful photography.
Thank you. So I'm normally doing product stuff on stream, but today we're just gonna do a little different,
Cool.
do some portraits. I do
Yes.
personal portraits on the side
Yep.
for fun.
Yep.
Because I love my friends and I love photographing things. So, that's how we all started.
Well, I'm very excited to learn from you today because
Aw.
I like taking pictures. I like taking pictures of my friends. I don't work in Lightroom very often.
Stop.
No,
Really?
I
Oh
really
my gosh.
don't. I
Do you just
know.
go straight into Photoshop?
I usually go straight into Photoshop or I
Or
edit
do you
them
do
on my
PS
phone.
Express or Lightroom on your phone?
On my phone.
Honestly,
Yep.
Lightroom on your Lightroom mobile
Yep.
is so good.
No, it's good.
Actually, I should do a stream at some point because that's really where I'm at.
Yeah.
I'm why sometimes I just need to
Listen, a creative on the go. You
Exactly.
got to have those apps in your back pocket at all times so that you
All
know how to
times.
use them quick. And it's got a lot of the same functionality that the desktop app
Yeah.
has. But
it's very seamless and very
Yeah.
This is a promo for Lightroom mobile now.
I mean, I'm like, let's switch
But I
over.
love it. I love it. So, but anyway, I've used Lightroom Classic all my life as far as even in our product photography work, I usually start here just
Okay.
because it's easy to see all of my images together, and then I can make some more,
Yes.
hardcore editing in Photoshop. But so I have some photos, and I didn't even tell my friend that I was going to be using some of his photos, but I'm going to tell him later so he can watch the stream.
He's going to be so happy to see
He's going to be so
himself
fun.
all
so,
over the internet.
a lot of this I just love playing with light and I love a good direct sunlight shoot.
Yes.
It's just very dramatic and so fun. I don't know. It's
and that's
cool.
cool to hear because I know a lot of times people struggle taking photographs in full direct sunlight. like the middle of the day when the sun is at its peak can be a really hard time to photograph.
Yes.
But
yes. But I think in the right context, like in
Yes.
this case, like he's so cool. Like he's just, you know, for him it's like rugged contrast. Like I think
my
it just
God.
makes sense, you
I
know.
want to look that cool in direct sunlight.
Right?
I'm
I
like,
mean,
I'm always
don't
hiding in
all?
the shadows. I'm like, oh no.
Like, oh no.
Not the spotlight.
I need the
again,
overcast
please.
light.
I know. I need gentle lighting.
Exactly. But yeah, I don't know. There's just something very like dimensional. Like I love just seeing, and you know what? This shows up in our work a lot too.
Yeah.
We do a lot of that like hard light look.
Yes.
And so, I mean, it
Yeah.
only makes sense that I also love direct sunlight shoots. So
Yeah.
anyway, let's get started. So I figured that I would do like a summer edit first and then kind of show how I do a fall edit as well.
Cool.
So I figured that we do something. Now, normally I'm a preset queen.
Yes.
I'm not going to waste my time like editing a bunch when I've got like so many photos,
Yes.
you know?
Well,
so
it's so time consuming
it's
to
so
like
time
redo. And if
consuming.
you find yourself in a specific style or you're looking to capture something in a specific
Yes,
way, those
exactly.
presets, they come through.
And honestly, some people are just better at coloring than I am. But today I'm going to show you how I kind of, you know, if I were to do this like from scratch, then this is how I would do it.
Yeah, and
So-
if we've got any questions
Yes,
for
please.
Arabela about Lightroom, drop them in the chat. It's really great to see everybody in there. Raphael, oh, cool t-shirt, Cory.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, I want to see your t-shirt.
It's for a bookstore
Stop, that is so cute.
in Portland. Or I'll just
love it.
There we
There
go.
we go.
There's the shirt. Yeah, fun like graphic design moment.
Oh, I love it.
But yes, if you have any questions about Lightroom or for Arabela and just like your creative practice,
Anything.
um,
Open books
open
over
book,
here.
okay?
So
I
let's get to
like
it.
how I said you're an open book for you.
And then you're wearing a bookstore t-shirt.
Listen.
Wow.
Okay.
Just on brand
full circle.
today.
We're all just we're living it.
Okay, you guys. So I figured that I would do something kind of like what I'm thinking is something like a 1970s like creamy creamsicle
Nice.
like kind of edit is what I'm thinking of doing. So let's just go into it. So I have this image here. Now normally I immediately white balance, right? So usually the auto is actually really good. So I oftentimes don't even, I can tweak things, and I actually might for this because I do want it to lean into that like summer, right?
Yes.
So I'm like gonna bring up that temperature. I think 6,000 is probably perfect. And then
Yeah, that warmed it up nicely already.
So nice. And one other thing that I want to do is I'm gonna switch the profile. So these camera profiles here are actually pretty awesome. Like you can look through and like even that is like such a beautiful black and white like edit.
It balanced things really nicely.
Yeah, and it basically allows you to kind of like see what is the great like starting point for your image. So in this case, like honestly, Adobe Color's pretty good. I think I was on Adobe Standard, but Adobe Color has just a little bit more richness that I can see. So I'm gonna click on that, and that looks great. So let's go ahead and close that. And perfect. So let's just go ahead, again, kind of want this like creamy like look to it. So definitely love pulling the highlights down just because then it like, it starts to kind of look a little subdued.
Yeah, it balances it out
Exactly.
nicely.
And then I do want to bring up these shadows a little bit. I want some details in the blacks. And already like that's such a big difference. Like, wow, you guys.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
No, I mean, it goes from looking like a pretty standard photograph, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the thing is it's like we all have these tools at our disposal, right?
Yeah.
We all can take photos of people and things around us.
Mm-hmm.
And to have like such an expensive photographic tool at your disposal, like your phone or something, is like you get a good shot, but then where it really shines,
Editing. Retouching. You just like, it is just like the makeup, on like some, on a drag queen, like just, it is just like the face,
Full face.
Full face.
Full face.
Exactly. The full beat. Okay. So we're going down here. We see, there's texture, clarity. I don't want to go too crazy on that. I'm going to bring them down actually a little bit. And then I do want to up the vibrance. I like vibrance more than saturation.
Yes.
It just kind of like makes the colors richer, but it doesn't affect it the way that saturation does.
Yeah.
So
we have a quick question about color
of
too.
course.
Ray is asking, is there a color correcting process you follow for each photo?
Not really. I think it really comes down to the photo, right? Like I think sometimes I'll want a different thing for each photo. The thing that I definitely always do, and I meant to do this right now, is I always do a lens correction. So always selecting enable profile correction so that it fixes like the lens distortion, because look what happens when I don't. See how the vignetting, even like it
Yes.
brightens up around it?
Uh-huh.
So, and it already knew what the lens profile was just because of the data that
Yeah.
the image comes with.
Which is
so
awesome.
that I always do. Always white balance because your camera often always doesn't get it like perfect.
Yeah.
And especially like when you're shooting like white like this, oftentimes it will be like, it will want to shoot like cool.
Yep.
So that's something to like, to do. And then I just go down and start kind of messing with all of these little settings here in the basic panel. And then honestly, like I love to just play and kind of,
Yep.
you know, figure things out as I go. That's kind of the fun part of it.
That's what I like to do too.
Yeah.
I'm like really all about, and it's like that you could make the same exact edits to different photos and come out with completely different products.
Exactly.
Or, I don't know, final.
Yeah, final edits. Yeah,
images.
totally.
And so in that way, that's why I like kind of playing around and
Yeah.
like trying out different things.
Yeah.
Because then I discover, oh, it actually looks really cool when you take a very green photo and like add this and this and this to it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And like, I mean, oftentimes if I'm being realistic, like I have already presets that I love that I use all the time, and it makes my job easier when I have, you know, I have a turnaround time that I need to get these to my client or whatever. And so I'm a preset queen and
Yep.
I love it. But here I am showing you how I'm sure, you know, people who sit down and do these presets, like they literally take hours probably,
Yeah.
like
Oh, no, for
tweaking
real.
like the tone curve, like perfectly for everything. It's kind of crazy.
The curve, I just drag that thing up and down and
I
I see
know,
what
right?
works. I'm like, I don't know about that. We're not very
Seriously.
familiar.
Okay, so let's go ahead and go into this tone curve. And one of the things that I love to do, this kind of like handles like all of the highlights, the darks, the blacks, all of that. One of the things that I love to do is I love to bring this up just because it makes the blacks a little creamier too. And then I like to add a little point somewhere around here and kind of bring it back to that line. So this kind of line is like a little bit of a guide, right? You kind of usually like to put points like here, 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 and here, basically. I don't know. There should be like 1, 2, 3, 4. But people get crazy. So,
Yeah.
I mean, really, at the end of the day, like you play around and see like what you like. But yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and also bring this down because this affects the highlights here. And I kind of like how creamy they get, like just going down like that.
Yeah.
So if I like turn this off, see how like it automatically made that way more creamy?
Yep. Yeah.
I'm going to say that word again and again.
You like creamy.
I just
I've
love a good
observed.
creamsicle, you know, like
Oh, it's nice
have
and
you ever had
refreshing.
a root beer float, but instead of root beer, it's orange soda, like
Yes,
Fanta?
I have.
Orange.
Oh,
cream
talk about
float.
creamy. Oh my gosh.
Woo.
See, I'm like
Johnny
I'm-
Rockets. I'm like thinking of it right now.
I know we're doing fall stuff, but I'm like,
I
I'm not ready
know.
for summer to be over.
I'm a summer baby, so I'm
know.
definitely like
Oh.
I love summer, but I also love getting into fall as well. So,
Well, and
you
it's
know.
cool to see how with these subtle changes, you can take the photo from original to feeling
Exactly.
a little more summery.
Yeah. See,
a
like
little bit more
already that
fall.
feels like so much better. Like even though yes, on this day there it was sunny,
Yep.
but it feels so cool and so like
Well,
it
you've
just
got
doesn't
his
make sense.
face more. You can see it more. It's
Yeah.
like less in shadow. His skin
Exactly.
has warmed up.
It's like he's
Yeah.
a little glowy, you know? Okay, and the other thing that I want to affect is this blue channel here. So I'm gonna just make a point in the middle and just bring it down slightly. And that already kind of adds a little bit more.
Yep.
And that might be like maybe a little too much, but we can also fix some more things down because we're gonna do a lot more. Okay, so let's go ahead into this color mixer. There's so much going on here, the hue, saturation, and luminance.
Yeah.
Basically what I want to do is I want to increase the oranges and the yellow. So and one thing to note, I always love to just kind of play with these sliders to see what's being affected.
Yep.
That's like the easiest way to know
You like
what's
drag it
going
around
on.
like crazy to see what it's changing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. Yep.
Because I'm not like a, coloring pro, but you play around with things and you kind of figure out what they do. So, okay, that feels good right there. And then let's go into the saturation, and I want to decrease the orange a little bit because it's feeling a little bit too much.
Yeah, it's a very orange creamsicle.
Very orange creamsicle. So let's bring that down. And then we want to go into the luminance and also increase some of these little sliders here. So I'm going to do, let's see, go into like yellow, A little bit of orange here.
And what is the luminance affecting exactly?
So it's kind of like the brightness and the darkness of that color. So for example, like here, well, that's not a good example. Orange would be a good one. See how like his skin's starting to go crazy because I'm bringing up that luminance, or I can bring it down, you know? So this is like crazy, right? You don't want to do that. So the only times that you really want to mess with luminance, especially for oranges and reds and yellows, is for skin tones. So like, you know, if someone's just like someone's skin tone is looking not right, that's where you can like go in and like fix that.
Yeah, give them a nice healthy color.
Exactly, nothing like too crazy. Okay, so maybe something like that. And then I also want to decrease these over here because sometimes like in the shadows, you can see a little bit of blue. And I kind of don't want it to be like too much.
Yep.
Okay. Perfect. And then another thing that I want to do, so let's go into color grading. Now, this is a fun one too.
I love color grading.
Lots of fun, combinations of things. And it's great that now we have like midtones, shadows, and highlights.
Yep.
So I'm just going to leave the midtones alone, but I do want to affect the shadows and the highlights. So for shadows, I'm going to actually go into a little bit of a red color so that it's a little bit of that creamsicle kind of coming in.
Oh, yeah, that's nice. So it adds just a little bit of extra warmth into the shadows. Color grading is definitely, it feels like pro territory to me, but I think anyone can do it. You just gotta kind of mess around with it. And that, for me, is how I've made my photography feel very distinct and personal to me.
Yes.
Like, I like to go saturated, nice colors, colors in the shadows, colors in the highlights, and color grading is a perfect way to do that.
Yeah, yeah. And then for the highlights, I kind of want to go into a little bit of like a pink magenta, and I think that will also help to kind of create, see how like, ooh,
already,
yeah, like, oh, that's so good.
Oh my gosh.
I know, that like, wow, that looks like a, you know, like a little bit of a 1970s, like vintagey, like colorful vibe. Like, wow. I mean, what a difference.
I feel like you should be like leaning up against an old like general store.
I know,
or
right?
Old Cadillac or something.
So good. Okay, cool. I'm pretty happy with that. So let's keep on going. We could do some sharpening and all that, but I'm just going to focus on the color really. And then the last thing as well, I can also do a little bit of a transform. I love the auto. Usually it does a good job.
Auto straighten.
Auto straighten.
Yep.
I feel like that looks good.
Straighten your photographs, people, because some people don't straighten their photographs, and I'm like, when that horizon line is a little crooked, that bugs me.
I mean, same.
I'm a perfectionist with stuff like that.
Same. Ugh.
Alessandra in the chat, hello again. Thank you for coming back.
Hi.
We're happy to have you. And we've got Seta, creative designer. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Where are you joining us from, Seta? This is a new name in the chat that I don't think I've seen before, so thank you for joining us.
What a cute name, too. I love that.
Yeah, we are with Arabela right now of Weekend Creative, and we're just editing some photos.
Yeah, so I'm going to add a little bit of grain to kind of give that like a little bit of vintage look as well.
Oh, yeah, we talked all about that grain in the last live stream.
Oh my gosh, yes. And
we love a grain.
Grain is just the perfect like texture for really anything.
And what I love about it is it kind of like unites the image.
Yeah, it makes things cohesive, especially when you're editing across multiple images too.
Yes,
you know?
1000%.
Okay, and then the last thing, calibration is also another way that you can kind of like mess with things and like play around with. Ooh. So in this case, I'm gonna just increase the reds a little bit here, but then I'm gonna decrease the blue over here.
I'm not as familiar with calibration.
You know, I'm not either, but I like to play around with it.
Okay.
when
I'm like, there's
I want to have fun.
So many ways to edit colors. So many different ways to edit colors.
So we just like added a little bit extra, but I mean, like you could really like go crazy, right? Like you can like add so many more things. Like, I mean, there's just so many like options. Oh, actually, that's not bad.
No, it looks good. Isn't it funny? You're like, oh, actually?
You're like, actually, that kind of looks good. Well, because it like almost like you have to like do several things to balance things out, you know? So I feel like that actually kind of looks good. I like that.
You're like, don't know what I'm doing, but it works.
Okay.
You're like, cool.
Yeah, it's like one of those things where you have to train your eye to kind of just like, like see the differences and look at everything. Okay, I love this. I am obsessed, and I think this is perfect. So I'm going to go ahead and just, I can make this a preset, or I can just copy the settings and then bring them over. Easiest way to do this is just going to presets, making that little plus, create preset, and then let's say it's like a 1970s creamsicle. Okay, let's remove the things that we don't want to get affected if I copy it onto something else.
Okay.
So for sure the transform, right? Because
you don't want it like...
yeah. And then definitely, let me see, there's usually like the crop as well, but I think, and then lens blur, not really necessary.
Yeah, if you need it, you can add that later.
Exactly. I think that's pretty much all. So I'm gonna go ahead and create it. And now if I go into my user presets, it's right here, 1970s creamsicle. Perfect. So then if I go over to my other images, then I can just apply it. And
my
it's
God.
so
See how
beautiful.
easy that was?
It was so easy. And if I'm like, okay, it still needs like some tweaks or something, then I can go in and like, fix that. Because that's something that you want to definitely do is to like, it's not going to always work perfectly as you paste it onto something else. But yeah, I mean, I love this. So let's go ahead and just kind of finish pasting these to everything else.
Ooh, I like this photo too.
Oh, so beautiful. Wow. Like, are you kidding me?
Oh, okay. I'm like, can I have these? I want to print them out.
I
They're
know.
so beautiful.
It's so good.
Nicholas in the chat says, I usually start with calibration to do the global first, then go tweak the individual luminance and color grading and so forth.
Nicholas.
Good
Yeah,
to know.
see, that's good to know. I mean, everybody has their own process, and it's like awesome. So that's a good tip, I think, if you're just getting started on things.
Yeah.
So yeah. Okay, love this. Let me go ahead and paste it. Oh, see, this is where like it looks too.
It's a little
You're
blown
like,
out.
oh, it's too much, And maybe this is just an image that maybe doesn't like is not our favorite or the best, and that's okay. We can kind of mess around with it and see what happens in a sec. So let me go ahead and see how this is like too blown out as well. We'll have to fix that.
Especially his socks are like popping a lot.
This too.
Yep.
So you know what I mean? Like
Okay.
you just like apply it and then you kind of go in and tweak everything. So
Well, and it's useful
beautiful.
to have that preset because then if you want to apply it, you'll get sort of that same, the colors will remain the same, but then you can just like tweak the brightnesses and the highlights, all that stuff.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh.
I'm obsessed with the remove tool. I don't know if you've.
Wait.
Oh well, you're not
yeah.
in like Lightroom as much. Okay.
Not as
Darn it.
much,
I
but
just get excited about things.
okay, what are we removing?
We're just gonna remove a couple things. I mean, might as well because we have like a couple little like blemishes that are in here, and then obviously I didn't actually need to use the generative remove for that, but I can do some of like basic things over here. So if I wanted to like fix this, whatever this is, I can just be like, okay, bye.
Bye bye rock thing.
Bye bye.
Alessandra's on a train trip at the moment. Going to spend 5 days celebrating my birthday that is in 2 days.
That's so exciting.
Happy
early birthday.
I know. Happy early birthday, and where you want to train to? I'm like, I kind of want to be on a train.
I know, me too.
Maybe I'll hop on a train after this.
Yeah, do it.
Take the train back to Portland.
There you go. Actually, we did take the train from, I forget if it was Seattle to Portland or Portland to Seattle, and it was beautiful.
Oh, it's absolutely stunning. Like any time of the year too, it's really lovely.
So
I've done
nice.
that train trip too.
Okay. Perfect. Okay, see, it's like, it's getting just a little bit. I guess I just have to do one more. So sometimes Photoshop is a little bit easier with these things.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. So there we go. It just doesn't want to go away. So we're just going to leave it at that. We can always crop it. Perfect. Okay, there we go. Okay, now for this one, there's a couple things that are all kind of annoying me as well. Like maybe we can kind of fix this guy over here.
Yeah, that's not
Right?
It's distracting.
And then let's apply that. And then I think I definitely need to tweak the crop, the
straighten it a
the
little.
straightening.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, but I didn't want to say anything.
No, say something.
I was like-
I love it. Sometimes I like a collaborative,
No,
collaborative edits.
Me too. I don't want to tell people how to do
There
their,
we go.
to do their work. But
Wow, beautiful.
yeah,
Okay.
it's just
It's just a little bit,
It just finishes it.
Okay, and then, oh gosh, this is so pretty. I love it. So now the other thing, like let's say you did want to go into Photoshop, right? It's so easy. All you do is just edit in Adobe Photoshop 2024, and then it brings it up in Photoshop, and then you can do any edits there. And I love using Gen Fill to remove stuff. So if I really wanted to go in here and just like remove like all the distractions, then I can do that super easily with Gen Fill. It's great.
Yeah, it's
So great.
Okay, also I love that your your workspace is in the light gray.
Yes.
People give me hate for not
Would you
having
have
mine on
yours?
the
Oh
dark.
my gosh.
Mine's not as light as yours. Mine's kind of somewhere in the middle. But everyone's like, they're like, what even is this vintage Photoshop that I've never seen before? And I'm like, no. I just like it a little bit lighter.
Yeah, me too. I don't know. I
Yeah.
guess like someone once called it. They're like, it looks like a straight jacket, and I'm like,
Okay.
that's
seems
a
intense.
little intense. That's not it.
I'm like, why are you? Photoshop does not look like a straight jacket even when it's light. That's crazy.
I know. I was
Okay.
like, rude.
So for people in the chat, okay, first of all, Alessandro's on a 3-hour train ride from Boston to this town I've never been to. Okay, that sounds amazing. I hope you have so much fun. But I'm
Photoshop.
so curious for the people who are tuning in, what color are your programs in?
Mm-hmm.
Do you like them dark? A lot of people seem to like them dark. Some people, Arabella likes them light.
I like it
I
light.
like it light.
You know, it's just fun. I don't know. You know what it is? It's because this gray feels like the right color behind all the images, because I'm often working with so much color. Like I'm like,
Yeah.
I need it to be just like
A little more neutral.
Neutral.
Yep. Oh,
And I know
totally
that
get
like I'm sure that like the middle gray is probably more of the neutral gray
Yeah.
that you would want, but this feels right to me.
You know what? You
You know?
inspired me, and I think I'm going to change mine.
I think you should.
I've gotten so much shame from coworkers.
That's so
I'm like,
rude.
all I'm doing is trying to share my screen during a meeting, and I've got people hating on my Illustrator or on my Photoshop. I'm like, that's rude, you guys. Focus on the work.
Yeah. Hello.
Jeff says, light mode, my eyes. The drama.
The drama, you
drama.
guys. The drama.
Ray says dark mode. You know, I think clearly people are just so dramatic
I know.
about their
They
presets
They
and
just really,
things.
you know, it is what it is.
Yeah.
As long as I love it, I think that's the most important thing.
I'm over here like, I hope it annoys people.
Okay, you guys, look at that. Look at the Gen Fill. That took like literally like 2 seconds. Normally that would have taken me like what? I don't know. Maybe like 20 minutes, 15 minutes removing that. Like
Well,
if I were
yeah.
to use like the basic,
Uh-huh.
you know.
And
So, wow.
It's like so much easier than using
my
a heel
gosh.
brush, especially because they're like wooden slats, so it would just be like impossible.
It would be
to, like-
impossible. Yeah.
But
it
Gen
would be
Fill
so
is so
truly,
useful for
like,
that.
wow. Beautiful. Okay. I think I kind of like this one. I like this one that's
Yeah.
like, I don't know, there's something about it
It's
that
got
I
a
like
pop
want
of
to leave.
color.
Yeah, it's
It
got
adds
a
a
pop of
sense
color.
of place.
Exactly. So I'm going to leave it, and I can save it and X out of this, right? Because it's gonna finish up. And then once it's done saving, it'll pop up here as like a second image, which is
Nice.
great. And if you wanted to like even, I don't know, add more effects or do something else with it, you can totally continue to do it. So cool. Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is looking good. I'm just going to crop this in a little bit. I don't want that little shadow and that little edge here.
Yep.
So I'm going to press, oh, there we go. Showed up. Love
Cool.
it.
That's amazing.
Went from that to that. Beautiful. Okay. So fixing that up. That looks great. I don't know if I'm going to use this image because it's kind of like a little crazy, but let's see if we can fix it.
I like it. I mean, it's one with the subject looking
there we go.
into the camera, which is
Yes,
really nice.
which is nice.
It's nice to like have some face, like depending on what you would want to do with these, if it's like a series on a website or
Right.
you know,
Right.
some kind of like campaign, even if you're printing them out and hanging them, it's nice to have like a set with a little bit of variation.
Yeah, totally. And let me see. Oh, let me see. Constrained crop, because we got to make sure that it's like closer in. I feel like sometimes it won't always get it right, so you can always do
Yeah.
a guided.
Yep.
And then what I like to do is just kind of find some lines that I'm like, okay, this is kind of how I want it to be. And then there we go.
Yep,
kind
perfect.
of works.
Yeah.
You can also do one this way, but I'm afraid that it might get like too crazy.
That worked.
Look that bad,
No,
actually.
no, I
And
like
if I just
that.
go this way,
Yeah, bring it out a little bit.
like that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Oh, that
okay,
works
that
great.
doesn't look bad. Okay, great. And then, yeah, so another thing that you can do in Lightroom Classic is I love adding masks. So you can basically, and it gives you a few options if you wanted to just select something right off the bat. So if I want to do
Gotcha.
background, it's going to detect the background and then make a mask of that. And that looks already amazing.
Yeah,
so
so now you
then
can
I
adjust
can
the
go
overblown.
in, and I can like go in more and adjust that. And now that looks a little bit more,
Yep.
you know, a little less crazy. And then if I wanted to just go even a little bit, like maybe this is just like too washed out, I can kind of grab this. And actually, I'm going to just do a object. And what I can do is I can just go around here, selecting this. Probably should have used a bigger brush. But it's kind of like painting.
No, I like it. It's fun.
Yeah, it's fun.
A little something to do.
Yeah.
I don't know, you could just like
You know?
leave it like this. I like the red. It's a nice pop.
Wow.
Now all of a sudden it's completely different.
Completely different. But it's going to detect an object and it's going to know that, okay, you want this jacket. And then you can click on this little plus to continue to add to the mask. I can
Gotcha.
click object again because I do want to make sure that all of this is affected,
Yep.
right? And then I'm just going to accidentally go over that, but I know it's not going to, well, I hope it's not going to
No, I think it'll
select it, but I think it'll know. Oh, well, just kidding. So let's go ahead and minus and do another object.
It did like a kind of a goodish. Well,
Yeah. But I don't want that affected nearly as much. So hopefully it gets it this time. Perfect.
Oh.
Look at, love it.
Jeez.
So just a few little things, but then now we can maybe increase the contrast, bring the blacks, and now it's a little bit more adjusted here.
Yeah.
Not
can
too
you,
like blown out, but that looks cute.
Can you show us before and after? to
Yes.
see?
Okay. So let me see. Yeah.
Yeah. That's definitely a lot better. Way
And that
more
looks
balanced.
creamier too.
Yep. It is creamy.
Okay, that looks pretty great. Okay, so cool. Let's
Oh.
do the one of the ones that was really blown out.
Yep.
Because I feel like this one was crazy. Okay, so let's go ahead and bring that exposure down for sure. Already looks way better. Bring the highlights down, and then let me bring those blacks kind of down as well.
Yeah.
That already looks better. I am going to crop this and rotate it. And it's just going to be a little bit of a dynamic image here.
It is. Yeah. I mean,
You
it's
know?
like I don't mind it in this case because it's got a lot of movement.
It's got a lot of
It
movement.
doesn't
Look
like,
at
have
that.
to be.
Yeah, perfect. That looks awesome. And I also love that there's like the red with the red socks. I'm like, we didn't even plan that.
No, that's perfect. Yeah, the like nice color pops, and you kind of have that red in the sign in the background
Yeah.
of the other one, and so it's kind of like a subtle motif that we're just seeing
Exactly.
a lot of.
So I'm going to kind of bring in that mask again to kind of get this part over here. And I selected object, so hopefully it just knows like, hey, I want this, you know? And
See, I've masked
It's so
before,
great.
but I've never done it like that, and I'm like, wow,
it's so fun. Well, I feel like it just makes it so much easier. And even like, for example, since you're not in Lightroom, I feel like this might be new for, or like, you know, something that might be exciting. Okay, there we go. Perfect. So I'm just going to bring down those highlights just a tad more. I feel like that's good.
Yeah,
Okay,
definitely
so
better.
let's say like I really just did not care for the red socks or something, you know. Let's go ahead and add a mask. Let's do objects again. And I'm going to just select this. Let's say that there was more red around our image, but I only wanted to change the socks, right?
Yep.
So let me add to this mask and objects again. Select these socks here. Perfect. And of course we can't see it because it's like also red. The color of the mask is red.
Yeah.
But okay. So let's pretend that the wall was red too. If I were to go down here, there is a section here in Color Mixer, the point color, where you can like select a color,
Yeah.
and then it'll affect everything in that
Gotcha.
image.
Okay, so
Right.
you can-
But if I only wanted to affect the socks, then I can make that mask easily, and then go down here in point color, select that, and then only affect the socks and not like anything else
Nice.
that's red. Right.
Oh man.
So pretty cool. Hey, that's kind of fall.
It is. It's getting a little fall.
It's getting a little fall.
A little folly. I like the red though.
I do like the red, so I'm not going to change it.
Yeah. But you might be able to like, I don't know, bring it down just a little bit.
Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Okay, so I have them selected still, so we can always just like saturation, bring it down. Yeah, like maybe just like a tad.
Just a touch. Just a little touch.
There
Yeah,
we go.
because they did feel like it was like vibrating a little bit.
Like a little bit too much. And maybe now I will also bring this down too. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Awesome. Yeah, I feel like that looks great. And then sometimes what I'll do is if like an image is similar in like exposure, what I'll do is I'll just copy these settings.
Yep.
and bring it over into this to see, well, not the crap.
Yeah, there was someone in the chat who mentioned that too, of just copying and pasting, which you had also mentioned.
Yes.
If you don't want to save it as a new preset, you can just copy and paste. It's literally just Command-C, Command-V between different images in Lightroom.
It's so good.
And a really easy way to just edit and batch edit quickly.
So quickly, yeah. So I feel like that's like pretty good. I feel like the saturation's a little crazy, so I might actually bring like just the vibrance down instead. I feel like it was just a little too hot, and maybe that might be like a temperature thing too. I could always like go over to the blue side, just a little bit. That already looks better from what it was before.
Still very creamy.
Still very creamy.
Still very orange sickle creamy.
Very orange. Yeah, exactly. So pretty. Okay. I mean, I'm pretty happy with how these came out. I feel like that they're like so nice. I love just how vintage and like warm from.
It feels like a very cohesive set too, as it is. It's like you've got different movement in each one. You've got different perspectives of the subject and different backgrounds slightly, but it's enough to make it all feel like a very nice set of images.
Yes, exactly. So cool. Well, then why don't we just go into like one more fall edit? I feel like that'll be really fun. Okay, so I have a few images. Goodbye, summer.
Goodbye, summer. It's not even September yet, but we're going into fall.
I know. Okay, so I have these images here that I'm like, it feels very, like already it's kind of a fall image. It's very overcast. I think I shot these in, it was in Marin Headlands, if you're familiar with SF Bay Area. Yes, very beautiful. There's just like so many beautiful like hills like this, like golden hills.
Especially if you catch it at sunset.
Exactly.
If you get that beautiful sunset with the fog coming in over across the Golden Gate Bridge. It's just, if anyone in the chat hasn't been San Francisco Bay Area, come and visit. It's beautiful year round. The weather's always mild.
All the time.
Typical California.
So great.
Oh, I miss it.
I know.
It so much. Why is Portland so rainy? Why is Portland so rainy?
Yeah, we are really spoiled here with the weather. So
I'm glad I get to come back.
Even though it's expensive, but you know, it is nice.
You're paying for the nice weather.
You're paying for it. Okay, so let's go ahead and dive into this one. So these are some cute little portraits I took for my friend whose birthday it was. So it was like a little birthday portrait shoot. She's so cute.
Love that jacket too.
I know, right? The pearls are such a vibe. I'm like, so cute. Okay, let's start with this image. I feel like this image is so pretty.
Yep.
So I can kind of start with the white balance and maybe like, so sometimes, with white balance, yes, it's great to have like accurate colors, but sometimes you can use white balance to actually like, to like deliberately make something warmer or colder. So in this case, like I might actually want it to be a little bit more cool, you know, even though like maybe like the the correct temperature would be like just a tiny bit warmer. But you can kind of, I mean, they're your photos. So
you can do whatever the heck you want.
You can do whatever you want.
You could make your friend look like an alien. You could change the skin tone. You could make her purple.
Exactly.
If you wanted to.
If you really wanted to.
Let's do a theme for like a photography from Mars.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my gosh, that'd be fun. Okay, so I already kind of selected the lens correction. So it is, see, look at the difference in that. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Like it really does.
Oh, that makes a huge difference.
Yeah, and maybe some people, I don't like really love a vignette all the time. It just feels a little outdated. Should we say outdated?
I know. I'm like, I don't know.
I don't know.
Not to be a hater, but it does.
I know. It just feels a little bit, and I'm sure that in some cases, like it does make sense. But in this case, like I feel like it just, I want to brighten a little bit. I want it to feel. Like it's inviting and it's,
Exactly.
Yes. Yep. So let's go ahead and up the exposure here a little bit so you can get to see the detail here. Already better. I do like to kind of bring down the contrast a little bit. I feel like that is very fall.
I bring down the contrast on a lot of my edits
too.
Okay,
yeah. See, like I think it works for the like a fall edit. It's always really fun. So
soft. It's a little bit soft.
Yeah, see, like it softens, like bring up those the shadows.
Yep.
And then I mean like, and then we can either, keep a little bit of contrast by bringing down some of the blacks. Or however you want to do it. But in this case I feel like this looks good. So let's increase the saturation just a tiny bit. Or actually, let's do the vibrance, actually. That's what I meant to do. Okay, beautiful. So now for the tone curve, we're going to be doing like a few different things. So let's go ahead and add
points.
a couple little points here. So again, I do want to bring this down, like this little, right here. Hold on. There we go. And actually maybe even a little bit up, actually. So sometimes you kind of have to play around and see what looks
works.
good. Yeah, that might even be like too much. Let me see.
Yeah, I mean, it added back some of that contrast.
Yeah, which like I don't like want as much, but you know. Yeah. Oh, okay. So basically, the blacks get a little bit creamier.
Yeah. Creamy.
Creamy.
It's still creamy, even though we're
So
in
creamy.
fall.
I know, but like it works here, you know.
It does. Well, and I think having a richer black helps it feel a little bit more autumnal.
Okay, so let's go ahead and add our little points onto this one, and we're gonna be doing kind of like a little bit of an S.
Yep.
So let's go ahead and bring this up a little bit, and then this like down a little bit. Let's see. And I know it looks kind of crazy, but then we're gonna be doing some other stuff as well.
See, well, and that's hard. That's hard when you're not doing this very often. You make a change and you think, okay, that looks a little bit like too much, and so you undo it.
Yes.
But what you're doing is you're building
on stuff. And like that's why you have all those other panels to do stuff too, because I'm like, okay, like even though it looks wild sometimes, like it, you know, at some point you just kind of have to trust the process, you know? See, like already kind of like making it a little bit. There we go.
Oh, it is very, it's like nice and moody.
I know. Okay.
Which is perfect for the Marin headlands. They're usually pretty foggy up there. There's a lot of like breezes pushing the grass back and forth, and I'm like, I like the moodiness of it.
I know. And I feel like moody is very like synonymous with fall.
Yes. Oh yeah. Oh, I get so moody in fall.
Totally.
I'm all about the nostalgia. I'm like, Halloween time,
Halloween, Day of the Dead. Oh, it's so fun.
Yeah. Oh, I love it.
Okay, perfect. I feel like that's probably good right now. Okay, and then let's add to the blue as well. So again, got our little points, and there we go. Perfect. Bring this down, a little bit of an S here.
Yeah, balances nicely.
Yeah, that's so good. And again, our skin tones are looking a little crazy, so we'll definitely be fixing those.
Yeah, they're a little red.
They're a little red, right? So we'll definitely be removing some of that red and like, you know, just kind of toning things down. One thing that I like to do as well, oh, and actually let's go ahead and do, oh, there we go, our mixer. So again, kind of that hue, right? Like just,
yeah.
And actually I'm going to just zoom in here just a little bit so that you can actually see what's going on. So see how like, I kind of want to go into more of the orange.
Yes.
But then see how that like kind of affects that. So maybe a little bit more yellow. And again, we're going into saturation as well too, so don't worry. Okay, so let's see.
Yeah, that's already balanced it nicely.
I know. Okay, so the other thing too is that one of the things about with when you're in nature and for like a fall vibe, the yellow and the green are going to be your best friends as far as like, you know, pushing things to be a little bit more fall, right? So like instead of it being pushing green to the right side so that it's like more saturated, bringing it to the yellow just makes it a little bit more of a fall vibe.
Yep, definitely.
Right? Like already like so much better. And then I can push it over this way as well, or this way for more fall. See how like it starts to get even more.
It gives the yellows and the greens, it gives them that yellowish tint, which helps to overall change the, And it's just so nice to be able to adjust specific colors in that way.
Yes,
because if you wanted to warm everything up, you would have the sky would be warmer, the fog would be warmer, her jacket would be warmer, and you don't necessarily want that.
Exactly.
Jeff says, bring on the cold air and a wood-burning fireplace smell.
Oh, okay. See how, like, see what a difference that made? So I just now went into the saturation, and obviously her skin tone is very orange. So let's bring that down, make it creamy. Look how pretty that looks now for like a fall.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Okay.
And so like it looked crazy earlier,
Yeah.
but then just like tweaking these like certain colors really makes a difference.
Okay, let's do it before and after. I'm curious to see where.
Yeah, let's see where we're at. Look at that.
Already so much better.
Stunning. And like,
Yep.
do you see how like more of the fall vibes here instead of like, we could definitely have like done a more earthy, like, you know, green kind of edit, but I think this works perfectly.
Yeah,
for
that
fall,
might be like
you know?
more of a springtime edit. Oh, I feel like she's like on her way to the pumpkin patch or something.
Really,
Going to a
truly,
corn
yes.
maze, you know?
Yes,
like she's got a
exactly.
day ahead of her.
She is ready.
She's gonna be sipping on that warm
I love
latte.
it. Oh, pumpkin, the PSLs.
PSL.
So cute. I love it.
Going to the pumpkin patch.
Okay, now that I'm looking at this more and more, I like want to go up and like bring up the blacks a little bit more. I feel like, you know, a little less contrast.
Yeah. Yeah, because the contrast is high.
Is high. Yeah.
Which that's also kind of, I feel like, we were saying vignettes feel a little bit outdated, and I feel like contrast is a little outdated.
It's a little outdated right now too.
I'm like, I want a little bit of a flatter image.
Yeah, right?
A
Like
little
I'm
bit.
like, yeah.
The
See,
trends.
like just like a little bit of that right there.
Photographic trends, it's funny how that
There we go.
works.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, look at that.
Oh yeah, better.
Wow. Beautiful. And then here's the color mixer. So much better. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
Jacob says contrast is out.
Gosh, yours is
Okay?
out.
You heard it here first. Contrast is no longer cool. Bring down the contrast.
Yeah. Low contrast is in.
Color grading in, contrast out.
Exactly.
Vignettes out, color grading in.
I love it. I love it. Okay. Awesome. So this looks great. I think maybe we just kind of touch up a few other little colors. I mean, we can kind of mess with her jacket as well. Like if we wanted, if we were like, maybe it's just too saturated, maybe we bring it down and kind of match the rest of the photo as well. I feel like that looks good too. That looks amazing. I love that. And then the luminance, again, kind of like skin tones and all of that. Like if we felt like she needed just like a little bit of a pop, you know, like that kind of just brings out her skin tone a little bit very nicely. Beautiful. Okay. Wow. See?
Uh-huh. Oh,
Gorgeous.
that's amazing.
Gorge. Okay. And then definitely do some color grading as well. We can definitely kind of mess around with the midtones, maybe give them a little bit of a more like warm kind of feeling. So maybe we do a little bit of an orange situation. And yeah, look at how pretty that looks already. Wow.
I'm going to do a quick time check because we have about
Oh my
10
gosh.
minutes.
Thank you for
And
reminding me.
so,
I was like,
just so we know, and I'm so curious to see how these edits will be applied to the other photos in
oh
the
my gosh,
series.
I know.
But if
We're
anyone
almost
has
there.
any more questions about Lightroom, now is a good time to get them in before we sign off out of this live stream, but we will definitely be back for other live streams.
Yes, definitely. We've got so many fun streams for the rest of the day. It's awesome. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and play with my shadows as well and give them a little bit of a blue shadow. Here we go. Like kind of a blue-green actually, really. Oh yeah, that looks good right there. Amazing.
Yeah, that's nice.
Okay, and then for highlights, I'm gonna again do that like pink magenta a little bit just because it does look nice. I don't know, just like a little bit of a slight color there. Beautiful. So if I just turn this off, turn it on, it's so subtle, but it's there, you guys. Okay, and
yeah,
then
it's those nuances sometimes that are hard to, like, even just like, we've got an in-studio monitor, so looking at it on the monitor versus looking at it on your computer versus probably on the stream, there's going to be like subtle variations, but it's those variations that do like really count when you upload it onto Instagram.
Exactly.
Or when you're printing these images out or something like that, so.
Cool. Okay, so then the last thing would just be to kind of maybe add a little bit of grain because that's always really fun. And like we can always push it for this one because I feel like that's like a very fall vibe to kind of have it be like kind of a really grainy. Like look at that. That already like makes it so cozy. I love it.
Oh, the grain.
Oh, it's so good.
It's like adding fog
yeah, look
to
at
the
it.
entire...
It just like looks like a film.
Yep.
A film image. Okay, and then lastly, some calibration. I think we can kind of mess with a little bit of the shadows here. Let's see, maybe just like a little tiny bit, and then maybe increase the red just a little bit here. And then some green. Let's see. Ooh, that even added a little bit more. Like, look at that. That's, if I push it, it looks real A little too much, but like if we just bring in a little bit
just
of it.
a touch.
Just a touch.
Just a touch.
You know? That's
We've
so
got
cute.
a question too. Robert
Yes.
is asking, how often do you need to change the color profile from which I think, this is like a slightly strangely phrased. How often do you change the color profile that you've imported, like the color profile that the original photo has, into your images when you're editing?
I feel like I often do. Well, especially because recently we upgraded a camera after like 10 years.
Okay.
Well, I've owned it for like 10 years, but it was time. And the camera that we got the colors are different from the one that I previously used. So now I am kind of forced to go into like profiles and change them. So in that top part that I was talking about, like the profiles, so often I kind of will change to Adobe Landscape. I kind of just like go sift through and see what feels like it's like going to help the image. So oftentimes our work is very vibrant and colorful. And so Adobe Landscape is a good one where it like really makes the colors really rich.
Yep.
But then other times like I'll use something else. So it just depends. I actually did recently download a few like color profiles that are specific for the camera that I got.
Which is really smart, because that's the thing too, is it's like every device will shoot a little differently.
Exactly.
And so to know what sort of presets you want based on what you're shooting on is really helpful to kind of get that process started and knowing what you're editing for.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, and hopefully Adobe team's listening, Lightroom definitely needs to update their color profiles for Canon EOS R5 because definitely need them.
Okay, you heard that?
Heard that here. Color profiles in, not matching out.
Not matching out.
Okay.
It's all about the profiles.
All about the profiles. Cool. So that's looking pretty good. Let's see. There was just a few more things that we wanted to do. So we added that touch there. Let's bring down the blue a little bit as well. I feel like that also adds just a touch, you know? There we go. Very subtle, but it's there. And now it has like a very fall vibe. Look at that, you guys. Like, I love that. And,
Such a big difference.
sometimes, like, you might go back and make tweaks and you're like, okay, I don't like, maybe your skin's looking a little too red still. I can go back in and make any of those tweaks as I, figure it all out. So let's go ahead and kind of place it on these other images. I feel like that'll be fun. Okay. So
are you going to save it as another preset?
Let's save it as another preset. Okay. Or we can just copy paste actually. Let's do that instead. So I'm going to uncheck crop, uncheck transform. Effects I do want to do. I want to remove the remove because that is very very specific to each image. So let's go ahead and paste it.
My favorite part.
Oh my gosh, you guys, look at that.
Already so nice.
Wow. I mean,
also just
so
like
pretty.
Her pose too is just like there's so much
dynamic. It's like very dynamic.
Yeah, a lot of nice movement.
So pretty. And then I love this one. Oh my goodness, look at that.
Yeah, wow.
Stunning.
Oh my gosh, your
so
friend
this
is
makes
so
it so
lucky.
much easier. I know.
You said these were a birthday photo shoot?
This was a birthday photo shoot. Yeah.
All right. Well, she's going to have some great pictures to post on social media after this.
She's been posting them all month for her birthday. Her birthday's also in August like mine, and so she's just been like sprinkling them.
Wait, when was your birthday?
So cute. Her birthday was, you mean mine?
Your birthday.
The 13th.
Okay. Well, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Was it a Friday the 13th this year?
No, but I was born on Friday the 13th. I know.
Gosh, I knew I was getting a vibe.
See?
A little.
I got the 13th marks.
Okay. Is 13 your lucky number?
It is.
Okay.
And
good.
8
Good for
as
you.
well. Yeah, it is. I'm not bad luck, you guys.
No, you're good luck.
You're good luck right here.
Nothing but
All
good vibes.
Exactly.
I don't know why everyone has a thing against 13. I'm like,
I
what's the
love
problem?
13.
It's like such a cool, unique number.
I know. Well, I think about, have you ever visited the Winchester Mystery House?
Yes.
Oh my God, it's amazing.
Oh,
and 13
wild.
is everywhere. 13 windows, 13 this, 13 doors, 13 steps.
They were
It's
really
great.
going for the...
They really were.
They had a vision.
She had a vision.
She had a vision.
She had a vision.
She was like, those ghosts aren't going to catch me.
Exactly.
She's like, not in my house.
Not
the ghosts
in
are
mine.
tricked.
I know. She's like, let me build until they, I lose them. Okay, so here's one where like definitely need a tweak, right? Because it just looks too
very bright.
too bright, and we can bring that down, bring those shadows a little bit more. Oh, that's so stunning. Very like creamy, but in a fall way.
Yep. Oh, we've got that cream.
We've got that cream. Oh my gosh, I love it.
Now it's just the cream in a pumpkin spice latte
Exactly.
instead of, a creamsicle or
yes.
creamsicle.
Oh, so pretty. That's stunning. Gorgeous. Ugh. And what I could do, again, I can always go in and mask like the background itself only if we feel like it's like too much. But I think that's pretty much it. Like that's, you guys, beautiful.
I know. Well done.
Thank you.
And I mean, we are like also kind of perfectly at time.
Oh my gosh, amazing. Well, I can show you guys maybe one really fast speed edit for some images and just like, this is why I love presets, because this makes it so much easier.
Oh, we've got another red.
So I know, I love red. This is one of my other friends. They're all my friends.
Your friends look so cool.
Thank you.
I'm like, when are you going to photograph me?
Oh my gosh, let's do it.
I don't know. Maybe next time I'm in town, let's do a little photo shoot.
Let's do a little photo shoot.
And then we can edit the photos on an Adobe Live
Exactly.
stream.
Perfect. We'll come back. Okay, so one of my favorite presets is these one by PS, and I'm forgetting the name of this guy who makes these amazing presets.
Okay.
Also, Jimmy Marble has some amazing presets as well. I don't know if you're familiar with Jimmy Marble.
I'm not.
As an artist, creative. He is incredible.
Yeah. Buy people's presets. Buy
yeah.
people's presets.
Like some like really wonky like vibes, but I kind of like love it.
It adds a very distinct character.
Like even like what? That's like, it's very unique, very fun stuff. Like if you want to just get like creative. But I just love some of these ones. Like they're so pretty. And then all you really do is just tweak them and then until you get like what you like. So I actually kind of did like that Abyss one. That was kind of fun.
Yeah, that is fun.
But maybe
really
just
bright
I bring
and
down
colorful.
the exposure there. There we go. Maybe add a little bit more contrast back in, and I can like go into the reds.
Yep.
And like bring them down a little bit.
Yeah, I love the way it pops on the green background.
So good. See, ooh, yeah, that already like makes it look better. And then I can always go into our point color and kind of make this a little bit richer. Like, ooh.
Yeah.
That's so pretty.
Well, we have reached time.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you so much. I feel like I have learned so many things from you. I hope that everyone in the chat has learned a lot too.
You're a great host.
Thank you.
Oh my
Thank
gosh.
you.
So
now,
easy.
We're going to take a quick little break, but make sure you stay tuned in. We have a couple more live streams coming at you today. We've got social media for Labor Day with Curtis, and Ellie is coming back on to host him. And then we're continuing with the fall poster with me right after that. And then you guys are going to do a live stream at 1 o'clock today. So make sure you guys tune in. We're really excited to be here with you, and we'll see you soon.
Bye.
I'm super excited because I got permission to actually talk about my clothing business. So we'll actually be working with real life examples and creating some social media posts using Adobe Express. So yeah, we go into Adobe Express and we're gonna actually play with an actual post. So I released a black sling bag, but now we're doing a mango and a Ramune color. Let's just pull that file up real quick.
Yeah, let's take a look.
So I just threw in the image of the bag. I took this at home. You can resize it. That would, be an extra click, an extra drag, but you can also just click here to set as a page background. And that's if you want it to be a background, right? If you want this to be an element that pops up, or you want to have a different background, then you wouldn't use this button. Obviously, you can detach. So the cool thing about Adobe Express is because if you have a Creative Cloud subscription, then you already have the premium features.
Oh, nice.
One premium feature is the resizing. So if you go here, I like to keep my Instagram posts as large as possible. So since this isn't a reel, the 1350 height, 1350 pixel, I memorized it. That's the size you want. Click on this image. There's that, funny cat looking thing.
I love that.
Generative Fill. I know, right? My awesome followers said that this color should be a mango color. I'm gonna actually try to paint some mangoes in here. I think like putting a mango here would be really fun. Let's see, maybe some mangoes here too, just kind of introducing the bag, kind of pointing towards the bag. So we're gonna click generate.
Okay.
And if I want to stick with this composition, I can just click here to load a couple more if I'm not satisfied. I think I could do better with the composition. So
Okay.
there's this this kind of a none button.
Okay.
So you can kind of redo it. We can change the brush size here.
Oh, okay, with a nice little slider, so that's really easy.
I think I'm just gonna throw a fat pile of mangoes here, possibly.
Okay.
Even like here.
Okay,
possibly.
maybe some at the top now.
Mangoes. Let's try it.
Let's try it.
Give me some mangoes. I do like these results better, actually. I like this one because there's a shadow and it feels like a directed set, like if I were to do this at home again and throw in the mangoes. So I wanted to put some leaves.
Oh yeah,
Kind of
you
gives that
mentioned
tropical
leaves.
foresty feel.
Yeah, let's go for it. Ooh.
This one is closest to what I'm thinking because it's got
Yes.
that shadow in it. So once I press done, I don't think I can retrieve the results anymore. You know, you could simply just click on the download button at the top right. We could choose PNG. Looks like it's nice. It tells you for best images, you know, PNG,
Okay.
best for small sizes, best for documents. So we could just take this and then we can go on Instagram and run with it. I think I'll still play with some text just to show you guys. So what's nice is, you know, you get all these templates here. This one kind of stands out to me a little bit. Let's try this. So I think I would do mango sling bag. You know, we can play with the line spacing and that's nice. You know, this
okay.
icon here. Because you can see how earlier it was mashed up, like the G and the B.
Okay, yeah, maybe creating a little bit of legibility issues.
Give it some space.
Okay.
Use the arrow keys to kind of throw it down a little bit. So we could change the fill color. What's nice is there's a color picker too, so if you
Oh,
want something
true.
on theme with your image already placed. Should we do like an orange color, try to match the bag? I feel like this circle is a little tight. I wonder if,
See what
oh,
we
okay,
can do
yeah,
with that.
there we go. We can go in and we can click on the shape size. So now,
Oh, perfect.
instead of being super tight on a limited edition, I think sometimes they suggest colors, which is great too.
Oh.
Yeah, recommended. Oh gosh, that's
Oh, I
super
guess-
cool. Yeah, I love Express for that.
Yeah, that's
like
really
it just
nice.
makes things easier. I wanted to mention that there's recommendations up here for even just fonts, but you can even look at more of their suggestions and like find fonts that you don't even know, you know, existed.
This is awesome, though. This
Cool.
is a great post.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much, Curtis, for joining us. This was an amazing stream.
Thanks, guys. It was fun.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Hello! Welcome back to Adobe Live. I'm Ellie and I'm here with Curtis.
Hello. Good
We're
to
going
see
to have
everyone.
so much fun today. If you guys have been following along today, it is fall at the Adobe Live Studios. So we are doing a fall themed day. We're getting ready. It's almost here and we're having a lot of fun. So if you missed the earlier streams, you can watch the replays of those, and we have even more streams coming up after this. So make sure that you stick around. We have our schedule there. And yeah, lots of great content today. Please say hello in the chat. Let us know where you guys are watching from. And yeah, feel free to ask questions as we go along. And we're going to have fun. We're going to be working in Express today.
Yep.
And Curtis is going to be designing some graphics and social media content for a Labor Day sale.
Yeah,
So
that's right.
yeah, do you want to talk a little bit about yourself and
Yeah,
your work, and then we can
totally.
dive in?
Yeah, that sounds good. Thank you, Ellie.
Of course.
Yeah, so I'm Curtis Ying, and it's so awesome to be here. I am, how do I even start? So I actually work for Adobe, and I'm working on Adobe Express as a UX designer. So that's super
fun.
exciting. Yeah, and it's like a growth design role, so it's actually really interesting from like a normal product design role because we enhance the product and it's like smaller features and we do a lot of testing, so that way we can actually like optimize and make the user experience like better. So
Yeah.
maybe we're not working on like the biggest features. Sometimes we're working on smaller scale stuff, but it's
The
like
details.
yeah, the
Yeah.
details. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
So I work for Adobe, but then at the same time I have my small business, which is Exhilo Studio. And
So
that's
cool.
like yeah, my clothing brand,
Yeah.
which is like streetwear apparel, but it's like for creators. So
Yeah.
people who are tuning in, if you guys are creative, you guys have creative hobbies, use Adobe products, like that brand
Yes.
is basically for you, and it speaks to like the love of creativity and the inspiration
cool.
that you get from just meeting other people and being inspired by just what you do. So that's, yeah. But I love asking also in the chat, like what their favorite, like what are your guys' favorite Adobe products?
Yes, what products do you use the most? Let us know. Drop it in the chat. And Jeff says, yay, Express is awesome.
Yes.
And Jack Watson is here. We have Ray from London, England. Thank you for being here. Yes, we're going to have so much fun. And I'm excited to see. I feel like you're going to be able to maybe give us some little like tricks and tips
hope
from
so.
Express from someone who works on all those little details.
I know, pressure's on. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're gonna do great.
I would love to hear, if people are familiar with Express, if they have questions about it.
Yeah.
Happy to, stop and like talk about anything that they might, have questions about, because maybe I can address it or take notes of it and talk to the team about it too to make it better.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm just like, it's gonna be fun because it's gonna be like a little freestyle, and we're gonna like just play around with Express, and it's gonna be really raw because it's gonna be like my personal workflow, and I might be discovering things as we go, like, oh, this template is cool, this font is cool.
Yeah, that's great. It looks like we do have some Express users in the chat. So Jeff says Photoshop and Express.
Oh, okay.
Robert says Photoshop, Illustrator, and also Express. So cool. Well, let's dive into it.
Yeah.
Should we get started?
So just like quick context, I will just pull up my website for my clothing brand, Exhilo, since this is actually what we're going to be creating for, since it's a real brand, it's my own brand.
Yeah.
We're going to be creating a Labor Day sale, which is happening very soon. That way it's like a real project, right? But my brand, it's all about creativity, right? Here I am packing this 100mm macro lens that you probably know what that is. And
we've been using a macro so much lately.
It's like
we never really used it, and then suddenly that's like all we want to shoot with now.
Really?
It's so fun. It's so fun to get those like really like beautiful detail.
Oh yeah, it's really.
So we always like throw in some macro now. It's fun.
Yeah, and I got like sling bags and like duffel bags.
I love that.
Never stop creating is the motto. Then you got shirts, like streetwear shirts. So like this bully shirt is like for me, and it's a little embarrassing because like if
I
you go
love
to
it though. It's a great design.
Yeah, thank you. I use Illustrator to create it.
Yeah.
But this is me, so it's embarrassing because sometimes like I don't have time. I'm just taking photos of myself at home.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Solopreneur life.
That's the thing though, is I think that's such a great example for. I think we put up roadblocks to ourselves for creativity, like, oh, I could never start my own brand because how could I do all these things? But you can do it on your own, and it can be great. So
I love talking to people who are interested in starting a business because I think there's just so much unknowns, and like when you talk to people who have done it before, there's like so much value, and you feel like way more confident because people have done it before.
There's validation there, for sure.
And I do like a lot of learn as you go, so not being afraid of taking some risks.
Absolutely.
So, Ellie, I would love to share Ellie's screen because funny enough, there are like so many new things happening in Express, and it's super depressing that I don't have like the latest version of Express. Sometimes we roll out different versions to like certain users of like just not all users, just to test if it's like a good feature to have. So Ellie has like something much better.
When I scroll down here, this is new. Templates have been a part of Express, but this setup of displaying them is new, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if I scroll down here, we can kind of see, you described it as like a Pinterest board of templates, which I really love.
It's so cool.
Yeah, and these are showing logos right now, but at the top you could click over and we could look at posts, we can look at flyers, you could go over here to Instagram stories. So this is just a really great place to go and get inspiration.
Yeah, it's such a cool feature. I think it's been like in the works for a while, so like finally implementing it is like so cool to see because it's like super inspiring. It's like a bunch of cool templates, and then you can click into it, you can favorite them. Favoriting is like a new thing too if you guys haven't known. But I can definitely show more on my screen. But thank you so much.
Click in and edit it. Yeah, of course. Of course.
Super helpful.
I love that. I love being able to look at the different templates, get inspiration, and like you said, you can favorite it, save it for later. So maybe it doesn't work for this project, it might work for a different project, and that's super, super helpful tool. So
totally.
Cool. All right, we can go back over to
Nice.
Curtis. Perfect. Thank you, Jacob.
Yep. Slide over. And sadly, I don't have it yet, but hopefully in the future.
So if you're not seeing it on your end as well, it will hopefully roll out to you very soon.
Exactly.
It's a little sneak peek of what's to come.
Nice. So first of all, Labor Day sale, right? So we're gonna create a 16:9, more of an Instagram story post. So here, there's so many different task sizes. You can make flyers, presentations, posters, logos, and you can see like a 1080 by 1080 right here. From here, Instagram stories a 1080 by 1920, which just means it's like vertical. It's this tall, right?
It's tall,
so it's perfect. It fills the size of your Instagram story, your social media posts. You can click on this one here, or you can click the plus button, and then you'll also find it says portrait. So if you feel like, oh, I don't want to do an Instagram story, but I want like a 16:9, and it's kind of throwing you off, you can just jump onto the plus button here, and you have like a lot of options, and you can click on just 19 by 16, and then you got the artboard. So that's exciting. You got plenty of options on the left panel. You'll see plenty of different templates that you can choose from. So I do love that, you know, you get to jump in and then you get those suggestions on the left panel. So you're not alone. You got things that can inspire you. I'm going to scroll down and look for some templates if there's anything that really catches my eye.
I know. I was telling Curtis earlier, I get stuck with scrolling through templates and I just want to see them all, and they're so fun to look through.
Yeah, and so that's the fun. There's a feature where you go to your stuff, and from your stuff, you can actually find favorites in this tab here. So when you start favoriting things, you can find it all. So I have some templates that I absolutely love, so we're gonna like play with some.
Those are great.
This one's a new one that I saw recently. I thought was super cool. It doesn't say Labor Day, but that's the fun, right? You can bring your own creativity and remix them the way you want it to.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, coming as an Adobe employee, right? Giving you guys some tips and tricks and disclaimers. So this template is really great, but there is like a big issue right now. So if I go in, I'm trying to double clicking to, you know, change back to school to Labor Day.
Yeah.
Ooh, like I can't do it. You know, it's like it's clicking these images that are actually on top of the template of the text. And so this is where people get caught up pretty fast, and it's really sad to see. But I think we're gonna be like fixing that. Hopefully, there's like thousands of templates, and sometimes what's happening is these are like textures. And so you can see these speckled dust. And it looks amazing, but it's stopping me from editing immediately.
Yes, I have run into this before.
Ooh, yeah. And were you able to discover that it was like in the layers, like it was on top of everything?
Yeah, I have discovered that, but then there has been times where I've just like left the template, you know?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's what happens. It's so sad.
Yeah,
It's like such a good template.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of hidden over there on the side, the layers,
So I think that's something that hopefully like you guys won't be discouraged by when you guys try Express. If you guys have hit into that dilemma, it is a learning curve in terms of understanding that there is a layers panel here. Yeah. Similar to Illustrator and Photoshop, which also has its own learning curves and challenges. For sure. But what we can do, there's a few things we could do. We could throw it away if you know. I'll be kind of sad. Like maybe you can duplicate it and then bring it back when you're done editing the text or whatever. Right. Yeah. So this button here, you click on Add, Duplicate. Then you have a reference to come back to, and then maybe I can grab this texture again when I'm done editing it. So could do that. What I could do is also throw the texture down. So if you just click and drag, you can actually drag it behind everything. Yeah. And then when you were ready after editing things, you can click and drag and put it at the top again. That's something that you can.
The texture is a nice touch, so it's nice to keep it there.
I don't want to lose it.
Yeah,
it's really nice.
It's a good texture.
So that's what I'm going to do temporarily. I'm going to throw it in the back because it's a layer in itself, and then I'm going to double click, and now it's editable. Back to school.
Perfect.
So I'm going to type in Labor Day.
Jack says, "Love these colors."
It is
I
so
agree.
Nice.
They're really fun.
Yeah.
Really fun colors.
So. There's like, I can go on and on. Like, I love Express, and there's like so many features, and I just wish like everyone could discover it. Like, I don't even know where to begin. So, like, another feature I absolutely love is the recommended. So if you're selecting text, right, you know exactly what I'm saying. Yeah.
It's so helpful.
You can basically not have to think for yourself. Like, like there's enough to think about, I think.
Well, that's the thing, like, right? Like, especially if you're a small business owner, you have a lot going on. You also work a job, a regular job. So you don't have all day to make a template or make a post to promote your sale, but it's so important that you're promoting it. So here, it saves you so much time.
Yeah. That's well said, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, even coming from, like, a graphic design background, it's like, if I were to humbly analyze myself, it's like I can't come up with these ideas on the fly. Like, having templates, having color blocks, it's so much easier, so much better.
Yeah, for sure.
So here we have recommended text. So it's actually it's kind of scanning the canvas. It's seeing the images and the text that's already there, and it's telling me, oh, like there's text that might work well with what you have currently, things to consider. So I'm looking here. Do I have maybe this font is kind of cool, but it is pretty short, in terms of not filling up the space.
Condenses it a lot.
Yeah, so maybe not. I'm gonna just undo that. And I think there is a show more. So if you're not happy, maybe there's more suggestions that you can play with. This one is a really powerful font, really heavy and really weighty. It has a strong presence to it. But I don't know if it's super legible, right? Like, I don't know if you can read it very well. Like, the holes in the O and the R are pretty small.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of struggling right now is to figure out what I want.
You could add the word sale at the end.
Labor Day sale. Oh,
Because
that's
then
a
that
good
would
idea.
fill it up a little bit more.
That's actually a really good idea. Sale. Because also what you can do, right, is click on this double arrow looking line thingy and it says text spacing, right?
Yeah.
And you click on it, you can actually change how much basically the words take up. You know, you're changing like the space between each letter. So
Yes.
now you're getting it to really fill up that space. You can do that if you want to. I'm not happy with this actually. But we're gonna try again. Sometimes suggestions
okay.
aren't like perfect, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
let's see what they got here. I honestly think there's gonna be something that I like, which is really funny because I think one time the suggestions was like spot on.
Yeah.
I'm like a little bit shocked that it's not. This one is okay. Yeah.
I like
think
that one.
It's passable.
I think it looks good.
That's good. I'm glad. And I'm just gonna lower the spacing since this one definitely is pretty legible and it's good. So we got that. And talking about remixing templates, right? Like I'm not selling what is this? A paint tube or
Yeah.
a brush. But I
Yeah.
love that it's like an art direction, right? Because the brand is
Yeah.
about creativity. I might keep some stuff here and there. So I'm gonna just delete this one. And what I'm going to do is fill up that space. So what I've done ahead of time is I've created brands. And brands is a really powerful feature that I might just dig into next time. But you
Yeah.
can just, throw in like your images and your logos and they'll save for you, right? So it's super easy.
Super easy to access them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, the brand's called Xhilo. So I'm going to click on the Xhilo brand that I created for myself. And you'll see like there's logos here. There's colors that are pre-selected, pre-created ahead of time that I put in. So it's kind of like a brand style guide of whatnot. Fonts that I actually really like and have reused many times. And then if you go down to here, I actually have product images that are already cut out nicely. So I clicked on it
that's
here and then
perfect.
boom, right? You get a product
There
that
you
you get to
go.
show. And I do see people in the chat, like my friend
Yes.
John and Elena is there
Yes.
too. So hopefully if you guys aren't
Thanks for
gone
being
yet,
here.
it's great to see y'all.
And Keith says, I think I've seen this template before in another live stream, which
No
is
way.
so funny.
Oh no, I should have chose a different one.
No, how could you know? It's a great template.
I want it to be more original. That's okay.
It's okay. You'll make
playing.
it your own. I
will.
think that's the great thing about templates is like you start with it, but then you customize it for yourself. So.
Okay, Keys, hopefully we'll try another template too, so it won't be the same one. So I'm just like putting the product, right? So it's kind of cool to like play with illustrations and like real photos.
Yeah.
Just because it kind of changes things up. It has a little bit of like a stopping kind of like, oh, what is this? It looks kind of interesting with illustrations at the same time.
For sure.
So we could do that, and then if you see here, I actually imported more product photos too. So maybe I can throw in this duffel bag that I have.
Yeah.
Because that's a really nice bag.
It's a really nice duffel bag.
And oh gosh, like the paintbrush is cool, and even this is cool. What is also interesting about templates, like a hack, because I think it is sometimes it's hard to like customize a template if you don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
There's a lot of groups in this template. So what you can do is go to the layers panel and then double click to expand a group. That way I know exactly what I'm selecting.
On. Yeah.
So if we wanted to just delete this, right? We could, and then we select it on the layers and it's gone.
Yeah.
But you had to know to double click on the group on the side.
To expand it.
If I didn't know and I clicked on this and click delete, then everything's gone, right? You don't want to do that.
Yeah.
And if you're lucky, you can double click and you actually get the paintbrush right away and then delete that. So you could do that.
Yeah.
But I think that there's more precision in like going to the layers panel, getting familiar with it.
Yeah.
Double clicking this big group of different shapes and textures, and then like really click on the ones that you want to move or touch or delete or replace. So I did that. I took away that, what do you call it? Like a color panel thingy?
Paint palette?
Oh, yes.
Paint
Like
palette,
a paint
I think.
palette?
Yeah.
I think palette's the right word. For sure.
Sal says, let's go, Curtis.
Oh, awesome.
Aww.
Thanks. So yeah, I'm throwing in this image here. So it's kind of taking the boxes, right? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know how you guys feel about this one, but it is like breaking rules in a way because it's like sticking out of the box.
Which is creativity, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that looks pretty like engaging, It's like
Yeah.
a little bit different. So it's like, oh, why does it look so weird? But
Yeah.
in a good way. So yeah, now we're getting pretty close. Question I have for some of you is, 20%, I think my body's actually blocking it right now.
Oh, yeah.
But wait, no, here. Let me try putting it.
There we go.
There we go. Yeah, I was thinking 15%, but gosh, 20% is a good chunk of discount, honestly. But now that I'm saying it, it would be really greedy for me to change it to 15. So I think we're going to go with 20%.
I think you should do whatever you want to do, though, because 15%, that's still significant.
Yeah,
So
20%.
Okay.
I mean, it's already created for me. I'm going to go
there.
for it. So what I can do, art still is actually pretty accurate, but what I can do instead, I don't know if I should say art still exactly. Do you think there's anything I could say? Like a sale. It is a sale.
It is a sale.
It takes us 50%. Oh
You
my
could
gosh, that's hilarious. Yeah, I'm gonna be robbed.
Yeah. You could do, like, even just say, like, another detail, like, one day only, or, like,
Oh, yes,
something like that.
exclusivity.
Yeah,
it's
like, to make
act
people,
now.
like, the urgency of, like, gotta buy it now, you know?
Yeah, how would you word that? It's like,
Or, like, 24 hours,
24 hours.
I don't know, something
Oh,
along
yes,
those
yes,
lines.
yes. I think I've seen something like this where it's like 24 hours only.
Yeah.
The flash sale.
Yeah.
If you guys have been like on Amazon.com and they're like flash sale and they see a
Yeah.
little bar of like how much has been claimed and like the hours left to like purchase something.
Yes.
It's like, oh my gosh, I need to buy it right now.
Limited stock. You're like, oh,
Yeah.
gotta get it.
24 hours, yes. So that's really good. Very motivating.
Yes, create FOMO. Exactly. Exactly.
And let's see, I have the idea of just adding the website probably here.
Yeah.
So xhilo.studio, that's awesome. I think the resolution just died for a second here. Wait, hold on. Yeah, it was like I zoomed in a little too much, I think.
It just had to load for a second.
Uh-oh. Here, let me, oh, okay, it looks better. But I think I lost some of the UI.
Okay, let's see.
Oh, no. Chunky. Okay. We're going to work on this anyway, and we're going to change the text. But this has happened before. Maybe it's like a small little bug. Perfect for the new school year. I was like, before when I was like thinking about this template, I was going to put
Yeah.
Labor Day sale on there, but we already have it here vertically.
Yeah.
And so I wonder if anyone has any idea about what to put actually.
Let us know in the chat what you think.
Yeah, help me out.
I was thinking you could put your, what is your tagline again?
Oh, yes.
About
Great. Never stop
creativity.
creating.
Yes.
Or clothing for creators too.
Yes, something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah,
would be
you're so
cool.
right. Okay. Clothing for creators or never stop creating. I wonder which one is most relevant for like a sales post, right? Clothing for
For
creators.
I kind of like that.
We're
I
also
think that-
showing bags. Is bags count as clothing? It's like
You
supplies.
could switch one of them out to be
Oh, like a shirt.
a shirt or something,
Yeah.
and then it would make sense.
I just hope I can get out of this view. Oh, there we go. Oh, we're good.
Okay.
Okay, so if you ever get into that issue, I just remembered. You go into the UI, so like if this panel,
Yeah.
you're getting stuck, just go here and then zoom out with, I don't know, your mouse or
or
like
trackpad or
this
something.
trackpad thing. Yeah, we're using MacBooks. So, yeah, there is hope. I don't know.
There is hope.
There is hope. It's a good
Don't
product.
worry.
Believe me. Express, please. Adobe Express. So, yeah, there's a lot of empty space. What I can do is just increase the size of the font too.
Yes.
So I'm selecting the font here, and then right now it's using a pretty cool font. I'm totally happy with this one, Articulate CF. I don't know
Yeah.
what the CF
That
stands
looks great. Yeah.
What does the CF stand for? You know?
I don't know.
CF.
I'm not sure.
Calligraphy freehand, but it's not calligraphy, so it makes no sense. Cut. No, never mind. I'm gonna stop trying. Clothing
For creators by creators. That's really cool too. That's what John says.
Oh, John.
Yeah.
Let me try that actually.
I like
Oh
that
my
too.
gosh, it's like going crazy. What did he say? Let's
For
see.
creators by
For
creators.
I like it.
That's a great, yeah.
Oh my, I'm not spelling. Creators by creators.
That
Excellent.
fits nicely too. Look at that.
I like it. Yeah, it's very like symmetrical.
Yeah, very symmetrical.
What I could do is also click on this little circle thingy and then drag click to make it bigger. So you have like a lot of
Yeah.
options, right? You can like change the font size from here, or you can just like freeform, like grab it, and then the font will change alongside that. So it's looking really good. I feel like all the information is actually filled out.
Yeah.
And then this is actually my favorite part. Like, it's the animation for me when it comes to Adobe
The
Express.
animation is so cool. Yeah.
Animation or motion design, or I don't know what the term honestly is, but
Yeah.
it's like the best part. So if I were to like click on elements like the bag, for example, you'll see on the left panel it says animations, right? Along with adjustments and effects and opacity, you know, there's so many things you guys can play with, and I hope you guys explore it. There's so many cool
Or
things.
even like the remove background if you didn't have them already cut out.
Right.
That's a really great feature that
I
you
think
can
it's
just remove the background.
It's like maybe like the number one feature for Adobe Express.
Is it really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's super powerful.
It's really handy. Like, and it does a really good job.
Yeah, the intelligence
Yeah.
of it. I think
Yeah.
that's why it's like popular.
It's very smart, and it's way easier than going into Photoshop, doing it, and then coming back to Express. So
And I don't know After Effects, and it's super daunting, and most people are scared
Yeah.
of it. So
Yeah.
After Effects is scary. If I go click on animations, then oh my gosh, there's so many different options. Like one of my favorites is Bungee. You guys have to try that one out.
that one's cool.
So fun, right?
Yeah.
And you can, so like you have so much freedom. Like take a look. If you click on it once, you see the little settings icon. You click on it one more time, and you're actually going to be able to change like the amount of bounces. Let me zoom in a little bit. Oh no, I'm going to get into that same problem. All right. Maybe if I zoomed in like manually from here. So 50. Okay, cool. We're good. Click here, settings, and it changed the amount of bounces to go crazy if I wanted to. It's like boom, 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 boom. All right, if I change the duration, it's gonna like do all the bounces at once.
So quick, yeah.
So if I do like you can just, you can change how long animation is basically, right? So
Yeah.
you change the directions coming from bottom up, coming
You
from
have a lot of control.
right to left, yeah, left to right.
Yeah. Looks
It's
so
so
good.
cool. It's so powerful.
Yeah.
Honestly, like I don't know like what else I would use like to make these awesome animations. Like Adobe Express is perfect for that.
Yeah, it really is.
So you can do that, and it's like one by one. It could be tedious if you have like a bunch of different elements.
Yeah.
Right. I'm gonna do like a fade or something, for example, but I'm actually gonna select everything. And what you can do is then change the animation for like everything. So you can see here like that was pretty cool.
That's kind of fun.
Like pretty
yeah.
randomized, right? Because
Yeah.
I selected everything, so I didn't know like what everything was gonna look like. But that in itself is pretty engaging, and this is we're looking at this as like an Instagram story post, right? And so I feel like it needs to be pretty engaging for an Instagram story post. After like if you're like going through all your friends and the people you
Yeah.
follow, it's hard to like grab someone's attention
Yeah.
for a long amount of time. So
Yeah, it really is.
animations on Instagram stories is like it will be way more impactful, I think.
Yeah.
So yeah, I actually kind of like the little drift thing. Oh no, the fade. Drift was
Drift
really
looks
cool.
really nice.
And I could be like lazy-ish, and just be like, that's cool. But I could obviously dip in and click the bag and like do something else. So for example, like maybe a drop. So if I go to the timeline again and then press play, you'll see, oh, it's weird. But you see that like the animations
You
are all
can
different.
have
from each other.
things, yeah.
Yeah.
And then you can do the looping animation too, right? Where it just like keeps
Yes, yeah.
which is
you
fun.
totally know. So looping is pretty fun too, because you actually get a different set of animations. Like there's the wiggle. You can see it go wiggling. I'm gonna zoom in again. It's hard to see. But the wiggle is a really fun one. And it has this kind of collagey, kind of rougher, because it's like, right? So.
going. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. You can play with the intensity, right? So I feel like I'm like kind of So I can I spend like hours on
Oh my
animations,
gosh.
actually.
Yeah.
Because it is super entertaining. So I could just go on and on, honestly, but we aren't going to do that. So let's see. I'm going to actually go back to drift because I just felt like it was so cohesive.
It looked
with
really
everything.
nice. Ray asked, can you click on an image using zoom in effect and then move to another screen? But I'm not totally sure exactly what you're asking, Ray. So if you want to clarify, unless you know what that means.
Can you click on an image using zoom in effect and move to another? Oh, actually, I kind of get what you mean.
Like another artboard in
Yeah.
Express? Like if you're zoomed in, can you go to a different artboard? Is that what you're asking? Let us know. Clarify.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's such an interesting
Would love to
question.
answer your questions.
It's a good question.
Not sure.
And when you say zoom in, are you talking about this one where it goes like, because I don't know if there's an animation called zoom in.
Click on an image using zoom effect and then move to another screen.
Maybe this is this
Or maybe he's talking about adding another frame to the animation where it's like it zooms in and then it goes to a different frame.
It could be.
Zoom
Yeah.
as using,
okay,
using
awesome.
zoom as a transition.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's actually a
Okay,
perfect segue
okay,
to
yes.
adding scenes. And I think possibly might answer your question, but I think I haven't done exactly that use case, like what you're saying, so I don't know if I can actually hit that.
Well, as of now, correct me if I'm wrong, you can't add a transition between scenes, can you, in
I think
Express?
you can actually.
can?
Let's take a look real quick.
Wait,
So-
maybe I'm gonna learn something new.
And now I'm gonna be like, oh wait, actually not.
Actually,
That'd be
no.
really sad.
No, I mean, it's possible.
Yeah. So adding scene
Another
is really
frame,
cool.
yes. Okay, that makes
boom,
more
right?
sense.
And
Yes.
so I can like totally add like a different composition. I don't know why there would be like fire next to it, but maybe because the
Hey.
sale is fire.
This sale is
20%
fire.
is not bad though, right, guys?
I mean, that's pretty. It is pretty fire.
Yeah.
Actually, that's pretty funny. I like it.
What if I? Yeah, I'm actually seriously considering. And this is a long video. I can just click here and trim it, right? I'm gonna do like,
Yes.
1.8 seconds maybe.
Gotta have those quick transitions.
Yeah. So let's check this out. So there's like a plus button, and I think that's where you can find transitions.
Wait, really?
Add transition.
Curtis.
Yeah.
Wait, I did not know you can do this.
Oh, but I don't know if there's like a zoom out one, a zoom in, zoom out one. There's like a wipe and dissolve. Yeah, it's pretty cool though, right?
Wait, okay, this just like changed everything.
There's a dip to black, dip to white. There's a push. I do like push.
I like the push,
But
especially if it kind of comes in this way in the the previous animation, and then it like pushes out. That's kind of fun.
yeah, that's pretty cool. What can I do here?
So maybe that's a feature that could be added someday as a zoom.
Right, like you would
transition.
think, right? I think it's
Yeah.
probably just in the works or something like that.
Yeah,
'cause
probably.
It is like very common, right, to have like a zoom in, zoom out thing. So yeah, maybe
But
that
yeah.
addresses your question. Hopefully.
Jack says this is relatively new,
Oh,
so
yeah.
good to know. I love it.
I would go for the dissolve maybe, just because I want it to be like pretty seamless, and then I'll lower the duration, so that, it's not like it won't take too long, because our attention spans honestly are so small.
So short.
For social
Yeah.
media.
Sal says push one is my favorite. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Now you're
we
second
ain't
guessing.
doing that.
You're
We're
like,
not doing that one. I did do that push animation.
You're like, I
for
made a
another project.
decision. This is it.
Sorry, I'm kind of mean, huh? So boom, whatever,
Yeah.
awesome animation going on, 20% off, and then that discount is fire.
Looks
so
good. That discount is fire.
It's hilarious.
I
I was
love
not
it.
expecting to do that.
Hey, you said it was gonna be free flowing.
It is super free
It
flow.
is. It is.
So you can do that. Let's see. I think it's too long, honestly, so I'm gonna trim it.
Yeah.
So easy to trim, right?
Yes.
2 seconds. I'll make it 2 seconds.
Yes.
I don't know. 2 seconds could be too long, honestly. But boom, and then fire.
I think that's good because you want people to have enough time to read it.
Yeah.
So I think,
Just
yeah,
enough,
I
yeah.
wouldn't shorten it anymore. I think that looks good.
Maybe we can just really quickly so we can go into text panel, and then we can actually look at some of these like text lockups, which is basically like a template of text
Yeah.
instead. So you could simply add text, or you can go and see if there's like a combination on the text panel, like meet the team. Oh, that's cool. There's like some nice hierarchy
Yeah.
of like, big bold header font, and then
Yeah.
at the bottom there's like small fonts. You could do that. Oh man, maybe I was just gonna do this sale. Oh, if it's typing, I'm having some trouble here.
What's going on?
My keyboard.
Express.
Yeah, isn't that perfect timing? No. Okay, I'm gonna try again. Oh no. Okay, just kidding, guys. You didn't see that.
Wait, why?
That's weird, huh? Let me see if I
Yeah.
can type here. Oh, I can type here. Okay. Don't fail me, please. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Okay,
This
okay.
sale is fire before something happens. And then I'm gonna.
Really quick.
That was fast. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, I said fair. Oops.
It's gonna be like too late.
Fire.
Oh,
Thank
good.
you.
Okay,
Exclamation point. And then there's a fill, and I can basically fill is like the color of the text, right?
Yeah.
I can change it to white so you can actually read it because the background is so dark. You put it like here, for example.
Oh, perfect. Yeah.
Ooh, and we can animate that too. So we can drift it, we can bungee it. Bungee is my favorite, honestly.
Bungee is pretty fun.
Tumble is actually like really wild. Like there's so few instances where it looks good.
Yeah.
If it was like a school
It's
bus.
like very specific.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna.
A school bus.
I know, right? So you can go into media tab. So there's a lot of tabs, honestly, right? I wish it was simpler. But media tab is gonna get you photos, videos, and audio, for example. If I type in like school bus, I think I might get something that's kind of cool. They're too photorealistic though. Okay, like some of these might work pretty well. Because what I'm going to show you guys
You could text
is...
to image it too, right? If you wanted something
Ooh,
more
yeah, it
illustrative.
is such a mixed bag.
I know
Yeah.
it is.
If you guys
Yeah.
know Katrina, who is an Adobe evangelist that does
Yeah.
live streams, Sometimes she freaks out about like what she gets because sometimes it looks like freakish.
Sometimes it looks great, but then sometimes it's really good.
It is, yeah,
So,
for sure.
you know.
I'm just like trying to be like a advocate for
Yes.
not saying like Express is like everything's perfect, you know?
Yeah.
But it is a really good product to have fun with.
And it's improving all the time, which is the great thing.
School bus. So we can play with remove background, for example, and show you just how amazingly fast Adobe Express is with remove background. So we got the bus already, right?
Looks so good.
Took like 5 seconds. And from here, let me show you guys one of the fewest reasons you would use Tumble, because Tumble is just wild for animation. This one, yeah.
That
like
looks good.
It looks pretty
Yeah.
cool because it's like a car, so it's like,
Yeah.
hopefully the bus never does that actually in real life, because then that would be painful for all the kids. The kids would be like,
They're like, they probably have a great time. They're like, this is fun.
oh, wait, yeah, let's do like a whole flip. That'd be crazy, huh?
That's
What if we
so
did 5
funny.
seconds? It'd be like really fast. But yeah, sorry guys, like there's no reason why there's a school bus on this thing. I just wanted to show you guys. So if you really like were like, oh man, maybe I want that school bus for another project, you can just duplicate it and then come back to it some other day.
Yeah.
And then I'll just go back to here and then I'll delete the school bus because we're not going to use that for the actual sale. And then here we go, right? We have the Labor Day sale and then the sale is
The
fire.
sale is fire.
Such a
That's
meme.
my favorite. That's my favorite.
And then all you gotta do is just go up there and then click download, right? And so now that it has animations, it's gonna be categorized as like an MP4.
Yeah.
So you download it as an MP4 and not like a PNG or a JPEG as an image. And then you click on download and it just starts to download, which is awesome.
Just post right away.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can post it directly from Express with Share, right?
Yes. So
Or
yeah, you
schedule it?
can do that. Yeah, you
Yeah.
can schedule and post it. Ooh, I don't know if I should say, but sometimes I have trouble with that thing.
Really?
It says, "Whoops, sorry, we encountered a problem." Posting. So
It's still
yeah,
it's new. It's a fairly new feature.
yeah. I think it's just really hard to like get it to work with Instagram sometimes. Like
Yes.
whatever syncing stuff.
Yeah.
But definitely try it. Like it's totally worth trying because when it works, it's like awesome.
Oh yeah.
Right.
For sure.
So yeah, I don't know if I should have said that, but yes, it's a great feature when it works for sure. So yeah, we got this awesome thing. I wanted to also show you just how amazingly easy it is to like resize, for example, right?
Yes.
So this is a great feature as like a premium user of Adobe Express. So you have you can be a free user. So Adobe Express is free for everyone.
Yeah.
You can do plenty. And to kind of save time, you can even resize as a premium member your project right now. So if I wanted to make like a 4:5 or 1:1 ratio
Yeah.
for an Instagram post, for example, not a story, I can do that just simply by clicking at the resize button at the top here. And then from here, I can look and click on Instagram Square Post. And there's two options. You can resize it and it'll just like resize it on this project, or I can duplicate and resize, and that will just add like a new page.
You can
And
just
from
keep your
there,
original. Yeah.
literally just did it now. Like, I don't know, it was like half a second. It was crazy.
So quick.
Right. And sometimes they try to like scale it for you so you can
Yeah.
still see it just like it is like a more vertical orientation.
Yeah. But you
Um,
can just adjust all those things.
yeah,
and-
yeah, definitely, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, let's see what I can do here.
Raphael says, I use the schedule planner in Express to post all my content and I've never had problems with it.
Really? Oh, that's good to hear.
That is good to hear.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, then I highly recommend it. I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but I think if it works for people, like that's awesome.
Yes, for
Honestly.
sure. Hi, Barbara. Thank you for joining us. If you guys are just tuning in, Curtis is playing in Express and showing
Welcome.
us how to make some graphics for social media for a Labor Day sale. And today is all fall themed content. There's a lot of streams happening, so make sure that you stick around and you can catch the replays of the earlier streams if you missed them.
Yeah. Yeah, all these people, like the people who are doing live streams today, super awesome people.
Yes, we have a great lineup today and a lot of variety in the content, which is really fun. We've got some photography, got some design earlier. Cory was working on some poster designs, and I think
Yeah.
he's going to be back up with you
Yep.
right after this, working on part 2 of that stream.
You get
so,
more of me.
yeah, stick around.
Yeah, so I mean, you can like, add shapes and stuff. You can expand it like you're seeing me do. And it's not like perfectly aligned. So not like the, best example, I would say, but you can definitely resize things pretty
You could
easily.
make it look like, if you tweak it a little bit though, could look great.
Yeah. So, in the chat, if you guys use Instagram, I'm super curious if you guys know what I'm saying, like I should ask you too, like a 4:5 ratio for an Instagram post or a 1:1 ratio.
We usually use 4:5.
Yeah.
I just feel
That's
like
what I
it
was
looks
thinking.
better when people are scrolling because it fills the screen a little bit more. But
Exactly. It's like the
Yeah.
real estate, right?
yeah,
So I like when I go on like all types of like products and they like suggest Instagram posts and it says 1:1. I'm like, oh, like why is it 1:1? It
I
should
know.
be 4:5, right? So I had to memorize like the dimensions of a 4:5.
Yeah.
Have you done that too? Like,
It's, what is it, 1080 by 1350?
yes, nice, high five.
I got scared for a second because
Yes.
1920 is Instagram story or TikTok.
Yeah,
But then
the whole thing.
1350 is
Right?
Instagram.
It's like kind
Yeah.
of feels like a random number, but I had
It
to memorize
is,
it.
yeah.
Yeah, so it's the real estate, honestly. So like it is like a lot of apps, not just Express, has like this 1080 by 1080.
Yeah.
It's not the 4:5. I think if you actually you click on view all, so it's already like kind of far. You dig in, you can actually find on Instagram. Oh, here, let me in. Okay, cool.
Let me in.
Let me in. 1080 by 1350, right? It's actually
Yeah.
in there.
A portrait post is what they call it.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah. So you could do that, or you memorize it like us and be crazy. So you got 1080 by 1350. That's great, and it's gonna work well because it's gonna take up more space on the Instagram feed.
Yes.
And people will see it easier.
Yeah, Sal says 4:5 for sure.
Oh, good.
Yes.
1080 by 1920 would be like a reel
That's
or an
for
Instagram
a
story.
reel or a story. Yeah.
Yeah. So this would be like for a post, more like a static post. 'Cause
Yeah.
I think Instagram forces you to do a video. Like if you are posting a video, then it'll become
It
a
will
reel.
it will force it into that 1080 by 1920 dimension.
And it'll
I
have the
think.
black,
Yeah.
like,
yeah, it gets kind of
box.
weird. So yeah, if you're doing a static post, this is.
Oh, I don't know why it's
Typically what
showing
we
cats,
use.
but that's pretty funny. Look at this cat.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, this is like is this AI generated?
Yeah, it looks like
It does.
it looks AI.
Oh, this is so funny.
That's
And
great.
so if you guys see the cloud icon, like just be patient. It's just like basically it's like uploading. So
Yeah.
that's why you can't do anything. And then now these options pop up. So for example, if we wanted to like bring this cat like out of its background, obviously you would click on remove background.
I feel like this cat is
gonna
like,
happen.
wow, amazing sale.
Oh,
It's like stunned by how
I'm
amazing
glad
the
you're
sale is.
staying on topic. That's great. Oh, it's too bad the ears are kind of gone though. Yeah, so it's not the best example. I don't think
Yeah.
I can draw those ears in. Photoshop, you could.
Yes.
Yeah, you totally could. But you know, Adobe Express is amazing because it's like so quick and easy.
Yeah.
And it has a lot of the Photoshop abilities. Like remove background is something you can also do in Photoshop.
Yeah.
And they just make it really accessible
Or
here.
you can use the erase just to erase part of it, right? Like if you wanted to keep some of the background, or if there's like a part in the middle you wanted to erase, you can use that, which is super helpful.
Yeah. Wow, great sale.
I love this.
Oh, but it's crazy because I don't even know I'm going to post this, honestly. But
You know,
we're just having fun.
we'll have to follow you to find out.
Oh, yeah, good plug. Follow Xhilo,
Follow Exilo. I
EX.
think, yes.
H-I-L-O. And thanks-
EXHILO, and Jack is dropping it into the chat as well.
Jack has it
Thank
already.
You, Jack. Ting Tiff says, can you use Generative Fill to fill the cat ears? You could in Photoshop.
Such a good question. I
Right?
know, right?
Yeah.
That's something that I wonder will actually be added or not in the future.
That would be nice.
All right.
It'd be nice. But then also at some point, it's like, well, then at what point does it just become Photoshop? You want to keep it separate too. So, I don't know.
Because you get this generative. Oh, there's another cat. It's hilarious. Or an erase. So you're starting to get these customizations where you can like.
Oh, but could you use that Generative Fill?
That's what I've tried in the past. So it's gonna like discard, I think, my remove background.
Okay.
Add a background or something erased. Using Generative Fill would discard these edits. Would you like to continue? So it brings it back, but I wonder.
So I wonder if we could just add the tips of the ears.
Yeah, so that's the thing, right? You see, like, I'm brushing, but I can't brush past the box.
Yeah.
So,
I haven't really used Generative Fill very much in Express. I've more used it in Photoshop, but
But this cat looks so
see.
funny the more I look at him. Okay, well, maybe I can do something where it covers the ears and, like, has, like, a birthday hat or something. Or, no.
Yeah.
How do you spell sombrero?
so
Some.
BR wait,
my
some
gosh. Sombrero.
or
Real
is it
quick.
you or O?
It's
Oh. So-
okay. Yeah, that's embarrassing.
It's okay.
Okay, it's gonna do that little cool.
I feel like when
colorful
I'm on
thing.
stream, it's like any sort of spelling just like
It goes past.
goes
you.
out the window. Yeah.
Understandable. That doesn't look like a sombrero.
No.
But it covered the ears, but then at the same
But
time...
you're right, you can't extend past the canvas, whereas in, Photoshop you could extend past
It's getting
it.
cropped out, yeah.
Yeah.
But it is really fun to play with, so highly recommend it. What you can do is look at the 3 different options, and then you can either choose none, and then just get back to what the image was actually. Or you can click generate more if you feel like the prompt is still like retrievable, recoverable.
Yeah, for sure.
Kind of makes me want to just go into Photoshop right now, but I think that's for another time.
Yeah. Yeah, we have about
Oh, this one's better.
10 minutes, a little over 10 minutes left.
Oh no.
Isn't that crazy?
That's kind of sad.
It goes so fast.
Don't miss me too much, guys.
We will.
I thought you were gonna say like no.
No.
That's nice of you.
We won't, don't worry.
Too kind.
No, I would never say.
Yeah. What else can we do here? Let's see. I think we should explore the media tab a little bit, just because I wanted to show like the plethora of like different things.
There's
you can
so
do.
much.
Right. And the crazy thing is like there's Adobe Stock in
Yes.
this. If you guys aren't familiar, it's like, what is it like? If you guys know like Getty Images or like Unsplash, like they're all like basically professional photos taken by people. And Adobe Stock is usually like you have to buy these images individually.
Yeah.
But with a premium account, you can basically just use these stock images for free.
Which
right?
is
Because you already have
amazing.
subscription.
Yeah.
And it's way cheaper having like an Express subscription than like purchasing stock images, looking for it too.
Individual image. Yeah.
Right.
And you can license video. You can get audio through your premium account. So
like there's audio. So if you're like making a reel and you're not like just searching for a song on Instagram, you're like looking and it's taking forever, you can actually add songs that are there on Adobe Express. You can type in. So right now you can see like sound effects, acoustics, background music. Like I like EDM, so sometimes I look for the EDM music. It's like more hopping and popping.
Absolutely.
That sounds like really old that I said popping, hopping. Bop. It's a bop.
It's a bop.
I feel like I'm not saying it right. But
I don't know what the kids say these days.
oh, me neither.
I can't keep up anymore.
They say like finna, I think. Is finna still? They say fire. We had his amazing intern Miguel, and he gives. I think Miggy was here earlier. But if he's around. But he gave us this whole
just new terminology like every day, and it's just too much.
I don't know where it comes from too. It's kind of crazy.
I can't keep up anymore.
And once you learn it, it's like really funny, like just like the rationale.
But then
of
I feel like I'll start saying it, but then it's already done. Like it's already over, and then there's something new, and then I just sound even older.
It keeps happening to me too, so I feel that. Yeah. So like our intern, we had an intern at Adobe, and his name was Miguel, and he did this like short little presentation on like the slangs of today.
I love
which was
that.
So informative.
That's very helpful.
Yeah, it was super helpful.
Yes.
Yeah, he was a really good intern. So now he's back to school because he has to finish school.
Oh, good for him.
We wanted him to stay. It's really rough.
Yeah,
sad
maybe
to
he'll
see
be
him go.
back when he's done.
Yeah. So going back to like the media panel.
Yeah.
Yeah, just plenty of things, right? You can also just search, for whatever you want. Like, I wonder if they have like Labor Day, assets.
Yeah.
So not just like photos, but like sometimes there's like elements like
videos.
here. Oh yeah, I think if I go to here, you can find like elements, all like flags and stuff like that. So more of like a Memorial Day kind of thing, but I guess it's relevant since Labor Day is like in America.
Ray is asking if there's a feature that you can't find in Express. Are there plugins that you can access?
Oh, interesting. That is a good question because I know there's stuff like add-ons here at the bottom.
Yeah, I haven't played with them very much.
Yeah, that's why I was like, oh, interesting question. I hope I can fulfill that question.
Yeah, but
Answer
there's
that
a lot to look through, and really like, I feel like I should explore them more because see how many there are. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, there's things like you can just connect your Google Drive if you use Google Drive to store your photos.
I know, that's really
Easily
helpful.
plug it in.
Yeah.
Dropbox as well, I believe, right here. I think Brand Fetch is actually a way to like fetch for logos instead of going to Google. If you guys ever copied an image from Google and pasted it, and it has like it's not transparent actually, you know, like it comes with the image and a background, and it's like so annoying. So you click on Brand
there's
Fetch.
a lot of things that you can kind of play around with.
Yeah, you can actually grab the Adobe logo. Don't know if you should do that for commercial use because they might go after you.
Yeah.
There, see? So you can grab logos, like maybe there's like an Instagram. So yeah, these plugins are great.
Says Brand Fetch is my favorite add-on.
Oh, nice. He knows. Smart man. So Instagram, for example.
That's really helpful. I've
funny.
used that to promote live streams when it's like, oh, we're going to be streaming in Photoshop and Illustrator. You can just grab those like icons, you know? But I've just done it through Google, not through this, and that's, way easier.
Yeah, so definitely encourage exploring it because just more ways to make your life easier, honestly. A math keyboard. What am I going to do with that?
I mean, that's amazing for
Ooh, and look, it's just downloads it
anyone
immediately.
creative who doesn't want to have to do math like me.
Interesting. So you don't have to leave the product to do math.
That's
What
cool.
would I do here? 2 + 2. Add to design? Wait, what?
Oh.
I don't know what that. Why would it add the text? I could just type that, right?
Yeah, you can definitely just type that. But maybe it's because it has all the symbols in it.
Oh, right.
Like you could add the symbols if
like,
you needed to.
You could do the.
Like 20%. But again, you could just type that.
Whoa.
Although some of those
you get
are-
the little crazy stuff that I don't remember from school. And then add. Yeah. Okay. So math. So the cat is like, what is math?
Cat is like,
Like, how do you solve this
how do you,
fake equation?
what is this equation?
And then it reminds you of that GIF where like the lady's like thinking, and then all
And
the
it's just all the
equations are,
symbols,
like,
yes.
Yeah. Is that like from like I think it was like a detective show. Or
Yeah,
something.
I think so.
Yeah. That's used so much, right? When you're like
Yeah.
trying to describe something really complex, and people use that GIF.
Yeah.
Just like thinking. This one's like similar. I think it reminds me of it. Wow, look at all these symbols, guys. I don't even know if you recognize any of these or recognize most of these. Like, what is that?
I don't know.
That's wild. Delete this, and I get this weird looking thing. It looks like an Instagram feed without... Wait. Is it not showing? Okay. I'm having too much fun with this. Sorry. So interesting, though. Yeah, plenty of add-ons, though. That's kind of cool. What else do we want to do here? Boom. But we do are kind of short on time, huh?
We have about 5 minutes.
5 minutes only. Oh, I thought it was going to be
Yeah.
12, but yeah, we have 5 minutes.
I
right?
know, isn't
Yeah.
that crazy?
Oh, just look at the clouds and stuff too. Like, if you, there's just like again, I was saying like there's just so many things you can do with Express, right? And I
Yeah.
love everything.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you guys like another really cool feature. So now that this photo is synced, because you saw this cloud icon at the top left, now that it's synced, when you select on the image on the left panel, all these different things you can do, right? I can click on set as page background, which is one of my favorite really fast features, because if you click on it, it's just going to zoom in and it's going to fill the canvas size.
Yes.
So although this image is like huge, right, it's like very horizontal, like a big nice background, if I was just working on like this artboard size of like a 4x5, I can basically click that button and then detach or set as background, and then I can crop it the way I like, right? Maybe I want to see more clouds and I like this left side more.
If it's like this, if it's the page background, does it give you an option to animate it where then it would like...
Oh, right,
or can you not do it because it's the background now?
Let's try it. I think you can animate it, but
Because
it's gonna
that would
look...
be cool. Or does it look weird? Oh, it's just going to stop at that point. It's not going to keep going.
That's actually a thing
Because
I've been
that would
wanting.
be really cool if like you could animate it so that it like
yeah, it
just
just
kept
keeps
panning.
going.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I've tried that before, and I feel like I've always like kind of got it, but never perfectly.
Yeah.
Good
Which I
trick.
guess you could, if you wanted that, you can access a video of clouds, I'm sure, and use that instead.
That's true.
But
It would be so nice to have like your own design though.
yeah.
I can just like zoom out and then make this bigger, so I don't have to worry about accidentally cropping part of it. But
Okay. But it just goes to that point and then it stops.
yeah, but it's so cool to get clouds. Like you don't have to Google image it. You don't have to
Yeah.
worry about the licensing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cloud video. Let's try that. for a
Yeah,
second.
Raphael says use a cloud video. Yeah.
good idea.
I mean, that's probably the best fix
Clouds.
for it. Ray says, can you add French text? Probably with a plugin. Probably.
French text.
Yeah. If you
Like
wanted
the
to
language?
have French in
A plugin might be yeah.
I'm sure
you
there's
can
a
type it.
plugin
I
for
think
it.
right. If you know it.
there. You could
on the
type it if you
keyboard.
know it, yeah.
How do you spell wee wee?
I think it's OUI.
Oh.
I could be wrong.
Wee wee. That's all I know. Hope you don't take offense of that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Oh, you're right? Oh,
I think
nice.
so.
French.
If
on
we're
Adobe Express.
wrong, please let us know.
Wow, look at that.
Ooh.
Clouds bursting in the sky.
The clouds are so calming.
Oh, it's really interesting how the clouds are working that way.
looks nice.
I've never seen clouds like that.
They almost
before.
look like smoke.
It
Like
does.
it's like billowing smoke kind of. Maybe it's
Billowing
just really
smoke.
sped up.
Yeah, but look at that. Like, we basically just went through. What did we talk about? We went through like the templates, right?
Yes.
And then we're able to remix them the way we would like to, adding our own images, right? Whether you do that ahead of time with brands, and then adding animations to it too, right?
Yes.
Little tips and tricks like, if you are in a template and you can't edit the text, for example,
Yeah.
check out the layers panel, which is on the right, and you might be able to find out that there
to
was something.
expand it and edit it from there.
Yeah, exactly. You know. Oh, now that totally forgot, right? Like if we
Bring back
Bring
our
back the
texture.
texture. Yeah, exactly.
Yes,
So
we
I'm gonna
did
throw this back up.
forget.
there we go, right? There's just so much
That
character
looks
to
really
it.
good. Yeah.
Right? Before, after. Ooh.
Is that texture grouped too?
Yeah, it is grouped.
So there's multiple textures in there?
So there looks like they duplicated it twice and put it on the top and the bottom.
Oh, that makes
Cool.
sense because otherwise if they just expanded it to fill the canvas, the texture would get bigger.
Really
So if
big.
you want to keep it small, you can just duplicate it and have it twice.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if they
It's a
like
good trick.
if they had created like a big one with the same
Yeah.
size, but I think they just created one like a square, almost a square.
So you can use the remove background to create a texture too, right? If you had something that was like a grain
Stucco.
or a texture or like stucco or something like that, and then you
Mm.
brought it in, remove the background, and just use it as like a texture. It's kind of
Yeah.
cool.
I do wonder because sometimes the intelligence is like looking for faces and people
Yeah,
and whatnot.
yeah.
So like stucco is a good example, but
Yeah, see if it will
it is
if
a
it will
hit and miss.
know.
How do you spell stucco? I really. Oh wait, this is.
Or something like that. Yeah, that's like that's like a wall.
Okay, let's see if we can try to remove background.
Yeah,
real
see
quick.
what it does.
I'm like super curious. Remove background. Oh,
Oh, no, it didn't know it.
it made it like a circular, but it's nicely like cut out, like a, it's kind of
Yeah.
like a nice masking.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can do it in Photoshop if it's not working in there and then bring it back in as like a transparent or change
Yeah.
the
blend modes. This is
maybe
getting a
if
little
you don't
complex
even
here.
use remove background, you just change the blending mode. That would work too.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, and blending modes is a really cool feature for some of you guys may have already know, but blending modes can basically add textures, make
Yeah.
things look almost like double exposure-y.
Yeah.
Putting two images into one and kind of having this, things happening at the same time.
Yeah.
That's hard to
For
explain.
sure. I know. That's the thing. You can play around so much.
Right.
There's so many different options.
So many things. Multiply. See, now you get like this own texture, right? This is cool.
That's really cool.
Like,
I like
used-
that. It's like so
repurposed it.
gritty.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't look super great here, to be honest, right? But you get the idea, right?
Yeah.
Because the texture we had earlier looks really nice.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a good
This
one.
texture here. But see here, like you can go to adjustments when you're on an image. Adjust the brightness, for example,
Mm-hmm.
right? Adjust the contrast. Things that you would do normally on other photo editing apps and whatnot, you can
Yeah.
do all in Express. Change the saturation and the colors. So if I were to delete this and then go into like the bag, and we have like, I don't know, a couple of seconds left.
Yeah.
I'm getting tricked by the texture again. Okay. So I threw it back in the layers. Yeah. And then you can just make adjustments, right? Saturation, sharpen the details, brighten it up. It's crazy, but you basically have
So
all that freedom.
fun.
Which is
So much
awesome.
control. Well, thank you so much,
Yeah.
Curtis. Thank you guys for being here. Make sure that you stick around because we're going to be back in just a couple minutes with some more fall themed content. It's going to be so fun, and we'll see you guys soon. Thanks for joining.
Thank you all.
Bye.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Adobe Live. So many exciting things going on. I'm Curtis Ying, your host, and we're actually going to be talking to Cory. He's going to be doing some awesome stuff. He is an awesome multidisciplinary designer. How do you say that?
Multidisciplinary.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
You got it.
Multidisciplinary.
Yeah, but we're actually doing a part 2, right? You want to tell us more about what's going to happen?
Yeah. So let's see. Thank you everyone for joining us and sticking around. I see again a lot of familiar faces in the chat.
Yes,
It looks
Idara.
like we've had some YouTube live chat updates as well. Bunny Eat Muffin, wee wee. Okay.
Oh, yes.
Hi
Caitlin.
Bunny. Hi Bunny
Yeah.
Eat Muffin. Yeah. So if you were around when I did my first live stream at 9 o'clock today, you saw that we started on a poster and branding for a fall music festival. And so we're going to be kind of continuing that. We started in Illustrator. We took it over into Photoshop to kind of like start playing around with textures, adding in photography, playing around with masking. We did a little bit of like Creative Cloud library building out. So started putting in different graphic elements into the Creative Cloud library and some color palette stuff. And then we're going to kind of finish up in Photoshop. And then we're going to move over into Adobe Express and just kind of play around with, okay, can we add a little bit of motion? Can we add a little bit of extra like movement, and then just build it out for social media? So we can have our like Instagram story, we can have our Instagram post, like grid post stuff. So, okay, well this is my website. This is my personal website. There's
beautiful
a plug.
website.
It took me a really long time to build. I really like the dual scroll moment.
Oh, that's really... So what did you use to build it?
Cargo Collective.
Cargo Collective. I
Yeah.
thought you were going to say Webflow, honestly.
No, so Cargo is, have you heard of Cargo?
I have never heard of it.
So it's a website building platform, but it was created by a web designer, and it kind of like took off. Like, I don't know, I think he kind of started as a fun side project and like put in some templates, and then it just like got picked up by a lot of designers for their portfolios and stuff. And so they've just got really cool layouts and like really nice design options and stuff, a little bit more customizable than like a Squarespace or something.
That's why you chose it.
Yeah, I've never used Webflow before.
I know there's learning curves to it, and I think there's just like a little bit of coding too that's like required.
Yeah, I don't code.
Me neither.
I don't know how to do that. That's like all those little numbers and letters and
Yeah, seriously.
oh, that stuff scares me.
The little thingies, like the tags.
Yes, exactly.
What do you call those? You're just
The carrots?
for me. Yeah. little
Greater than and less
thingies.
than
Yeah,
signs?
greater less than, yeah. It's hilarious.
Oh, thanks, Adara. I'm glad you love the website.
Oh, yeah.
Ray, hello again. Greetings from London, England.
London. Yes, tell us where you guys are tuning in from.
Yeah, we are here in San Francisco, but I'm visiting from Portland, Oregon. And you're...
Yeah, I'm in the Bay, so I've been here all my life. So I'm in Fremont now, actually, but grew up in Cupertino, went to San Jose, and went to Fremont.
Yep.
Anyone in the chat, though, Adara would love to hear where you're coming from as well.
Thank you for joining us. Okay, so
Nice. And we're on
we
Illustrator.
started in Illustrator. I kind of like started building out this mood board, pulling color palette stuff. Like I mentioned, this is a fall music festival, like branding poster moment. And so we kind of like did some naming explorations, Emberfest, Crimson Fest, Amber. I really liked this one, but people didn't choose this one.
Interesting.
It says foliage. Maybe that's why. It's like hard to read.
Yeah, I wouldn't read that, honestly.
But I did kind of like how
It looks cool.
the like typography was kind of giving like vines, and it felt sort of foliagey, and then the festival behind it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a little tough to read, and so I think it would make for more of a graphic mark and less of a like good solid brand system for that reason.
It is such a nice graphic mark.
And then Fallback Fest was the one that we settled on.
Oh, nice.
Which I really like. I don't know. I kind of
like
designed it to give it that sort of feeling like it was getting pushed backwards. Like it has a bit of that perspective. We said it also kind of is giving like Vans Off the Wall a little bit. Like it's got almost like a punky like skater feel to it to me.
Yeah, because what Vans is like that box, I think.
Yeah.
And it has like the bright white letters.
Yes.
So I guess that's why it looks similar to Vans.
Yeah, so this is kind of the one that we settled on, and so we started by building out a poster draft down here.
I love the theme that you're continuing with the little like the directions.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we have this really cool element to work with, and so something that I like about these is that they feel kind of like, it could be like a loudspeaker. It's like very dynamic. It's got a lot of that movement, and so we kind of wanted to explore around with like using them as containers for different
Yeah.
images. Maybe
that's
we can put some
awesome.
text or something in here.
Nice.
And then of course our lineup.
Oh, very cool. So we got Nicholas, and he's from Irvine, California. It's a beautiful city, honestly.
Irvine is really nice. I'm actually gonna go down to Southern California in
Yes.
September, and I'm
And their
really
yellow lights
excited.
are like infinite. Like they, you know, they change like to red. You know, like from green, yellow, red. The lights.
Oh,
It's
they-
like
they
extra,
have
extra,
longer
extra
yellow
long.
lights?
Yeah, your yellow lights. So you have so much more grace, like more time to actually drive.
It's because people in Southern California really like to drive fast.
Oh, you think so?
they
You
gotta-
think so?
They got to give them time to
But
make it
we
through
drive
LA.
fast in NorCal too.
We do. I mean, California
Yeah.
just in general drives fast.
Yeah, we're crazy.
In Oregon, people drive so slow. Oh my
Really?
gosh.
I
get
heard
so
Hawaii
annoyed.
too, like because they're hanging loose, you know, and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so
everyone's all relaxed.
culture differences.
But I'm like, the driving in California is next level.
Yeah, we're wild. But Adara is from Phoenix, Arizona. That's awesome.
Oh, no way. Okay, Phoenix is cool. I
Where
was
else
just
we
there.
got? San Luis Obispo, California, from David. And
Oh,
then we
Slow.
got
Cool.
Houston, Texas, from Felicia. That's awesome. And Slow. Wait, where's
Yeah,
Slow?
San Luis Obispo.
Oh, that's Slow.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
David,
SLO.
I wonder if you're. I spent a lot of time in San Luis Obispo and in Nipomo, which is like just south of San Luis Obispo. I don't know if you're familiar with Nipomo, but
Lapomo?
Nipomo,
Nipomo?
N-I-P.
What a word. It's so fun to say.
Oh,
Nipomo.
But yeah, there's just like a lot of farms and stuff out there, and I
Oh,
like
it's Farmsy.
spent a lot of time out there.
And then we got. Oh, okay. I thought DW was a place. Never mind. But what is Ray saying about DW? What's DW?
I don't know. Oh my God, Barbara's in the chat. Barbara's my
Oh.
friend.
Barbara BFA, because you did BFA, right? Bachelor
I did.
of Fine Arts.
Bachelor of Fine Arts from Academy
then-
of Art University in San Francisco.
Is Barbara one of your peers?
Nope,
from-
she's just tuned into
Oh.
a lot of my live streams,
Go
and now
Barbara.
we're besties, and we email
Wow.
sometimes.
Awesome, Barbara.
How's it going, Barb? How you doing? How are the kids?
Barb.
I'm so excited you're here. I was wondering if you would tune in. Okay, so we're in Photoshop now.
Oh, okay.
And so we just kind of like started playing around with filling in these shapes. And something that I wanted to do was kind of show like different facets of the music festival. And
so
so
nice.
we've got the like up close, we've got the far out, and then we've got like a couple people like having a good time.
So real quick, like you got Illustrator, right? And you create
Yep.
those vector shapes. Did you like throw it into Photoshop? Like, how did you import that?
Yeah, so good question. So what I did is I just copied and pasted these
Oh,
from Illustrator into Photoshop as smart objects. I also added them as graphics to the
Oh,
library. And so
nice.
I created this Fallback Fest branding Creative Cloud library, which is where I have all my colors and
smart.
stuff. And so, you know, like I created this whole color palette, and I think it'll probably be useful to have some of these other colors in here.
You made
so-
the investment. That's good. Because sometimes it's like I'm lazy and it's like, oh, I'm just gonna drag drop whatever, and then
No,
Wish I
it's,
had them.
It's honestly so helpful to have this. I use it all the time, especially like working with teams of designers is just so handy to have. Some kind of like shared library
That's
of
true.
assets that you can continually go back to. So if people tuning in don't use Creative Cloud libraries, I literally cannot recommend it enough. It saves me so much time.
really good tip.
So something that I really do sort of like to do before I take this into Express, I'm going to just like maybe make one or two other poster variations so I don't get like too stuck in this layout. So I'm going to do artboards.
Yeah, I see.
So that way I can like drag and drop some of the same elements around.
That's that's what we have to do, you know, like we have to duplicate all our work so that we can keep track of all the different designs in case we want to go back to our previous design or certain things that we liked about our previous design.
Yeah, it's like just having this like really good sort of solid workflow. It saves you so much time because like you said, if you want to go back to something knowing where it is, or you're making sure you're saving your work and like creating new versions as you go on. And so that's something that I'm like I'm a little bit like too conscious of, and I like spend a lot of time trying to make sure that I'm doing it, and sometimes I like get too caught up and I don't spend enough time like on the actual work.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean.
Sure.
Love the energy in the chat. Everyone's saying hi to each other. Keep it up. We love the energy. We love the participation.
Yeah, thank y'all for joining us.
Looks like Felicia says, my team uses creative libraries and I love it, especially when you need approval for a project. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, that's an interesting.
Yeah.
I haven't.
Sharing projects, like full projects, perhaps.
I know people do use it for like review and stuff, and it definitely has those features, especially for like InDesign has features for reviewing work as well. But I've never personally used it for that.
Yeah, so more so for like graphic assets, like logos and shapes and color palettes and whatnot.
Exactly.
That makes sense. Yeah, you have a lot of freedom.
So let's see. You know what? I'm gonna go back to Illustrator. We're gonna do this.
Oh, nice. Okay.
And I just kind of want to.
You're gonna make those iterations on Illustrator instead.
Yeah, and then bring them over into Photoshop because I just have a little bit more control over, you know, the.
It's way easier to select things.
Way easier to select things. It's like really, really comes in handy for if you're working super fast with typography in particular.
Ooh, your favorite product for Adobe?
God, it probably has to be Illustrator.
Oh, okay, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
What's my number one? Yeah.
Illustrator?
Illustrator, but then, you know, like working on Adobe Express, but having used it for like, using it for social media posts is so perfectly built for social media for Adobe Express that it's really competing against Adobe Illustrator. But Illustrator was the thing that I learned to use first before any other Adobe products.
Yeah.
You just can flow a lot faster and easier.
You can flow easier, faster. The keyboard shortcuts are there for you. Like it's just a really like, I don't know. I've been using it for such a long time that I think that's kind of like what it is for me that does it.
So what did you do initially to create like a shape that goes out? You just did a direct selection and you just created these?
So what I did is I copied this over, and then I just grabbed some of the anchor points.
And you did that earlier to even make that shape initially? I see.
Yep.
And then I just saw you do like a text to path, I think. You created a line and you typed on it?
Yep, so I created a
You're just like on it. You're just like boom, 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 you know?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to dissect what you just did.
No, well, and I'm happy to, like, if there's any questions in the chat or, like, shortcut questions or anything, I'm happy to answer whatever questions we have. But I don't know. I'm kind of like, I've got an idea of something that I want to do.
It's like, I like the loudness of the two names. I know Billie Eilish. Am I saying it right? Eilish? And then who's Hosier?
Hosier is... he's kind of like a soft rocky kind of
soft rock. Okay.
Soft rock. He was like comes from a religious background, and he just sings. I don't know. I mean, he sings a lot about like relationships, his relationship to like religion, and kind of is like it's pretty
relatable,
openly critical of like religion in an interesting sort of way. Like his experiences, like kind of like what impact it had on him growing up and stuff. And so he's an interesting artist. I'm honestly like pretty new to the Hosier train because my sister got me into him and we're going to a concert of his.
Oh, nice. I see.
In 2 weeks. So that's where this music festival branding is inspired from because we're going to. So Gorge Amphitheater is a music venue. It's Gorge Amphitheater in George Washington, the city in the state of Washington.
Oh, really? Wow.
Which is just hilarious to me.
It is kind of crazy.
I think, I don't know. I'm kind of just playing around to see, but I like these containing shapes. I think I'm going to do almost like an overlapping.
Oh, it's starting to kind of look like caution tape a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm like...
It's interesting.
Almost like tapey. Okay. I do like where this is going.
I like it too.
So then we're going to do... Let's put like Lana Del Rey in here. We're going to go another type on a path. Check that out. Let's do... Bring this in. Oops.
That's looking pretty nice. What font are you using?
This is a font that was recommended by Rob, I think it was in the chat.
Oh, really?
And it is called Acer Bat, which he suggested because he said it's a really good like music festival poster. So we pulled it from Adobe Fonts,
Nice.
which is great. This was
So many.
Wait, was it? Yeah, I think it was Robert who did it, or who suggested this one.
Awesome, Robert.
But if people in the chat or people tuning in aren't familiar with Adobe Fonts, you should get familiar because it's amazing. And it's just a really quick and easy way to like grab.
Yeah, like I was asking the fonts team at Adobe, and they don't actually know, or some of them don't know, I shouldn't say all, if there's a limit to how many you can install. So,
Yeah, well, I think it depends on like your operating system and stuff too.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
kind of like it's
thousands of fonts, guys.
they recommend uninstalling ones that you don't use very often.
Yeah. I think they
'Cause-
do that automatically, I think, over time.
Yeah, I think you're right because it's like because otherwise it can, I think, slow down your computer if it's just like trying to sync too
I
many.
didn't think about that.
Um,
Yeah. Fonts, like, there's so many, and they're all really good, so
let's
highly recommend checking
see.
it.
Yeah, we love Adobe Fonts, and I just love being able to like look for something and then sync it up right away.
Right? Yeah. It's so fast.
Okay.
This font is cool. I might have to take note of this one.
Yeah, I kind of wish I could like, I don't know if there's a way to like create your own lists on Adobe Fonts and then like share them out because that would be a really cool way to
That
kind
is a
of
cool
like
feature.
curate. I don't know if you can do it or not, but it
Whoa.
would be cool if you could do that because
Yeah.
then I could like share some of my favorite fonts and like have other people share their favorite fonts.
That would be really powerful because, yeah, finding fonts sometimes takes forever.
It's like the hardest thing for me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know what it is about it, but it's like picking a solid font is just like intimidating. It like I don't know. It's really hard for me to like imagine a font in my design. I like have to just like bring it in and try it out.
So that's what takes longer too.
And so it's just like, yeah, it can be.
Wait, tell me what you're doing with the font because I see you using shortcuts to make it bigger and maybe even, are you doing some sort of shortcut for like the letter spacing too?
Yeah, so
That was so fast.
we are doing, so there's a couple of keyboard shortcuts that I use a lot. Command Shift left arrow or right arrow brings the font size down or up. And so if you're hitting Command Shift left or right, or I guess you could do comma or period, depending on like what device you're working on, that will bring the font size up or down, and that's just like a really handy shortcut to have. And then let's see, it's funny when you're like talking about them, I'm like,
You have to like dissect it, right? Because you're so used to just muscle memory.
yeah, no, I really am. So now it's like if I'm thinking about it, then I'm like,
Maybe it kind of makes you hard to remember.
okay, so let's see. Now I'm like,
That's a good shortcut.
how do I do?
And you think about the letter spacing? Oh, nice.
Yeah, so that's one. And then I'm also going in and clicking on, oops, if I click on the stroke that the text is on, you can choose sort of the point at which the text starts and stops.
Oh, I see. Yeah, you dragged a little
So if
really
you see,
thin.
yeah, you can see like that tiny little arrow that's under my pointer. That allows me to kind of like drag where the start and end point is of where the text falls.
Oh, very nice.
So yeah, just like really handy little
Yeah. Wow,
shortcuts.
it's coming along really well.
And then this one, option left or right arrow, changes the kerning of your letters too. So you can like
kerning.
bring the letters in really, really tight or space them out like really, really far.
Yeah.
These are my like, the shortcuts that I'm like so used to using that I don't even think about using them anymore. Like it's just like so automatic. And so when someone like asks me about them, I'm like, oh, actually, like I don't really
Mark
even.
of a true designer. It's
I'm
just-
like, yeah, like what do I? what do I do again?
Ray is asking if you can add fonts into library. Is that, I think, the
Well,
cloud library of, where
yeah,
you
so
sync
like
your
Creative
logos and
Cloud
stuff?
libraries.
Mhm.
You
question.
can, let's see. Yes.
Text.
So you could add a character style, paragraph style, or text. So if I were to add this as text, I think, like, let's just see what happens
interesting.
when I like drag this in. So yeah, it literally just copies the text in exactly the same like settings that you have with the text. So like currently my text is justified, and so that's why it copied it over as justified text.
It's very specific, yeah.
Or if I did, let's see, character style. So then I think what I could do is if I say like created, like let's just go to some like random font. So if I select this and double click character style, it'll just copy and paste the exact like settings like leading, kerning, font size, font family, all that stuff over to like whatever text that you have. So like even here, if I were to click character style, it will just like.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
so
it's immediate.
So yeah, I mean you can add those, and there is a way to add specific fonts to your Creative Cloud library, but I think that you need to do that in here in the Creative Cloud desktop app. And so if I went into, let's see, I kind of need to like refresh myself on this. So if I go into Files, My Libraries, and then we have, look at, I have like a lot of libraries in here. And then if I do add a group,
oh, I've never done this before. Interesting.
Fonts, and then, gosh, there is a way, and I just need to remind myself how to do it, because in some of my other, let's see, what is, yeah, I'm not entirely sure how I've done it in the past, but we'll figure out how to do it. So, and I think I should be able to do it from Adobe Express as well. But yes, good thing to kind of like, I don't know, keep an eye out for, and especially when you're sharing Creative Cloud libraries with other designers and like creating a library that's shared for certain assets, having your fonts already in there is just like a really good
practice.
I don't know, it's a great way to like make sure that.
Totally. Yeah, I like that.
And what's cool too is you can see I added fonts into the Creative Cloud library, and then it automatically populated it within my Creative Cloud library within Illustrator. So, okay, I'm gonna keep adding. This is the thing, is I get so like chatty, I just forget about.
No, I'm sorry, I'm just making you chat.
Well, no, it's like good. I like all of the questions.
Yeah, the questions
and I like
are good.
want to make sure that I'm answering everyone's questions too.
Looks like Raphael, if I'm saying his name correctly, sorry. BD Caramel is my favorite font since I discovered it with you, Cory.
Yes. Oh my God.
Smiley face.
That is one of my all-time favorites.
BD Caramel.
BD
Actually, it's
Caramel.
caramel or caramel? Or
I don't know.
Caramel.
This is it. It is like probably the coolest, cutest.
Oh, is that it?
Yep, this is it.
Whoa, it's chunky, huh?
It's super chunky. It's very playful. It's very soft.
Nice. Interesting.
Like the letters kind of like, I don't know, like
really
bleed
merge in
into
a
each
little bit,
other. And this is from one of my favorite foundries. So if we go to, so let's see,
favorites.
BD. I'll just go to like one of them and see, go to their Bureau Destruct. It's like a Swiss or German.
Oh.
Swiss. Yeah,
Bureau
it's a
Destruct. What a
Swiss
name.
type foundry. And they just make all of these like really cool, super crazy looking fonts. So like they did BD Caramel. Another one that I really like is, let's see, I like
also unique.
Placket Bow. I don't know how to say it. BD Supper is another one that I was playing around with. So like for the type mood board, I was doing BD Supper up here, and it's just like another kind of like very friendly.
BD though, interesting. It's always BD. Starts with BD.
Yeah, they kind of, I don't know what BD
Wait, is that
are.
the name of the foundry? Or like
yeah, Bureau Destruct is the name of the
that's
the
why it's
foundry,
BD.
and then they put BD at the beginning.
Oh, that makes sense then. Okay.
Yeah, so, but yeah, they have really fun fonts. So I'm glad that, who said that? Was it Robert?
How am I supposed to look back? I'm gonna look back by tuning back in. It might have been Raphael.
Raphael, I think it was.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
Okay, I'll double check. Let's see.
Krungaman. Okay, so I'm gonna.
Krungaman.
Yeah, that is a. Do you know Krungaman?
No, but I'm not very educated, so.
It's another band. I just saw them perform recently. They were fun. They're kind of weird, but they were fun.
They were kind of weird. Yeah, it was Raphael also.
Krungaman. Okay, so.
Dara is the homie, putting your Instagram into chat.
Yeah, thank you for
So
that.
kind.
Feel free to give me a follow.
Give Cory a follow, guys.
Give Cory a follow. Okay, we're gonna put So I'm just kind of trying to like create some variation in our poster design so that we've got like a little bit more brand flexibility to work with as we take these over into Express.
Ooh, I like it.
Girl and little small. Let's see.
It's kind of small, huh?
But maybe we do 2 lines and we just add Remy Wolf in here. Cool. That's fine.
Interesting. Sorry, we're going to distract you because the chat is so awesomely asking questions and talking.
No, ask all the questions. That's why we're here. If we don't finish, that is A-okay.
Good. Yeah, it might not be realistic. But Ray is asking, is there an, can fonts be activated just for a document that's open, then deactivated when the document is closed?
As far as I know, you cannot like sort of like automate font activations. I think that you could activate it, like you'd go into Adobe Fonts or go into your Creative Cloud, activate it, open up your document, and then deactivate it when you close your document. But no, I think otherwise like it's activated on your computer until you unactivate it, deactivate it. So it's kind of like if you were to open up a document, for example, like an Illustrator document that had an Adobe Fonts font in it that you didn't already have on your computer, you could choose to activate it, but then it would just stay active on your computer even after you close that document. That's an interesting like question though, and I think there's like a good, I don't know, that could be useful to like have fonts that kind of like auto activate or auto deactivate so that it's not like clogging up your system. So yeah, that's a really good question.
Yeah, because like if you were to go back to the project, you don't want to deactivate it or else you have to reactivate it. You jump in and it says like that font is not in your system, then you have to reactivate it. So
yeah, so it's you're kind of like you'd be forced to go back and forth, but also fonts don't like take up so much space,
so. I hope not.
And so it's kind of like, you know, I'm not too worried about like activating or deactivating fonts. Like I do it if I really am not using them, but I find that I like use most of my fonts enough that I don't really need to worry too much about activating or deactivating them.
The chat's been saying DW a lot. I don't know what that means. DW is an abbreviation.
All I can think of is like Dreamwork or
DreamWorks.
not
For fonts though?
No.
Or is it, I think it's related to fonts.
Dreamweaver, isn't that an Adobe product?
Yeah, I heard of Dreamweaver. I think that is real.
It's like their web. Yeah, I think it's something to do with website.
Oh, so they're talking about fonts on the web, not on just like using it on Illustrator, I'm guessing.
Maybe, I don't know. What do you guys mean when you say DW?
What do you guys mean? DW.
As you do in DW?
This chat's too sophisticated for me.
I know, I'm like, I can't keep up. I'm glad y'all are having fun though.
Yeah, they're so engaged. It's awesome. DW. Dreamweaver. Maybe.
Yeah, is Dreamweaver, is that even still an Adobe product?
That's what I'm wondering. DW, proprietary web development tool. Okay, so to the present, so it should be still around. Build and publish web pages almost anywhere with software that supports HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and more.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what they mean. Oh yes, it says it is Dreamweaver. Good guess.
Yeah, I have used Dreamweaver before, but like very, very rarely.
I've never used it.
So. Okay.
So is it part of your Creative Cloud if you have the all apps?
Mm-hmm. You should be able to download it.
I wonder how hard it is.
It's if I remember correctly, quite hard. Yeah.
Okay.
It's like, I don't know, it's like just learning an entirely new software program, you know, and so it's just like a little, I remember it being like feeling very tricky.
Wow. Good for you all that are using it. Respect.
I know, I have like so much respect for people who know how to do like web stuff. I'm just like,
it's totally out of my strength set. Skill set.
Oh God, no! I just like, I like don't even have an interest. Like I just don't want to. It's like something that I refuse to learn.
Yeah, you're really good at design, so you stick to your strengths.
Exactly. I don't need to like diversify that much my skills. There's enough good web designers out there.
True.
Okay.
Oh, I see. Looks like some of them are talking about updates for Dreamweaver and hoping for something more. wonder.
What do you guys use Dreamweaver for? Like, I didn't realize that y'all were
Maybe one or two of them. I don't know exactly.
web designing.
Yeah, tell us in the chat what do you guys use Dreamweaver for. Interested to know what you guys think.
Okay, so I think we've got an interesting element here. So what I think I'm gonna do, well, actually, hold on. I need to add the dates in. So where do we want to add the dates?
Oh, I like it. Creating a text box here. Ray says website design. Okay, I think it is what it's for, right? So maybe we asked a rhetorical question in a way, but totally cool.
Yeah, but like, what kind of projects are you using it? I mean, like, are you like doing a lot of web design stuff for clients, or are you using it like personally?
Yeah. If you guys are working with a company, working on a personal project, freelancing, contracting. Say Dana uses it for, the websites and designing web pages. So see what they use it for, if it's for themselves or others.
Gorge Amphitheater.
Oh, I like it. It is kind of like a Swiss typographic style where you're using grid systems.
Yeah.
Text on the sides.
Let's make both of these. I don't know.
Wow, we have at least 4 people using Dreamweaver actually. In-house projects, says Ray. Oh, Dana says personal and for a couple nonprofits.
Oh, cool.
Oh, that's really cool. Working in nonprofits and all too.
Ray, where do you work? In-house. You might have told me in previous streams, and I apologize for not remembering.
Let us know.
Let us know. Where is everyone working? What are you doing for work? Okay, I could just like tinker with text forever, but I'm gonna really try.
Yeah, I can tell.
Okay, so my vision for this is now I'm gonna copy and paste it over into Photoshop. We're gonna paste it as a smart object. So now we've got our kind of caution tapey moment here.
Totally.
And then, so let's see. What I think that I'll do is I think I'm gonna make a box. I'm going to make the corners rounded. I'm going to do it like this. Okay, so we've got, let me just create a fill just so that we can see where it is.
I like the containment of it.
Gonna drag this up and
Looks cool.
get our margins the same as what they are on the other project. Okay, so now I'm gonna take this image, copy, paste it over here.
Whoa, okay.
And we're
I like it.
gonna
It's blending in pretty well.
Yeah, I'm gonna do another mask.
Did it mask?
Did it mask? Why isn't it masking?
Masks.
because I was masking the wrong thing. There we go.
Oh.
Where's my image? There we go.
Here it is.
Okay, now we're in business.
Dana is retired. Congrats. And she's still doing web projects, it sounds like. Ray is a programmer, website, and database developer. Jeffrey, welcome back to the chat. If you were there earlier, he says, "Oh, fun, we're still doing this."
Yes, we are, Jeffrey. We are still doing this.
Was Jeffrey in the previous stream?
Yes.
Maybe.
Yes, he was. Okay, I just need to see his name.
Jeffrey Yass.
Jeffrey, yes, was in the chat.
Yes, was.
Okay, so, we're like, it's almost kind of like, it's very Halloween-y now.
Oh, yeah, it's true, huh? The orange, black vibes. But also fall vibes, right?
Very fall vibes, yeah. I was like hesitant to make it too fall vibey.
Oh, really?
But look at this is just where we ended up. So
I think it's really nice though. It doesn't have to be fall to be used. I think any other season.
Yeah,
just because like the concert, the lights and like the dark glows and such is kind of like representative of concerts. So I feel like it works universally.
Like, okay, we've got a bit of a system that's being established here. This is like feeling kind of very punk to me. Raphael says working for a non-profit org as a graphic designer. Cool.
Nice.
I've done that. I've done that non-profit life.
Adobe Dreamweaver.
Thanks, Dana. I'm glad you think this is looking great.
Looking great. I think so too.
I'm like, TBH, not super sold on it, but
What part?
I don't know. I might just be like I'm overanalyzing it a little bit, but I think I kind of want, we've got a system beginning to emerge. I don't love that the dates are down here on this one, but like they're not down here on this one. But I also like that the text is interacting with the shapes in here.
Yeah.
So I don't know, we'll see. That seems like a good kind of place to start.
It's like a balance of like functional, right? Like beautifully artistic, but then can people like read it soon? Can they like tell the date soon?
Yeah,
soon
exactly.
Enough as
Like
they're looking at it.
I want it to still be legible. Like I want it to
Yeah.
feel like a, but okay. I think this is good. Let's take this over into Adobe Express. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go start a new file. We're gonna go
Here we
with
are.
9:16, which is our Instagram story sizing.
Going for
And
the story.
we're gonna go to libraries, fallback, and bring in some of our colors. And
Nice.
let's do background color. Boom, like that.
Nice.
And then because, okay, so here, we could do choose from Adobe Fonts or add your own. So if I add fonts here, what was the one that I was using?
If only I remember too.
AC or BAT. Okay, so if I go in here, AC here, BAT. Perfect. So it's cool because Adobe Express syncs up with Adobe Fonts, which like, of course, you would expect it to. So now I can add that as a font as a part of my
Nice.
library. And so now if I go over here
Oh,
in the library, it shows up across my Creative Cloud libraries, which is awesome.
it's like one way to do it on Adobe Express, interestingly enough.
Yeah, and I know
Yeah.
there's another way to do it, but I just
Yeah.
like was not finding it.
That's
So
a cool way to do it.
So now that I have this, I can kind of start, and well, you know what else I need to do is I need to add my Fallback Fest mark in here into my library. So I'm gonna just select the whole thing. And
Nice.
I'm
I
gonna
like how
do,
you're just working it side by side. You know, Illustrator, going jump back to Express, even using Photoshop here and there.
yeah, it's just like a way to, and I just
Interconnected.
love how quickly things sync too. So,
Oh.
okay, let's do a little sync. It might actually help to refresh the page.
Yeah, Raphael's wondering, yeah, maybe you're going to put some texture on that in the future, or to the background maybe too. Dana thinks that might be a good idea to add some texture.
Yeah, I think a little bit of texture is a good idea, and it's like that's something that I usually do at the very end
the very end.
because I don't. It's definitely still loading in. I don't want to get caught up too much on the details on the front end. Like I need to kind of like bring the design in, make sure that it's like working well for the new like aspect ratio, and then I'll start playing around with textures as sort of like a last.
It makes sense. Yeah, Ray says good workflow step.
Yeah.
It can be distracting.
I'm like,
Textures. We love textures, right? Graphic design.
we do love textures.
Add that noise.
We love a noise.
It's so
okay.
funny.
I love a noise almost too much.
Right? I love it too.
Okay, so my logo is taking a while to upload in here,
It's taking a
but
little bit,
that's
huh?
okay. We'll just do.
Have you ever thought about just like importing the Illustrator file as well? I think you're able to do that. Sometimes it does a good job and you get all the shapes isolated so they become layers.
Yeah. That's it.
Detecting fonts too sometimes.
Yeah, let's see. Huh.
Hopefully you're saving your files.
I'm always saving the files.
Good.
Always saving the files.
Command or Control S is the muscle memory every few minutes.
So we can also add some,
Oh, well, Jeffrey is asking if your stuff on Adobe Express is the same as my libraries. That's a good question.
That is a good question. So let me just make sure I understand the question. Your stuff is the same as my libraries. So I think that it's always just called files, and then within files, there's a bunch of like whatever files you kind of drop in there, and then they, whether they live within certain libraries or whether they just live within the batch of your like files. I don't think I've ever seen it referred to as your stuff.
I'm taking a look at here. You see your stuff is on the left panel. You click on your stuff, then there's a libraries tab at the top. Like a
Gotcha.
sub-nav.
Oh, okay. Yeah, your stuff, I guess, is like at the very top there. I've never really noticed that.
Yeah, such a funny way to put it. Your stuff.
Okay, so let's. So I'm just going to drag and drop it in as a picture and just kind of start playing around with this new layout. It's really helpful for me to kind of have this sort of like basis to work off of in Illustrator and Photoshop.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Jacob is hilarious. Who came up with your stuff naming? I just want to talk.
Got some notes.
Yeah, I felt that way too.
I've
Same
got some
place,
notes.
Jacob. Your stuff.
So got our nice background image, and then I don't know, let's think of a good way to do this, because I want these elements, and maybe we just add them in one by one.
That is possible.
Because then we'll be able to animate them. And it might be kind of a tricky animation because
Oh, it'd be so cool. I can imagine it already.
because there is some like blank space between here. We'll see what it looks like. Graphic. Let's get rid of that.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, you're editing it once it's already in the library to make it change to what you want in case you're accidentally selecting text that you don't want.
Okay, so yeah, and what's cool is when you add stuff to Creative Cloud Libraries, it creates a separate file for that, for whatever like graphic you selected. So let's do, how many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, cool. So I think I got all of them. And it'll take a minute for it to appear in here.
Let's see it.
But let's give it a minute to get in there.
I'm so excited about the animations now. It's my favorite part in Express.
Yeah, animations is just like such a handy thing to have in Express. Like, I truly am like, I don't use them all that often, but it's like way quicker and way easier than having, than doing,
Adobe
I don't want to take a tour.
After Effects.
Than having to go into After Effects.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Daunting, very daunting app. Oh, Raphael says use asset export is more appropriate for animating in Express after Cory. Translate function.
I'm gonna add that as
Translate.
a graphic.
Top of the Express window. There is a translate. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Ray.
Yeah, I'm not sure either what we're translating.
But that's the crazy thing. There's like so many ways to do something. Illustrator, Photoshop, Express. You know, how you even export assets, or using libraries, or just saving it on your downloads folder. Ooh, a lot of different ways. So seeing
Always-
people's workflows is cool. Right?
I
Seeing your
know.
workflow.
It is pretty crazy. Like, I've learned so much from these live streams because I do things in such a particular way. And then I get to see how other people do them, like do the exact same thing or very similar thing in their own specific way. And so, yeah, it's just like, it's a pretty cool.
It's mind blowing sometimes.
It is. It's very cool to see. Okay, let me refresh.
That's what I was wondering. Maybe refreshing. And watch it pop out.
Yep,
Oh,
there we
it is.
go.
Nice.
Cool. Okay.
Nicholas asking, could you import the whole artboard into Express and select elements from there? And I think I can answer that question because I believe
Yeah, go for it.
Illustrator, Photoshop, you actually can import those files into Express, which is a really cool tool that not everybody knows.
So
And
if you import the entire file, then it will import the various
it'll import
layers
artboards
too.
for you. So if you got like 2 artboards, like because you're making different iterations, you should be able to import and do its best to grab, if they were vector shapes, to know what they are and create layers out of it.
Oh,
So
that's
yeah,
awesome.
worth trying though. Yeah. The one way I know how to do it, at least the one way I understand, is if you're on homepage and you can grab your Illustrator file or Photoshop file and then drag and drop, and then the screen will like turn to like an overlay, and then it'll basically receive your file, and then it'll load and whatnot. So try that out. Yeah, I think it'll be really cool if it works well.
That's amazing.
You
They've
can detect fonts too, because Adobe Fonts.
they've really thought of everything.
Yeah, the whole ecosystem, right? Like that's like a big offering that Adobe has for Express.
Okay.
Oh, I see. Ray's talking about this language translation in Express. Language translation. I wonder if he's talking about the previous stream I had when I was trying to write in French or something. But
Were you writing in French?
well, not really. But
Okay.
I just did we.
I was like, wow, I'm impressed.
Yeah. Nope.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see, which one am I missing? Okay. So this is kind of interesting. I don't know. I'm trying like a different.
Oh, are you changing up the composition actually?
I'm going to change up the composition.
Oh,
So let's just see. Oops, did not mean to duplicate that.
It's looking good.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, the thing is I don't want every asset to be exactly the same. Like I want them to have some variation in them between different platforms and like different audiences, and so it doesn't feel like people are just seeing the same old thing over and over again. And so just kind of like breaking it up a little bit.
That's super cool. Like the branding of it, right? Like you're
Yep.
using the same elements, that's used differently.
Now if I go, so let me add some text. I'm gonna add our dates, which is October 16 through 18.
Oh.
Huh.
Raphael is saying the mark in the Cory screen makes me crazy. And I thought that was on the monitor that we're looking at, but that's hilarious. There's like a little thing right there. Sorry, I'm just pointing it out. Hilarious. Oh, guys, it might be the mic.
Now production's
Oh,
coming
it
in
is.
to help.
Oh,
Oop.
it's gone. We're good.
Thank you.
It's actually good because usually it's more satisfying when you see it and then you take it away. So that was the purpose of it. Feeling
See,
good, Raphael? It's gone.
We're here to make you feel better.
Yeah, I literally thought it was like the monitor that we were using. I saw that too, and it was like bothering me.
Listen, we're figuring it out in real time. We're adjusting as needed.
That's what makes it fun.
Okay. Wow, and we're already, honestly, where does the time go on
Oh
these
man,
things?
it's 12:49.
Doesn't it just
Pacific
like
time.
fly right by?
It does, especially when you're designing.
It really,
Yeah.
like, yes.
It's so fun.
100,000%. It's actually kind of crazy. I feel like I've been here for like 15 minutes and I'm
Wow, yeah. Literally,
the gorge.
but not literally.
Like, not literally. Okay, so we'll do what we can. We're gonna add just a little bit of animation in here. We've got like already another really cool poster. This is not at all what I was expecting to make, but this is what we have.
That's what I love about design too. It's
I
always
know.
like improv. There's improv.
Yeah. You like kind of got to be open to the process and just sort of like see where it'll take you. But let's do it.
Ooh, here we go. Animation
Yeah.
time, baby.
Like, I don't know, a slide maybe?
Oh, yeah.
Let's just test out. No, don't want that. Don't want that.
Let's see. Advait, sorry if I'm saying it wrong, but maybe you just joined. Welcome to the stream. He or she's asking, Fallback Fest, what is exactly?
So we're making a branding and like poster system for a fictional fall festival. So we kind of like looked at a bunch of different potential names, like fall, autumnal names, Emberfest, Crimson Fest, Foliage Festival, Fallback Fest. Fallback was the one that we landed on. And so I created this like really quick kind of like Fallback Fest lockup that kind of, I wanted it to give the illusion that it was like pushing backwards. So it like has a little bit of that perspective, like it's pushing towards this like central point. And then from there, we took it over into Photoshop and like created a couple different posters from it, playing around with like the different shape that's in the logo itself as sort of like a microphone or like amplified, like something to like give energy and like sort of try to capture like the essence of the festival. And then
Design direction is really good, especially with your logo rationale.
Yeah,
Fallback.
Thank you. It kind of just like fell right into that, and it seems to be working.
It's clean.
And now we're taking it over into Adobe Express, and we're just doing some like really pretty simple animation with it, and just kind of seeing what looks good. Let's do, and I'm gonna kind of try to animate them in their own sort of like special ways. I'm gonna also bring the boxes in because some of these boxes are really large.
And have you ever tried selecting everything and animating? Because then it basically gives everyone the same animation.
Yeah, and then I can change the...
I think so, but
Okay.
it really depends on what, or you just select the ones that you want to have the same animation. Maybe
That's-
change the timing if you wanted to have different timing.
Yeah, that's a good idea. So let's try it that way.
Yeah. As a suggestion, might not be exactly what you want.
No, because then we can just edit each one individually, right?
Yeah.
So let's do... This one can slide in a little slower. Lana can slide in from the other direction.
A lot of people are saying they love the design direction. That's
Cool.
awesome.
Thanks, guys. I'm glad. This has been a collaborative process. So we're all doing this together. Hosier, let's get him in there. Sliding in from this way. I'm like, God, what kind of personality do I want my animations to have?
A lot of options.
So many options.
I also just love like you can change the duration and the speed, intensity.
Yeah, so like which one do I want to come first?
I don't know if you ever tried the show later timing. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
And then you're able to basically choose when.
Let's put, maybe Hosier comes last.
Oh, all the way back, yeah.
We've got that there. I'm kind of thinking I'll just have them animate in like from top to bottom.
That would be so satisfying. Yeah. Just.
And I probably should, if I was really smart about it, I would do them from...
Got 2 minutes only.
Oh my God. There's never enough time.
Too fun.
Okay.
Oh, that looks good.
Right? Like that's pretty cool, huh?
Wow.
Okay, so maybe Fallback Fest, we can have this like,
That does look good.
I don't know, drop in maybe. And that's kind of the first one. Yep.
Nice.
Okay. And then maybe the final one can be, let's see, this one. We can give this a little animation as well. No. Drift. I feel like drop. We've got a lot of dropping happening. Cool.
Oh, interesting. Is Reef saying he can't hear the stream? Maybe he's thinking that there's no sound in this video that is being created on Express, but yeah, we'll see. Maybe.
Like he can't hear us talking right now, or is the volume up on your computer?
I don't know.
Cool.
Should be okay. I would guess. Ooh, we only have 1 minute.
Okay.
What do you want to do?
Well, I don't know. I mean, we've got a really cool
Just
animation
admire the
here.
beautiful design you just made, huh?
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I think
So
that's
nice.
pretty much it. We had quite a marathon. Created a whole new design, brought it over into Express from Photoshop and Illustrator using Creative Cloud libraries.
You used it all.
We
I'm
used
so
it
impressed.
all. Yeah. Thank you so
Illustrator,
much for
Photoshop,
hosting me. I don't know. Thanks for everyone for joining us.
Yeah, thank you, everyone.
Make sure you stick around. We've got one more live stream, right?
That's right.
We've got Ellie and Arabela coming up next, so make sure you stick around for that live stream. And otherwise, it's been great.
Yeah.
Thanks
Stick
for joining
around,
us.
Clever. Yeah. Good job.
Cool. Thanks, everyone.
We're so excited to be here with you guys today doing some Valentine's themed photos.
I usually start in Lightroom, of course. I usually have a gray card in here and I take my little eyedropper tool to just kind of color correct. And I always make sure that my lens corrections and all of that is checked off. I'm gonna copy these settings here. If I press Command V, that is the correct color. So let's just go ahead and edit this in Adobe Photoshop. So the first thing that I wanna do is I am just gonna crop this because honestly, I don't really need anything else.
Yeah.
So I'm just going in here and just kind of cleaning up some of the things. I cleaned up some little corner, like little edges there. Okay, so I'm taking care of removing the shadow and look at, can you believe? Like,
That's amazing.
Amazing. Duplicate these layers and I'm going to merge the layers. So I'm gonna go ahead and put these into a folder here. I'm gonna call them GF for Generative Fill, but then I have that layer right there. And I am going to merge it down. So I like to kind of work with, stamp tool, using a soft round brush and like making it a little bit more believable here. You're setting up 2 curves adjustment layers. One is gonna be the burn, one is gonna be the dodge. So I'm just gonna grab my soft brush in white, bring down the opacity. So I'm literally just painting in on the like bright areas of our image here. Darken these darks really quickly. And it just like, I don't know, it adds that contrast that like I love. No pop, the pop. Let's go ahead and add some sparkles. I've bought some brushes before, but I always like to have them on a separate layer. So I have it on white and I have my opacity probably a little bit higher, maybe like 90%. And what I like to do when I'm placing sparkles is just to find like the, the highlights
where the light is actually hitting.
Yeah. And then maybe like a bigger one here. It's great. I like to use the object selection tool because then you can click sample all layers.
Then
that way it will know to read everything that's in your image. Great, we've got it selected. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a Command Shift C for a copy merged. I'm going to do Command V and now I have this cocktail with the lollipop all on its own in a layer, right? So now I'm gonna duplicate it again. Since I have these 2 layers separated, right? I'm gonna go on the bottom layer. I'm gonna go ahead and convert this to a smart object and I'm gonna go into Filter, Blur Gallery, and Path Blur. And I get to just like make this point stretch out. We can adjust the settings on the right-hand side. We've got speed, but maybe I don't want it to be going both directions. So then I go ahead and uncheck the center blur. And now we've got a really fun effect.
And then it looks like
on.
It's sliding across the screen,
Exactly,
which is so fun.
Exactly. That looks great. I'm gonna press OK. I wanted to duplicate that effect and now I'm moving it at the top. Now I'm gonna add a layer mask onto it and I'm just gonna grab a soft brush again, 40-30% opacity, change that to black, and I'm gonna paint over that front because I do actually want it to feel like it's also the front and side. So then it just kind of adds that little bit like a little dreaminess there. It's super fun. So I'm gonna go ahead and add a little color fill. It's gonna look crazy right now. Don't worry about it. So I'm gonna go like down to here. Now I'm gonna go ahead and create a clipping mask so that it just affects the effect. So there we go. We got like multiply. We've got a few different like effects here. I kind of like multiply, but I'm gonna bring down the opacity so it's not nearly as crazy. I'm gonna actually duplicate that and also affect it to that top one as well. So now we have our image here in Lightroom, right? In this case, I kind of just started playing around with some effects, really. Like I upped a little bit of the texture, maybe went down on the clarity. And then I also kind of want to just up the whole exposure a little bit, add some contrast. We're gonna add some grain as well. And I kind of want to punch it up too. So I really want to add some grain there. I'm gonna use that point color that I love so much. I basically just click on a color anywhere that I want and I can just start manipulating it.
Love that.
Wow. Amazing.
Beautiful.
Love it.
Thank you guys so much for joining us today. Great job, Arabela. Happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome back to Adobe Live. I'm Ellie.
I'm Arabela.
And we are a weekend creative. We are going to have so much fun today. You guys, if you have been hanging out with us all day, you know that we are doing a fall-themed day today. So if you did not catch the earlier streams, make sure to go back and watch the replays because it's been a really fun day.
It has been a really fun
So
day.
many great streams and so much variety. We've had design, we've had Express, we've had photography, some portraits in there. So definitely check those out. Please say hello in the chat and let us know where you guys are watching from. Robert, the dream team together. It's true. We're the dream team. We do product photography together and then get to hang out with you guys on Adobe Live also. So fun. Do you want to share a little bit of our work? And
yes.
Then we can hop right into what we're going to work on today.
I did bring up our website this time and I'm ready and prepared.
I'm ready.
So this is our website. So we are Weekend Creative. We are a commercial photography duo based in San Jose, California. So we're here in SF, and it's nice and it's actually really nice weather today.
It's cool in SF. I feel
cool,
like
but
San
it's
Francisco
perfect.
has the fall vibes going. San Jose
Actually does.
is still in summer mode, but we'll be there soon enough.
Yeah. So here are some of our projects. We kind of love to just kind of shoot everything. Like we're really into like food and beverage right now.
So
like
fun.
I love it. And so colorful and so vibey and just that's us. So anyway, we're going to be doing some really exciting stuff today. Basically designing a magazine cover and a little story. So let me pull that up. Our featured product, we just did a personal project that was so much fun. And it's these like cans, food cans. There's like chickpeas, there's beans. What else? Yeah, it's just like a bunch of like different food cans.
Their branding is just so cute though. So we were inspired and
we were so inspired.
Yes, we're working at Cosita Studios. If you guys are in the Bay Area, it's a beautiful studio. And she also makes really gorgeous vinyl backgrounds. So if you can believe it, that tile is actually vinyl.
Vinyl, you guys.
So much easier to transport and carry around. So if you're a photographer looking for some new backgrounds, make sure to check her out.
Yeah. Also, I don't know what it is, but we just love food, like related stuff anytime
Because we love
on our
to
stream.
Eat. We love to eat.
So I was like, okay, what is going to be the name of our fake magazine? And initially we were like, oh, what about the crumb? You know, like crumb, the crumb, like crumbs. And then as soon as I started working on the image that I knew I wanted this image to be the like image for the magazine. I was like, you know what? It needs something kind of like fun and like more, not retro, but like more playful. Yeah. And so I was like, how about Num Num? Because, you know, Num Num Num.
you know.
So here's kind of what we're going to be making. And I'm going to be editing, you know, this kind of fun little story. We got Laura Mipsum all up in here. But yeah,
hey,
so
we're not copywriters.
You know, and I'm not a designer, you guys, but I'm over here doing it in Photoshop, and you can too.
Great.
So
yes.
So here's kind of like all the photos that we took. Oh my god, we took so many.
So fun.
So there's quite a lot that I have to edit and go through, but I'm so excited for this personal project to like finish. I mean, look how beautiful the images already without even editing.
Fun.
It's so fun. I absolutely love it. So let's just go ahead and start in Lightroom because that's what we usually do, right?
Let's do it. We have Adara here.
Yay!
Hi, Adara. Robert, Ray. Thank you guys so much for joining. Please feel free to drop any questions into the chat. And thanks for hanging out with us.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So I've got our images here. Now I've already went in and kind of figured out kind of like changing our white balance and doing all of that stuff. But just so you can kind of get an idea of what it looked like before, this was really actually how the image
makes
photographed.
It so much more saturated.
So much more saturated. And so basically what I did to just, you know, super simple, I just changed my see? Can't always rely on auto. So let's go ahead and go back to As Shot. And I believe I did take a gray card somewhere here, a shot that I use basically to kind of fix the colors in our images. So, you know, I just take that little eyedropper tool, select that gray. Otherwise it would have looked more like a little bit more, you know, not correct. And then I can like copy over those settings. But in this case though, I actually really just wanted to like, I knew that I wanted to look warm. So I just really just pushed the warmth like up. Cause like it's gonna be a magazine. I'm not, you know, I'm okay with it being like warm and poppy like that.
I love it.
I love it.
Sam says Num Num's a good is good for a brand's phrase, like Nike has just do it. Then like the brand's phrase could be nom nom.
Yes.
So good.
Gosh, so good. Okay, you guys. So let's go ahead and just kind of get in here. There's not really a whole lot that I want to do in here because I just want to take it already into Photoshop. But let me see. No, absolutely not. Okay, I think we've pretty much finished everything that I need here. I'm gonna do most of it in Photoshop. Also, do you guys see this little rock right here? It's our little place holder for, we couldn't find, what was it, apricots?
Apricots.
Apricots?
Okay, so
is it apricot or apricot? How do you
I
say
say
it?
apricot, but I'm sure it's like
I say a lot of
tomato,
things wrong. Tomato.
You know,
Yeah.
like you could say it
So
either
tell us,
way.
apricot or apricot?
So we were trying to find apricots because that's an ingredient in these beans. They're like baked beans with apricots, which sounds delicious.
Mm-hmm.
And so I really wanted to find apricots to have in these shots, but they were nowhere to be found, you guys. Like, I think I just missed the cutoff for the season, and I could not find them anywhere. Like, when I tell you, I tried so hard. So,
You know?
we were like, all right,
sometimes.
let's see. Like, we can just put a placeholder there, and then we could either gen fill or we can
get some
use
stock.
Adobe Stock.
Yes,
So-
actually, I'm going to do that right now. Pull that up. Amazing. Okay, so let's go ahead and start editing this. I mean, it's already such a beautiful image. Go us.
Go us.
Go us.
Apricots, apricot. Yeah. Okay, but which one is it? Apricots or apricots?
I know, right? Tell us. Okay, you guys, GenFill is like making my life so much easier. All I have to do is just select the thing that I want to remove, and it does it for me in like literally
yeah.
3, 2, 1.5, 1.
So that was a little
0.75.
piece of putty that we used to keep the can from rolling around. So, pro tip.
So good. Pro tip.
I saw apricots.
Amazing. Look at that.
I say apricot.
Beautiful. There we go. Awesome.
Dana says I say ape. Me too.
Apricot. You know what?
Raphael says,
Ape
thanks
versus
for the
app.
previous session and some tips you provided. I'm editing some photos with Lightroom on iPhone right now.
Oh, yay.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so glad. Okay, actually, guys, I'm in Photoshop beta right now, but I actually want to use regular Photoshop, so I'm just going to do that really quickly. Let me see. I'm going to not save this.
Apricots. Apricots is adorable. I've never heard it like that. Apricots, fine cuts of apricots in dice form.
There's a lot of words. I mean, Spanish was my first language, and I feel
Yeah.
like because of that, like I remember when I first learned the word plaid, I would say played.
Played.
Because
I
I
mean,
didn't know.
It's also like, it's how it's spelled too. Like there's so many things in English where like the spelling doesn't make sense or it like breaks the rules that we have. Like there's kind of actually no rules almost. It's like this is a rule, but in all these exceptions, it's not a rule anymore. So it's like,
you know, it is
it's
what
a
it
hard
is.
language. Yeah. So makes sense.
Yeah, totally. Okay, let's do that again. So let's go ahead and duplicate that layer, call it clean, and kind of fix these little things right here. So I'm gonna go ahead and just select that, and it makes it so much easier. And then I'm gonna try and generate an apricot. I'm gonna try and generate an apricot, but you guys, if we can't get it, because sometimes you can't always rely.
So we tried to do it on set
you guys,
while
the
we were
amount of
shooting,
times- the
and it
amount-
was really
it was
scary.
scary.
It made like a little creature.
Yeah, it was weird. It was weird. So
It
then
was,
I was
like,
like, all
kinda
right,
funny.
you know, sometimes you gotta pivot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's why it's great to have options, right? Like you have stock as an option, you have generative fill, you have these different tools that you can use. So there you didn't type anything in, right?
I did not type anything in. I just generate and
it
it did
knows
it for
that
me.
you want to fill it, which is amazing.
And so one thing that I always like to go in is I like to kind of use the patch tool to bring back some of that texture and that detail, because sometimes what happens with the generations, especially, so we just upgraded our camera, and instead of like our old camera was like a 25 something megapixels, now it's like 40 something our new camera.
Crazy.
So like now it's like really large. So even small generative fills on these larger images like look fuzzy because of the you know, just the sizing of it. So anyway, I kind of go in and just kind of brings back some of that texture by like using a little bit of patch tool here. So there we go. Kind of bring that in. I mean, really, is anyone going to zoom in? Not really, but I mean, I know that it's there.
Yeah.
Okay, now the other thing, we loved this little messy, little mustard thing. Also, by the way, I totally styled that.
You did. You did a great job.
And I did the styling.
You did a great job.
This
Which,
guy.
as someone who doesn't even eat mustard.
No, I hate mustard, you guys. It's disgusting.
Wait, what's our new phrase that we learned? Keen as mustard.
Keen as a mustard. It's an Aussie.
Keen as mustards.
Keen as a mustard.
Keen as a mustard.
No, keen as mustard. No, is it? I can't remember. We can ask our friend Helen.
Our friend Helen from Australia just taught us this phrase.
Yes.
So if anyone's from Australia, let us know if we're saying it right.
Keen as a mustard. I think it's keen as a mustard.
As a mustard?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, look at that. Ooh, there we go. Beautiful. See,
Gorgeous.
It like completed it. If we really hated this, let's say we had like a really mean art director that was like, it needs to be perfect, and so like we can remove this.
But
and
mustard is not perfect. Like it's supposed to be a little messy.
I know, right? So I think it's cute. But even just like that little fix, like is kind of cute. You know what I mean? Like
yeah, it looks
adds
good.
To the little swirliness.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see if there's anything else. Oh well, I guess we should try and figure this out. I'm a little scared, you guys, because I swear I spent like multiple generations, like 30 up to 30, and it could not get an apricot. So maybe this is an assignment for Adobe Stock people. Shoot more apricots because it's not getting them. Maybe
they get like an influx of apricot photos, and they're like, "Why is everyone submitting apricots? What's happening?"
I know. Okay. You know what I didn't try though? A ripe apricot, and I wonder if maybe that might be.
I wonder. Yeah, it's possible.
I don't know, you guys. I'm scared. But if it doesn't work, then we've got Adobe Stock to help us. And now I kept the shadow because I do want to make sure that that's. See what I mean?
It just looks like it's an apricot. But it doesn't look as
weird.
As real. Can you if you put in photorealistic, does it know that?
I have tried it, but it doesn't work. I almost wonder if I have to start a new file and then like generate an apricot. Okay, I'm gonna take out the red.
Yeah, maybe.
Let's see if it does it. But
keen as mustard.
As keen as mustard. Yes. Okay. Wow. Thanks, Ray.
Thanks, Ray. I love it.
I love it. Yeah, I'm just not like super. And you know what? I should be thumbs downing these results because they're not getting me what I want.
That's true. Yes, all of the AI generations are still pretty new in Adobe.
Oh,
so
that one's not that bad.
That's not bad.
Okay, that's not bad.
Yeah.
I don't like whatever color's happening here.
Can you just adjust?
But
the
maybe
color
I can
a
just
little
gen
bit?
fill it.
Oh, that. Yeah, I see.
I think this looks realistic.
I know. Adara says giving off peach vibes, and then Dana says, "Why is it a half apricot?" I know.
I don't know.
Which honestly, like, I don't mind that it's a half apricot, but you didn't ask for it, so that's
I didn't ask for it.
Weird.
But also, like the seed doesn't look realistic. To me,
the seed looks fake.
Really weird.
Yeah, but this is not.
Yeah, this
it does look like a peach, but I think it's like close enough to
close
an apricot.
enough. I think we can
try
we can
plum and recolor it. Sarah says.
That's actually a really good...
That could work.
Yeah.
It's a good idea.
That is a good idea. Hold on. Let me try. A plum. I guess I have to also make sure that the selection is like, makes sense.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit more circular, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
But apricots are kind of oval.
Although, is it going to be, like, not realistic going from plum to, like, the plum color to...
I don't know.
I don't think it'll look as realistic, actually, now that I'm thinking about it.
You can try it.
Oh. Why is it so, like... It looks like a sea creature. I mean, the color's right, and, like...
The shape part of that is weird, but
like,
the first one is not terrible if you change the color.
Yeah. I'm just going to go back to it.
It was a great idea.
Also, I could do, why did I do peach isolated? Apricot isolated. There we go.
Yeah.
And see, okay, there you go. See, like, I could definitely try and, like, put one of these, maybe even that one.
That one looks good.
That one looks good, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let me see.
A set of apricots.
Woo!
Stick with the rock, Sarah says. She's like, don't even try.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Not worth your time.
You know, I actually don't know how to access my like library on here. Oh wait. It must be somewhere in here. Libraries. I think it should work.
Sarah says, wow, those are so much better on stock.
Right? Like they
Yeah.
look way better. Oh my gosh, what am I doing? I'm sorry. Maybe it won't show up because oh, there we go. Mm-hmm.
You added it to your library?
Yes. Maybe. There it is.
Nice.
Okay, how do I do it? Do I just...
Dana says, you're making my mouth water with these apricots.
Ooh, okay. Perfect. Oh my gosh, look at that. I've
Yeah,
never used
Clever
libraries
says
before.
nectarines. And actually, that's something we could have done is just shot with a nectarine and then shrunk it down. Or a peach,
Wow.
maybe.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
you know.
Sometimes. Okay, I think if I select subject, I can do that. There we go. I don't really
Nice.
need these ones.
Yeah.
Oops. I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Let me remove these. This is like not at all. I didn't normally do this.
I don't mind the one with the pit actually either. Like looking at it there, it's not terrible.
Yeah. I would have to like definitely edit it because it's gonna be
It's
like
so
it's like
bright.
so bright and so yeah. You guys, I think I'm just gonna leave this one.
I don't mind it.
I don't mind it. I think
You
it's
know,
okay. You know,
it's-
sometimes
It's working.
it's working right now. Okay, so now let's go ahead and make this ready for our magazine. Okay. So what's great is that I can use Generative Expand because if I were to keep this like, you know, and I have this already, the preset, I selected the one that's in here in the drop down menu, the 8.5 by 11. I'm assuming that's a magazine, right? Hopefully.
I think it could be whatever you want, but
Right?
that seems
Yeah.
standard.
That seems like standard.
Yeah. Why not?
So I selected that, right? And like, okay, maybe it's going to be like somewhere around here or something. Maybe like here. But like having the text over here, it feels just going to be like it's going to be
It's
too busy.
cluttery.
It's cluttery. So I'm going to just go over here, add enough background so that I can put my text here. So I think that feels good right there. And I just make sure that I'm on Generative Expand. And then I'm going to hit OK. And then, you know,
Let it do
Photoshop
its
is just going to do
magic.
its thing.
Let's go. Do you say tomato or tomato? I
Tomato.
say tomato.
Tomato.
Yeah.
I feel like tomato is like
Tomato.
tomato. Like maybe you're like British or you're like, you know, or
Yeah.
somewhere not. See, look at you guys. Oh my gosh.
That is
So
beautiful. It does such a good
Wow.
job.
Ugh, like so perfect.
I mean, and imagine how if you were doing that just on your own, how
I
much
know.
time would it take?
How
you?
much
Forever.
time? I know. Okay, so now the other thing that I want to do, let me do a few like edits to just this entire image right now. So I am going to, let's see. No, actually, okay, perfect. I'm going to go ahead and, oh, you know what I'll do? Actually, I want to do a little bit of dodging and burning. I have this like panel that I've been using forever that just like builds you like a dodge and burn curves. And I just have to click it and it like sets it up for me.
Amazing.
I don't have to use this visual aid, but basically it sets up those curve layers for me. And then, yeah, all I have to do is just paint. So I'm going to just kind of do a quick little sweep of retouching here. I mean, really, I'm happy with everything else. I don't really feel like there's anything that
I feel like it's a pretty clean
It's a pretty
image.
clean image, but I do want to make it a little bit extra. So, oh, the other thing that I want to do before I get into that is do a little, just like an overall levels layer, and make it just like a little more poppy. Like there we go, something like that, and then bring in those that contrast. Ooh,
Yes.
so pretty.
Yeah, Robert says more yellow, like the yellow in the cloth.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Although, is this bugging you right here? Should I?
Yeah, I
feel
would
like
get rid
it's
of that.
bugging-
It's just
yeah.
like a little
Yeah.
tangent, and it doesn't need to be there.
I just like the color for me is
Exactly,
like also
yeah.
just like a little bit.
No, that's exactly what
Okay,
it,
cool.
yeah.
So let's go ahead and gen fill that as
The dark
well.
yellow, yeah.
Beautiful. And then I'll do a little bit of dodging and burning, and then one other thing with having text. Sometimes I'll do like a levels, but like add a gradient so that it's only darkened up at the top so that the text stands out more. Wow, you guys, that's so good.
Let's go, Photoshop.
Wow.
Yeah.
Raphael says texture it to make it a vintage vibe.
Yes. Okay. Let's do that. So let
Little
me
vintage
do like a
action
speed
here.
dodging and burning. So I like
Okay.
to have like my white paint and then my opacity pretty low, and then that way it allows me to kind of just like paint like the highlights, you know. And I'm on the dodge curve, by the way, but I can just kind of bring out some of the things that are like shiny. Like, oh, look how perfect this like highlight on the
What
tomato.
a beautiful tomato.
Wow, like so good. And then even on the product too. Maybe that was too much. There we go. Okay. Perfect. Look at that.
That makes it stand out.
It just makes it
so
stand out. And even though
nicely.
like at first it doesn't look like you're really doing much.
Yeah.
But it really, actually let's do that whole like glimmering right there.
The glimmering
The
mustard.
glimmer. Oh, so pretty. Love it. Okay, let me bring this up over here. This is like speed dodging and burning. Okay, beautiful. Sometimes what I'll do is I'll also do like a little bit around the shadows just to kind of like make them pop a little bit, you know?
Gotta make it pop.
Gotta make it pop. Okay, beautiful. That looks good. Okay. Just lots of clicking, you guys. That's my life, actually. If you ever
like
sit
the
in our
soundtrack.
office, the soundtrack
Yeah.
of our studio is me.
It's like ASMR.
Yeah, ASMR.
Yeah.
For days.
Raphael says you're not using the new adjustment brush to do that.
You know, I know you
Called
guys.
out.
But,
Called out.
I'm just like, a creature of habit.
I know.
and
It's
love,
hard when you have a workflow that you're so used to.
know
Even
what
though
I-
there's like
I
some
know.
great new tools, sometimes it's hard
I know,
to
you
like
guys. It is in
adjust
here.
to that.
It is in here.
So-
Or you know what? Is it in? It might be.
Is it in beta still?
I think it's in beta still. Unless you know what? I probably need to update my Photoshop because it might actually be.
And it just might
but
not
I
be
just
updated.
haven't done it. Yeah.
Yeah. I know. It is a great new tool. It's true.
It is a good tool. So do it, try it. I bet you'll probably like it. I'm just so used to it. I like this this way of doing it for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Okay, look at that. Beautiful.
That looks
Okay,
yeah.
and then
Looks so
I'll just
good.
do a quick sweep of like the shadows, make them a little more contrast. There we go. Go over the can text, and there we go. So pretty. I love it. Okay. I think that is pretty much it. Okay, beautiful. So now let's definitely add that texture. So I'm just gonna go ahead and turn off these layers here. I'm gonna copy it all and paste, and we're gonna call that texture. And let's also do, actually let me sharpen first and then I'll add texture. So I'll call that sharpen, and again, I just love the high pass method. Filter, other, high pass, and we can kind of see that it's affecting like the edges and everything. So
Yeah.
I think a 1.8, 1.9 is like perfect. And I love to change the blending mode to, here, let me get closer so that you guys can actually see it. Soft light for like a very chill, sharpen,
yeah.
but then you can also do a hard light for a more like, hardcore effect. There you go. I like to bring it down because then sometimes it's like too much, but there we go. And then
Advait is asking why sharpen.
why sharpen? Bring out the details. Bring out
Yeah.
the texture. Like
It's a stylistic
choice.
So some people like that like really gritty, super sharp look, and some people like it to be softer.
Yeah. And another thing too, guys, that I've been loving doing is, let me do that really quickly. I'm going to duplicate this image because whenever I want to do an HDR toning situation, it wants to flatten the image. So let's go ahead and just delete these layers. This is the copy, so don't worry. It looks scary. It's not. Okay. So basically I'm going to go over to Image, Adjustments, HDR Toning, and I'm going to say, yes, I want to flatten it. And then I can like go in and add like crazy cool effects. I mean, there's just so much in here, like,
so
and it
fun.
like adds so much like fun and depth and all that.
Yes.
Obviously, this is crazy, but we bring it into our image and then change the blending modes and kind of layer effects.
So it's not as crazy.
Exactly. So I've kind of built my own. I've called it the oomph, and the other one is called the grit, and that adds like way more like texture and stuff. So let's do the oomph.
The oomph.
The oomph, and then copy that and bring it in. Press OK, and then we can either do like a vivid light, and then just bring that down, and then bring that fill down. We can also try different ones as well. Let's see. I kind of like, ooh, okay. There's so many different ones. I know. They're all like, maybe I really like the hard light. Okay. And then, you know, you can kind of just like mess around with different things. So sometimes you like to push it, sometimes not. But, you know, that's always just like a fun effect. Like, see how it just kind of added something there.
Yeah, I love it.
So let's call that the oomph. And then go back, and then I'm going to do the same thing because I do want to add that grit. I feel like that's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. So add that in. And again, these were all just, I saved them because I was playing around, and then I was like,
And
oh,
you're
this
like,
is
I
cool.
like
I like this.
this.
So
Yeah.
let me save it as a potential preset, or, you know, and you
Yeah.
do that really easily by, you know, once you figure it out or moved around the settings and everything, you just save the preset and then it'll be there forever. So let's go ahead and copy that. It looks so crazy. Okay, perfect. And then we can do maybe like a vivid light, and then bring that way down. Okay, perfect.
That definitely has a more vintage feel.
Mm-hmm, exactly. So then we can do now our texture. So let's see. And then now I want to go back into that levels and bring it not as much, but I want to bring down the middle, like the midtones.
Yeah.
So that feels good right there. Okay, and then now let's go ahead and turn off that levels again, and then I'm gonna add the grain. And then I can just go into filter. I like to go into the camera raw filter for grain.
Yeah.
Instead of adding it with the noise in the filter section. You just have more control when you can add the grain this way. So
Yeah, for
let's
sure.
go ahead and go zoom in here. Wow, that's beautiful. You know, toot your own horn. Okay. Wow, that's so pretty. Okay. Gorgeous.
Raphael asked if those presets, if they're in Photoshop, are they like? Could you use those presets in Lightroom too?
You know, that's a great question. I don't
Yeah.
think so because it's very specific to the
It's a
HDR
specific
toning.
tool
Yeah, because it's
in
in here
Photoshop.
and
Yeah.
under image adjustments and HDR toning. So I don't think that it's like a thing that you can have in Lightroom.
I
It's
know,
just
that's a
one
good
that
question,
like I just
though.
built it's just built in that you can like
Yeah.
save your settings if you like something specific.
Yeah.
So yeah, look how pretty that looks. Stunning.
I love it.
Love it. So
Ugh.
let's move on. Let's add some text and make it fun.
It's making me hungry.
I know. Okay, so let's go ahead and say the name of I kind of like this font too, actually.
I know. It's cute.
But I do like the other one.
Yeah.
So, you guys, my Photoshop is so my laptop is so slow that it makes my Photoshop so slow. So I had to actually remember the name of the font. Otherwise,
You wouldn't find it.
I would
Yeah.
not find it.
Yeah.
No. So I decided that I wanted this fun little rounded one. Look how cute
It's so
it looks.
cute.
Oh my gosh, that's
It's
so
so cute.
I love it. And of course, I love getting a color from like the actual design.
Yeah.
Because guys, I'm not a designer, but here, you know, it like
Here you are.
I know color stuff. I know something.
color
a little
stuff.
something. Okay, so let's go ahead and make this really big. Okay, maybe not. Maybe more. Let's see. Maybe like 100. Whoa. Okay. Let's do 90. Okay, there we go. And then let's make the what do you call this when you like
Oh, the kerning, the space between the
Kerning.
letters.
yes. So let's do that. Let's make
Let's do
that.
I was asking, what is Nom Nom? So if you are just joining us,
yes.
Arabela is working on a design for a fictional magazine. This is a little like fun little magazine that we came up with called Nom Nom. It's
Yes.
not real
It's not real, you guys.
as of now.
Actually, I realized that I decided to do the yellow of the mustard.
Oh,
so I'm
yeah,
gonna do
yeah,
that instead, because
Cute.
otherwise it'll just
It bleeds
into
the
that
orange.
one.
Yeah. So yeah, that's, if you're just joining, that's what we're working on. And she's gonna be working on some like magazine layouts in a little bit. So stay tuned, and we have so many great streams that happened today, all fun fall themed, and yeah, we touched on a lot of things.
Fun.
Portraits design, poster design, social media design, all over Photoshop, Illustrator, Express. So make sure to watch the replays if you have not seen them yet.
Yay. Okay, that's so cute.
I love it.
I'm obsessed. I love it. Would you guys subscribe?
I'm subscribed.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Done.
So now, I mean, that's pretty much done. The only thing that I want to add really is just like, let's pretend that there's, features in here, or the names of like potential, stories in this fake food magazine, right? So I've noticed that some magazines will do like a little, what do you call it when it's like a byline or like some kind of little caption where, at the top. So we can kind of do that. And I think I have, yes, Davis Light is what I had.
Cute.
And this I will use red because it'll be here at the
top.
green, so it'll actually show up.
Yeah.
But let's go ahead and change this really small over here. And actually, I do want to make sure that it's bold, so it shows up a little bit more. Okay, cool. Maybe I'll do light, or maybe regular. Yeah, right? Something like
Looks
that?
cute.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in this fake magazine, I was like, okay, we got to have, well, especially if we're going based on these heyday canning codes. I was like, okay, what are some like fun names? So I came up with, I did Bean Bonanza. And then I did, chickpea craze. And then what was the other one? It was
like
lentil lovin'.
I love it.
Okay, so Bean Bonanza, you guys, I'm just adding some spaces here. It's probably not at all how you should be doing design, but oops, not this one. There we go. Okay, I feel like that's, there you go.
Rafaela says, I want a subscription for this magazine.
Oh my gosh, you guys are so nice. Okay, there we go.
Cute.
That's so cute. And then let's say we needed like a little something to like separate the all the little stories basically.
Yes.
So maybe I'll do this little yellow, and I'll do a little dot or something. I'm sure I could probably do something cuter, but like
It's cute.
even just
It
something
looks
like
good.
that,
Yeah, it looks
Yeah.
really good.
Just a little something. Make sure they're on the same. There we go. Perfect.
Beautiful.
Oh my gosh, you guys, look at that. Wow, there's our fake magazine.
I love it.
I love it.
It looks real.
It looks great. Now let's do a little story for it. So I figured we would do chickpea craze because we have some photos that go along with the chickpea.
chickpea
craze. So let's go ahead and look those up really quickly. Okay, so we had so much fun. We actually did I'm gonna edit, retouch a GIF for this. And it's so cute. It's just like the can opening and opening.
Magic.
It's magic. And then Ellie's hand comes in. And I love that you had perfectly the red nails during that.
Not even intentionally.
Not even
It
intentional.
just happened.
Okay, I think I chose this one. Or wait, no, it was this one. This one, yes, as our photo.
Cute.
So if you see like the colors, this was kind of like right out of the camera. I kind of made it a little bit more yellow, a little bit more warm. And yeah, let's just go for it. So I have this one. And I think I had also
Barcode, we need to sell this.
one. Aw,
Aw.
cute.
It's so much fun watching the live stream with you both. Thank you for being
thank
here.
you.
It's so much more fun when you guys are in the chat. So thank you for your comments and your questions.
I know.
Because it makes it so fun to hang out with you.
You guys are the best.
You really are the
literally.
best. The Adobe Live community, it's the best
It's
community.
just the best. I love it. Okay. So I figured that we would do, and I think I had it so that we'd have like one big main image and then like these kind of fun things. So basically I have these, I mean like really as simple as just getting like this story to kind of work together, right? So I love that this one has, it's like an overhead shot with a shadow. So I'll kind of tweak these here in Lightroom first, and then I'll bring them into. And then we've got kind of the texture, the macro shot. Definitely got a few things to fix. Like there's like a few little things that are kind of a little bit weird looking. And it's like dark, so I want to like bring up the texture as well. So let's go ahead and fix those up. So I think it was this image. So I think I had already customized the white balance, but I actually kind of want to make it warmer, like maybe just like a little touch warmer. That's kind of fun. Okay, and then let's just do all of our edits here in Lightroom. I've been like really in Lightroom today, actually.
There you go.
Okay, and then let's bring down the highlights a little bit. Let's add some texture. Actually, I'm gonna add, ooh, yeah, like that's kind of fun.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's
especially
really fun.
because the texture of the surface is like so pretty.
It's so pretty.
It makes it really poppy. Which that surface is also vinyl. So crazy.
So good.
So fun.
So good.
Yes, Raphael asked, is it studio photography you make yourself? So yes, we shot these images.
This all us?
This is us.
Okay, and then I can add the grain in here instead of like in Photoshop. So I'll just do that right here. I can add that texture right there. Perfect.
2 peas in a pod, if you need another phrase, says Ray. Yeah.
Oh, yes, that's so cute.
That is cute.
Okay, so let's see. I love that. Oops. Let me bring that down a little bit. Add a little bit more contrast. That looks great. I'm okay with that. So let's go ahead and copy these settings. Why not? We have them ready to go. And let's paste them onto the other images that I'm going to be putting in our little story. Okay.
Being there, done that, Clever
Oh
says.
my goodness. Stop it. You're so clever. Oh, wow. So good. Yeah, give us all your best chickpeas, beans,
All the bean
and
puns.
lentil
Keen as a
puns.
bean.
Keen as a bean?
That's another phrase that Helen taught us.
I know. Helen,
as
if
a
you're out
bean.
there. Helen Coker is one of the most amazing creatives and friends that we know. She is so talented. Definitely check out her work.
Yes, her work is beautiful.
I love
beautiful.
it. I know. And she's actually in the city this week, so we're excited to get to hang out with her. Love online friends and then meeting in real life. It's the best. See what the creative community just like does for us? Oh, it's just so heartwarming.
It's the best.
It's the best. Okay, look how perfect that was. Look, I just pasted it, and now that already looks like a much more beautiful
I love the
shoot.
texture on the surface. It's
It's
just
good.
beautiful.
And if I wanted to like bring up that shadow even just a little bit more, I can always go in and add a mask in Lightroom Classic and do like a little, I'll do like a little object selection here, and I can click this and then just select that. Perfect. Paint it in. There we go. And then it's going to detect it, and I'm going to be like, okay, you want a mask of this? And I'm going to be like, yes, I do. And then
Look at that.
I can
Look at that
bring up those
perfection.
shadows a little bit to make it less crazy. Because, you know, it just needed a little something, right?
Yeah.
Like, I just, you know.
For sure.
Just needed a little something. And then, I mean, if we really wanted to get even crazier, we could just go in and also kind of give more contrast to this one.
Yeah.
To the inside, the chickpea, the harissa chickpea soup. Okay, so like that. And then we can increase the exposure a little bit and then increase the contrast. Get the highlights a little bit. Yeah, that already looks so
beautiful.
good. Oh, so good. Yeah, and we can go so far as like, you know, selecting a color and adjusting things if we really wanted to, obviously, but that's too much. So
That's great work. Adobe Art. Thank you.
thank
Ray says Bananarama. That's going to a different food category.
I know. But maybe if it was like maybe it was like the fruits issue.
Yes.
Then we could do a whole thing on like
Maybe next time we'll do a fruit issue.
Yes. Okay.
That'd
good
be
idea.
fun.
That would be fun. Okay. So now let's go ahead and paste it on this one as well. Oof! Look at that. Definitely need to up it even more. Like, look at that.
Yeah.
You guys. Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm getting so excited. How can you not? I mean, food is just life.
It's true, honestly.
It's so
it
true.
Actually, like you
It
do
really
need
is.
it to live.
Really is. Okay, so we've got our images. So perfect. There we go. There we go. And there we go. So much better. I think when I did this just on a whim, I didn't even edit them. So like this is going to look even better for sure. I was playing around because I wanted to make sure it looked decent. Okay, so let's go ahead and open them in Photoshop. It's going to be amazing.
About 15 minutes.
15 minutes. Oh my God, you guys. Okay, we got this.
I know.
We got this.
It goes so fast.
I know, it really does.
Time flies.
Okay, so let's go ahead and get this open. If it'll open, maybe.
Go.
Watch Photoshop. Okay. Oof. I'm like, watch it just like die. At least recovered will save me.
Yes.
You know? Okay, so let's go ahead and remove this guy. Let's save this because this is actually very cute. Nom nom. Mag. There we go.
Cute.
Perfect. So that'll save, and I'll X that so that it finishes or it closes out after it's saved. And then we've got our image here. So the first thing that I want to do, of course, is remove any branding that's not, part of like what I want. So let's go ahead and get in here and select this brand here, and then Jen fill it out.
Clever said beans, something to sprout about.
Oh, cute.
Yeah, is it masala? So these are like it's a chickpea flavored with harissa and lemon.
Yes.
So it's just like a
harissa lemon.
Just like a chickpea. Like you could. We actually ate it. We ate this one with what did we eat it with? Rice and some vegetables. So good. Yeah.
So good. Okay. So let's see. Did it get it? I mean, that's actually not bad. That kind of looks like it goes with it a little bit.
This show is unbeatable.
Aw, cute. Okay, let me try this one as well. I mean, this is a good start, though. I can definitely just, do... that's a good start, and I can always remove more things, too.
Yeah.
But I just need, the main part of it.
Is it going to be cropped out anyway?
You know what? It might actually be. But hey, do it anyway.
Because I feel like we planned for it to be cropped out.
Yeah,
the
actually,
color
good
doesn't
call.
really go. I mean, you can leave it in if you want. But
No, I think you're right.
No,
I think you're right. Wow, look at that.
Oh, Dara says so cute.
Oh, thanks. Okay, yeah, I think you're right. It is going to be cut out, so I shouldn't even. About
great that. Demo of Gen Fill.
Of Gen Fill being great.
We love it. We love to see it.
Love to see it. Okay, let me double click that. Call it clean. And then merge this down. And then, yeah, I think that's pretty good. Okay, so again, same thing here where I'm going to have that 8.5 by 11. And I am going to Gen Expand up at the top because I do want some more real estate here.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't mean to click it like that, but okay, that's fine. It's fine, I guess.
Says, this is how it is.
I'm going to do it. I'm going to because I have the delete crop pixels selected and I don't want that.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and do that. And I'll go up like that. I think that's probably okay. And then Generative Expand. Okay. And I'm okay now deleting crop pixels here just because we're actually going to need to because I'm going to be expanding this to make the second page of the story.
Sure. It's been a long day.
It really has been.
It has been.
It has been. Oh, I love it.
Thanks, Ray.
Amazing. Look at that. Wow. So beautiful. Look at it. Even the texture got it pretty well, too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Amazing. Oh, I like that one, actually. Maybe that one?
I mean...
They all look
great. Yeah.
Oh my God, is this from you touching the beans?
Maybe. Yeah.
Okay. That's funny. Perfect. If Ellie's our hand model, I'm often retouching her.
Hey. Are you saying I have ugly hands?
No, you have beautiful hands. There we go. Now it doesn't look so red. Okay, Just using the little patch tool here, you guys. Okay, perfect. That looked great. Beautiful. Okay, so now let's add our second page. I probably should be doing this on like some kind of artboard situation, but I actually don't use artboards in general at all, or in Photoshop. I don't know. I wouldn't even know how to start. So I'm just going to do what I think I'm supposed to do. And go to image and canvas size.
Or you could just open up Illustrator.
No, that thing scares me. Okay, I can't.
If you use it a few times,
Yeah,
You'll
I
get
have
over
used
it.
it a few times. I have. Okay.
it's so much easier to design in Illustrator than Photoshop.
Mm.
But you can do, I mean, Photoshop can do it.
Yeah.
So whatever works.
Yeah, I love Photoshop too much to leave it.
Also, there's like great templates for stuff like this in Express too.
Actually, you guys, yes.
Yeah.
That is a good point.
Really good.
Really good. So definitely worth checking out. Their templates are awesome.
Yes.
Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm just expanding the canvas size, but I'm making sure that I'm clicking the middle and then the left point so that it expands everything to the right. And I doubled the width. So what is it? 8.5 times 2, 17.
Yeah.
So then I'm going to press OK. And now we've got
And
a
it
perfect
works.
thing over here. Woo! Love it.
And Made Art says, I love the attention to detail in your work.
Oh my gosh.
Aw.
Thank you so much.
And then Ray says, turn up the volume. I can't hear you. I'll stop now. Don't stop. We love it.
Oh, turn up the volume. I
Turn
was like,
up.
wait, do you want me to speak louder? Turn up.
Turn up. And Clever Devlin says, beans. I like Pinto's Black Adzuki. I don't know what that is. That sounds fun.
I've never heard of Adzuki either.
But the best are
Wow.
coffee and cocoa.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah. I mean, coffee beans really are.
The coffee beans really are life.
Really are life, truly. Okay, amazing. So let's go ahead and let's add our little guides here. I don't know how to make sure that something snaps in for like between two guides in Photoshop here. So I'm just gonna eyeball.
You know?
You know,
Close
sometimes. Let's see, because it's 8.5 and then 17. So I feel like the 13 feels like oh no, just kidding. Maybe it's more like here. Yeah,
Yeah.
that looks right.
Looks good.
Yeah, okay. Perfect. So then,
The beat goes on.
there we go. Okay, let me bring down another one. And this one is gonna be like the middle right there. Perfect. So I wanna make sure that the colors are like flowing and going. Okay, so now we have our other, we have to have our other images in here as well.
Right.
So let's go ahead and copy these and put them in here. They're gonna be like really large, but we will fix them, don't worry.
Let us all join in.
Aw, cute. Okay, there we go. Beautiful. Okay. Oh, and I forgot to retouch this, but that's okay. We can do it in a second.
Well,
If we have time.
you have about 7 minutes.
Oh,
so.
jeez. Okay. There we go. Oh, didn't mean that. Where's my other one? Did I not bring it in?
No, it's right there.
Where?
Look it. It's that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I didn't do it
It's
at the
just
same time.
massive.
Darn it. I meant to do them both at the same time. If you have both layers selected, you can
Yeah.
fix them both at the same time. Okay. There we go. And actually, I'm going to
Should
switch.
they? I was
Yes.
just about to say.
Yes, I think that's what I did initially. There we go.
Okay, but then should you reflect that top one?
Which one?
The top, the bowl. So the bowl's on the other side.
The bowl's on the other side. Should
Maybe. I don't know. Should
don't
we?
know.
Or no?
Let me try. Ooh,
think that looks
yes,
better.
that does look good. Good job. See, this is real designer over here. Much more of a designer than I am. You guys, she's behind all of our
Oh my
branding
gosh.
and all of our everything. Everything that has come out of Weekend Creative up until this year, maybe. We hired a marketing agency, and it's
We
been
hired
awesome.
some help.
But every rebrand has been Ellie, and
Oh,
she's done an amazing job.
thank
So, amazing.
Ray says, you kale me with these puns.
Oh, that's so good.
Ray,
Ray is on top of it.
good job.
Ugh.
The puns are strong
The
today.
pun. The pun. pens. Okay, great. And then I think I just decided that I would like add blue from the plate
Yeah.
here, and then the orange from the backdrop over here, kind of like the tomato red orange. So I think
Welcome in, Nate. Nate says, beats the real route to all success.
cute. Okay.
We have 5 minutes.
Oh my gosh.
I know.
How did that happen, you guys? Cheese. Cheese.
Cheese.
Cheese, Louise. Cheese, Louise.
Cheese, Louise.
Okay.
To bean or not to bean?
To bean or not to bean. Okay, beautiful. And then, why are these colors just work so perfectly?
They're so good.
They're so good. You guys like how I'm not naming any of my layers as I go? Ay, ay, ay. Oops, did not mean to that. Okay, perfect. Oh, so beautiful. That's lovely. Okay, and now I gotta make sure that I have my my text as well, you guys.
Yes, of course.
So let's go ahead and add our text here. Well, actually, let me start over here. So let me do it this here. And I think I had, what did I have as my text? I had, you know, I don't even know if I had it anywhere. So we're just gonna see what we have. Oh, maybe it was this one.
That's
yes,
fun.
it was this one. Oh my gosh, I got scared for a second. Okay, so I think I had chickpea.
Oh, I like this font.
Right?
So
It's
cute.
so fun, and I
love
feel like
it
it goes with the vibes.
It's very
like,
funky,
You know,
yeah.
it's very funky. Okay, so let me actually do like 300, and then let's bring up that text size. Wow, so pretty. So nice. And now normally, if I had more time, I probably would like not let this overlap. Like I'd probably do something to like, maybe I
Adjust
like
the image
adjust
or
it or
something.
something.
Yeah.
But I think it's okay for right now. Well, the other thing that I could do actually is if I add a adjustment layer and then bring that down, and then I
Every
just
art
kind of
says
add
your
it.
typography is really great.
Oh my gosh, that's so nice.
So many like nice compliments today.
you
Thanks,
guys are
guys.
so nice.
Making us feel
I
so
love
great.
it. Okay. Oh, it's really gonna bug me that it's like right over that
I
thing.
know.
Oh, but whatever, it's fine. Okay. Gotta end with the craze. Okay. This one's like really nice because it's just like one big word and there's
Yes.
nothing like distracting.
Yes.
And I think I'm gonna just pick the color that's over here in the background here. And we can bring that up. Oh, that's too big.
Oh my goodness.
I know.
In
Still
your
too big.
face.
Okay. There we go. Let's do a nice. Oh,
Wait, why did it fill in?
I don't know actually. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
I don't know actually why it did that. Okay, and then I definitely need to make sure that it's a little bit more. Yeah, there you go. Oh my gosh, you guys, it's looking so good. And then if I wanted to add some like fun texture, I can like go double click the layers of the text, add some fun, I don't know, like some fun, like, you know, cool grain or something.
Yeah, I like
And,
that
like,
a lot.
you know,
That's
maybe
so
like
cool.
something like, ooh, hold on, that's too much. But like, even if I just did like, yeah, something like
So
that.
gritty.
I know. Ooh, like that. That's super
Yeah.
cool. And then what I can do is I can just literally copy the layer style, do it on the other one, and paste it. And then just make sure that I switch out the color. Ooh, wait.
Oh.
Yeah, something like that, maybe?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, right there.
That is beautiful.
Oh my gosh, you guys. And then, of course, we would do some like fun lorem ipsum here. Something for the text, you know. Good times.
A little article.
Do a little article. Blah, blah.
blah, blah.
Blah, blah. And then over here. And then change the color.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
There we go. Okay. There it is.
Gorgeous. Great job.
I feel like it's
speed
always
designing there,
at
but
the
we
like
did
last
it.
second. Oh.
We did it. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us. We had so much fun hanging out with you all. If you enjoyed this stream, please subscribe to Adobe Live on YouTube. You can also watch all of the replays on Behance, but make sure that you keep checking in because there's so much great content all the time and so many great things to learn. So we will see you guys soon. Thank you. Bye.